Volume 2, Chapter 4 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cate Barratt. John Marchmont's Legacy by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. A Stolen Honeymoon. The village to which Edward Arundel took his bride was within a few miles of Winchester. The young soldier had become familiar with the place in his early boyhood, when he had gone to spend a part of one bright midsummer holiday at the house of a schoolfellow, and had ever since cherished a friendly remembrance of the winding trout streams, the rich verdure of the valleys, and the sheltering hills that shut in the pleasant little cluster of thatched cottages, the pretty white-walled villas, and the grey old church. But to Mary, whose experiences of town and country were limited to the dingy purlieus of Oakley Street and the fenny flats of Lincolnshire, this Hampshire village seemed a rustic paradise, which neither trouble nor sorrow could ever approach. She had trembled at the thought of Olivia's coming in Oakley Street; but here she seemed to lose all terror of her stern stepmother. Here, sheltered and protected by her young husband's love, she fancied that she might live her life out happy and secure. She told Edward this one sunny morning, as they sat by the young man's favourite trout stream. Captain Arundel's fishing tackle lay idle on the turf at his side, for he had been beguiled into forgetfulness of a ponderous trout he had been watching and finessing with for upwards of an hour, and had flung himself at full length upon the mossy margin of the water, with his uncovered head lying in Mary's lap. The childish bride would have been content to sit for ever thus in that rural solitude, with her fingers twisted in her husband's chestnut curls, and her soft eyes keeping timid watch upon his handsome face, so candid and unclouded in its careless repose. The undulating meadowland lay half hidden in a golden haze, only broken here and there by the glitter of the brighter sunlight that lit up the waters of the wandering streams that intersected the low pastures. The massive towers of the cathedral, the grey walls of St. Cross, loomed dimly in the distance. The bubbling plash of a mill stream sounded like some monotonous lullaby in the drowsy summer atmosphere. Mary looked from the face she loved to the fair landscape about her, and a tender solemnity crept into her mind, a reverent love and admiration for this beautiful earth, which was almost akin to awe. "How pretty this place is, Edward! I had no idea there were such places in all the wide world. Do you know, I think I would rather be a cottage girl here than an heiress in Lincolnshire. Edward, if I ask you a favour, will you grant it?" She spoke very earnestly, looking down at her husband's upturned face; but Captain Arundel only laughed at her question, without even caring to lift the drowsy eyelids that drooped over his blue eyes. "Well, my pet, if you want anything short of the moon, I suppose your devoted husband is scarcely likely to refuse it. Our honeymoon is not a fortnight old yet, Polly dear. You wouldn't have me turn tyrant quite as soon as this. Speak out, Mrs. Arundel, and assert your dignity as a British matron. What is the favour I am to grant?" "I want you to live here always, Edward darling," pleaded the girlish voice. "Not for a fortnight or a month, but for ever and ever. I have never been happy at Marchmont Towers. Papa died there, you know, and I cannot forget that. Perhaps that ought to have made the place sacred to me, and so it has; but it is sacred like papa's tomb in Kemberling Church, and it seems like profanation to be happy in it, or to forget my dead father even for a moment. Don't let's go back there, Edward. Let my stepmother live there all her life. It would seem selfish and cruel to turn her out of the house she has so long been mistress of. Mr. Gormby will go on collecting the rents, you know, and can send us as much money as we want; and we can take that pretty house we saw to let on the other side of Milldale, the house with the rookery and the dovecotes, and the sloping lawn leading down to the water. You know you don't like Lincolnshire, Edward, any more than I do, and there's scarcely any trout fishing near the Towers." Captain Arundel opened his eyes, and lifted himself out of his reclining position before he answered his wife. "My own precious Polly," he said, smiling fondly at the gentle childish face turned in such earnestness towards his own, "my runaway little wife, rich people have their duties to perform as well as poor people; and I am afraid it would never do for you to hide in this out-of-the-way Hampshire village, and play absentee from stately Marchmont and all its dependencies. I love that pretty, infantine, unworldly spirit of yours, my darling; and I sometimes wish we were two grown-up babes in the wood, and could wander about gathering wild flowers and eating blackberries and hazelnuts, until the shades of evening closed in, and the friendly robins came to bury us. Don't fancy I am tired of our honeymoon, Polly, or that I care for Marchmont Towers any more than you do; but I fear the non-residence plan would never answer. The world would call my little wife eccentric if she ran away from her grandeur, and Paul Marchmont the artist, of whom your poor father had rather a bad opinion, by the way, would be taking out a statute of lunacy against you. "Paul Marchmont," repeated Mary. "Did papa dislike Mr. Paul Marchmont?" "Well, poor John had a sort of a prejudice against the man, I believe; but it was only a prejudice, for he freely confessed that he could assign no reason for it. But whatever Mr. Paul Marchmont may be, you must live at the Towers, Mary, and be Lady Bountiful in chief in your neighbourhood, and look after your property, and have long interviews with Mr. Gormby, and become altogether a woman of business; so that when I go back to India—" Mary interrupted him with a little cry. "Go back to India!" she exclaimed. "What do you mean, Edward?" "I mean, my darling, that my business in life is to fight for my queen and country, and not to sponge upon my wife's fortune. You don't suppose I'm going to lay down my sword at 27 years of age, and retire upon my pension? No, Polly. You remember what Lord Nelson said on the deck of the Victory at Trafalgar. That saying can never be so hackneyed as to lose its force. I must do my duty, Polly. I must do my duty, even if duty and love pull different ways, and I have to leave my darling in the service of my country." Mary clasped her hands in despair, and looked piteously at her lover husband, with the tears streaming down her pale cheeks. "Oh, Edward," she cried, "how cruel you are! How very, very cruel you are to me! What is the use of my fortune if you won't share it with me, if you won't take it all? For it is yours, my dearest. It is all yours. I remember the words in the marriage service, 'With all my goods I thee endow.' I have given you Marchmont Towers, Edward. Nobody in the world can take it away from you. You never, never, never could be so cruel as to leave me. I know how brave and good you are, and I am proud to think of your noble courage, and all the brave deeds you did in India. But you have fought for your country, Edward. You have done your duty. Nobody can expect more of you. Nobody shall take you from me. Oh, my darling, my husband, you promised to shelter and defend me while our lives last. You won't leave me. You won't leave me, will you?" Edward Arundel kissed the tears away from his wife's pale face, and drew her head upon his bosom. "My love," he said tenderly, "you cannot tell how much pain it gives me to hear you talk like this. What can I do? To give up my profession would be to make myself next kin to a pauper. What would the world say of me, Mary? Think of that. This runaway marriage would be a dreadful dishonour to me, if it were followed by a life of lazy dependence on my wife's fortune. Nobody can dare to slander the soldier who spends the brightest years of his life in the service of his country. You would not surely have me be less than true to myself, Mary darling. For my honour's sake I must leave you." "Oh, no, no, no," cried the girl, in a low wailing voice. Unselfish and devoted as she had been in every other crisis of her young life, she could not be reasonable or self-denying here. She was seized with despair at the thought of parting with her husband. No, not even for his honour's sake could she let him go. Better that they should both die now, in this early noontide of their happiness. "Edward, Edward," she sobbed, clinging convulsively about the young man's neck, "don't leave me, don't leave me." "Will you go with me to India, then, Mary?" She lifted her head suddenly, and looked her husband in the face, with the gladness in her eyes shining through her tears, like an April sun through a watery sky. "I would go to the end of the world with you, my own darling," she said. "The burning sands and the dreadful jungles would have no terrors for me, if I were with you, Edward." Captain Arundel smiled at her earnestness. "I won't take you into the jungle, my love," he answered playfully; "or if I do, your palki shall be well guarded, and all ravenous beasts kept at a respectful distance from my little wife. A great many ladies go to India with their husbands, Polly, and come back very little the worse for the climate or the voyage; and except your money, there is no reason you should not go with me." "Oh, never mind my money. Let anybody have that." "Polly," cried the soldier very seriously, "we must consult Richard Paulette as to the future. I don't think I did right in marrying you during his absence; and I have delayed writing to him too long, Polly. Those letters must be written this afternoon." "The letter to Mr. Paulette and to your father?" "Yes, and the letter to my cousin Olivia." Mary's face grew sorrowful again as Captain Arundel said this. "Must you tell my stepmother of our marriage?" she said. "Most assuredly, my dear. Why should we keep her in ignorance of it? Your father's will gave her the privilege of advising you, but not the power to interfere with your choice, whatever that choice might be. You were your own mistress, Mary, when you married me. What reason have you to fear my cousin Olivia?" "No reason, perhaps," the girl answered sadly; "but I do fear her. I know I am very foolish, Edward, and you have reason to despise me, you who are so brave. But I could never tell you how I tremble at the thought of being once more in my stepmother's power. She said cruel things to me, Edward. Every word she spoke seemed to stab me to the heart. But it isn't that only. There's something more than that, something that I can't describe, that I can't understand, something which tells me that she hates me." "Hates you, darling?" "Yes, Edward, yes, she hates me. It wasn't always so, you know. She used to be only cold and reserved; but lately her manner has changed. I thought that she was ill, perhaps, and that my presence worried her. People often wish to be alone, I know, when they are ill. Oh, Edward, I have seen her shrink from me, and shudder if her dress brushed against mine, as if I had been some horrible creature. What have I done, Edward, that she should hate me?" Captain Arundel knitted his brows, and set himself to work out this womanly problem, but he could make nothing of it. Yes, what Mary had said was perfectly true. Olivia hated her. The young man had seen that upon the morning of the girl's flight from Marchmont Towers. He had seen vengeful fury and vindictive passion raging in the dark face of John Marchmont's widow. But what reason could the woman have for her hatred of this innocent girl? Again and again Olivia's cousin asked himself this question, and he was so far away from the truth at last that he could only answer it by imagining the lowest motive for the widow's bad feeling. "She envies my poor little girl her fortune and position," he thought. "But you won't leave me alone with my stepmother, will you, Edward?" Mary said, recurring to her old prayer. "I am not afraid of her, nor of anybody or anything in the world, while you are with me. How should I be? But I think if I were to be alone with her again, I should die. She would speak to me again as she spoke upon the night of the ball, and her bitter taunts would kill me. I could not bear to be in her power again, Edward." "And you shall not, my darling," answered the young man, enfolding the slender, trembling figure in his strong arms. "My own childish pet, you shall never be exposed to any woman's insolence or tyranny. You shall be sheltered and protected, and hedged in on every side by your husband's love. And when I go to India, you shall sail with me, my pearl. Mary, look up and smile at me, and let's have no more talk of cruel stepmothers. How strange it seems to me, Polly dear, that you should have been so womanly when you were a child, and yet are so childlike now you are a woman." The mistress of Marchmont Towers looked doubtfully at her husband, as if she feared her childishness might be displeasing to him. "You don't love me any the less because of that, do you, Edward?" she asked timidly. "Because of what, my treasure?" "Because I am so childish." "Polly," cried the young man, "do you think Jupiter liked Hebe any the less because she was as fresh and innocent as the nectar she served out to him? If he had, my dear, he'd have sent for Clotho, or Atropos, or some one or other of the elderly maiden ladies of Hades, to wait upon him as cupbearer. I wouldn't have you otherwise than you are, Polly, by so much as one thought." The girl looked up at her husband in a rapture of innocent affection. "I am too happy, Edward," she said in a low awe-stricken whisper. "I am too happy. So much happiness can never last." Alas, the orphan girl's experience of this life had early taught her the lesson which some people learn so late. She had learned to distrust the equal blue of a summer sky, the glorious splendour of the blazing sunlight. She was accustomed to sorrow; but these brief glimpses of perfect happiness filled her with a dim sense of terror. She felt like some earthly wanderer who had strayed across the threshold of paradise. In the midst of her delight and admiration, she trembled for the moment in which the ruthless angels, bearing flaming swords, should drive her from the celestial gates. "It can't last, Edward," she murmured. "Can't last, Polly?" cried the young man. "Why, my dove is transformed all at once into a raven. We have outlived our troubles, Polly, like the hero and heroine in one of your novels. And what is to prevent our living happy ever afterwards like them? If you remember, my dear, no sorrows or trials ever fall to the lot of people after marriage. The persecutions, the separations, the estrangements, are all ante-nuptial. When once your true novelist gets his hero and heroine up to the altar rails in real earnest, he gets them into the church sometimes, and then forbids the banns, or brings a former wife, or a rightful husband, pale and denouncing, from behind a pillar, and drives the wretched pair out again, to persecute them through 300 pages more before he lets them get back again. But once the important words are spoken and the knot tied, the story's done, and the happy couple get 40 or 50 years' wedded bliss, as a set-off against the miseries they've endured in the troubled course of a 12-months' courtship. That's the sort of thing, isn't it, Polly?" The clock of St. Cross, sounding faintly athwart the meadows, struck 3 as the young man finished speaking. "3 o'clock, Polly!" he cried. "We must go home, my pet. I mean to be businesslike to day." Upon each day in that happy honeymoon holiday, Captain Arundel had made some such declaration with regard to his intention of being businesslike; that is to say, setting himself deliberately to the task of writing those letters which should announce and explain his marriage to the people who had a right to hear of it. But the soldier had a dislike to all letter writing, and a special horror of any epistolary communication which could come under the denomination of a business letter. So the easy summer days slipped by, the delicious drowsy noontides, the soft and dreamy twilight, the tender moonlit nights, and the Captain put off the task for which he had no fancy, from after breakfast until after dinner, and from after dinner until after breakfast, always beguiled away from his open travelling desk by a word from Mary, who called him to the window to look at a pretty child on the village green before the inn, or at the blacksmith's dog, or the tinker's donkey, or a tired Italian organ boy who had strayed into that out-of-the-way nook, or at the smart butcher from Winchester who rattled over in a pony cart twice a week to take orders from the gentry round about, and to insult and defy the local purveyor, whose stock in trade generally seemed to consist of one leg of mutton and a dish of pig's fry. The young couple walked slowly through the meadows, crossing rustic wooden bridges that spanned the winding stream, loitering to look down into the clear water at the fish which Captain Arundel pointed out, but which Mary could never see; that young lady always fixing her eyes upon some long trailing weed afloat in the transparent water, while the silvery trout, indicated by her husband, glided quietly away to the sedgy bottom of the stream. They lingered by the water mill, beneath whose shadow some children were fishing. They seized upon every context for lengthening that sunny homeward walk, and only reached the inn as the village clocks were striking 4, at which hour Captain Arundel had ordered dinner. But after the simple little repast, mild and artless in its nature as the fair young spirit of the bride herself, after the landlord, sympathetic yet respectful, had in his own person attended upon his 2 guests, after the pretty rustic chamber had been cleared of all evidence of the meal that had been eaten, Edward Arundel began seriously to consider the business in hand. "The letters must be written, Polly," he said, seating himself at a table near the open window. Trailing branches of jasmine and honeysuckle made a framework round the diamond-paned casement. The perfumed blossoms blew into the room with every breath of the warm August breeze, and hung trembling in the folds of the chintz curtains. Mr. Arundel's gaze wandered dreamily away through this open window to the primitive picture without: the scattered cottages upon the other side of the green, the cattle standing in the pond, the cackling geese hurrying homeward across the purple ridge of common, the village gossips loitering beneath the faded sign that hung before the low white tavern at the angle of the road. He looked at all these things as he flung his leathern desk upon the table, and made a great parade of unlocking and opening it. "The letters must be written," he repeated, with a smothered sigh. "Did you ever notice a peculiar property in stationery, Polly?" Mrs. Edward Arundel only opened her brown eyes to their widest extent, and stared at her husband. "No, I see you haven't," said the young man. "How should you, you fortunate Polly? You've never had to write any business letters yet, though you are an heiress. The peculiarity of all stationery, my dear, is that it is possessed of an intuitive knowledge of the object for which it is to be used. If one has to write an unpleasant letter, Polly, it might go a little smoother, you know. One might round one's paragraphs, and spell the difficult words, the believes and receives, the tills and untills, and all that sort of thing, better with a pleasant pen, an easy-going, jolly, soft-nibbed quill, that would seem to say, 'Cheer up, old fellow, I'll carry you through it. We'll get to your very obedient servant before you know where you are,' and so on. But bless your heart, Polly, let a poor unbusinesslike fellow try to write a business letter, and everything goes against him. The pen knows what he's at, and jibs and stumbles, and shies about the paper like a broken-down screw. The ink turns thick and lumpy. The paper gets as greasy as a London pavement after a fall of snow, till a poor fellow gives up, and knocks under to the force of circumstances. You see if my pen doesn't splutter, Polly, the moment I address Richard Paulette." Captain Arundel was very careful in the adjustment of his sheet of paper, and began his letter with an air of resolution. "White Hart Inn, Milldale, near Winchester, August 14th. "My dear Sir," he wrote as much as this with great promptitude, and then, with his elbow on the table, fell to staring at his pretty young wife, and drumming his fingers on his chin. Mary was sitting opposite her husband at the open window, working, or making a pretence of being occupied with some impossible fragment of Berlin wool work, while she watched her husband. "How pretty you look in that white frock, Polly," said the soldier. "You call those things frocks, don't you? And that blue sash, too. You ought always to wear white, Mary, like your namesakes abroad who are vouées au blanc by their faithful mothers, and who are a blessing to the laundresses for the first 7 or 14 years of their lives. What shall I say to Paulette? He's such a jolly fellow, there oughtn't to be much difficulty about the matter. My dear sir seems absurdly stiff. My dear Paulette, that's better. I write this to inform you that your client, Miss Mary What's that, Polly?" It was the postman, a youth upon a pony, with the afternoon letters from London. Captain Arundel flung down his pen and went to the window. He had some interest in this young man's arrival, as he had left orders that such letters as were addressed to him at the hotel in Covent Garden should be forwarded to him at Milldale. "I daresay there's a letter from Germany, Polly," he said eagerly. "My mother and Letitia are capital correspondents. I'll wager anything there's a letter, and I can answer it in the one I'm going to write this evening, and that'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I'll run down to the postman, Polly." Captain Arundel had good reason to go after his letters, for there seemed little chance of those missives being brought to him. The youthful postman was standing in the porch drinking ale out of a ponderous earthenware mug, and talking to the landlord, when Edward went down. "Any letters for me, Dick?" the Captain asked. He knew the Christian name of almost every visitor or hanger-on at the little inn, though he had not stayed there an entire fortnight, and was as popular and admired as if he had been some free-spoken young squire to whom all the land round about belonged. "Ees, sir," the young man answered, shuffling off his cap. "There be 2 letters for ye." He handed the 2 packets to Captain Arundel, who looked doubtfully at the address of the uppermost, which, like the other, had been redirected by the people at the London hotel. The original address of this letter was in a handwriting that was strange to him, but it bore the postmark of the village from which the Dangerfield letters were sent. The back of the inn looked into an orchard, and through an open door opposite to the porch Edward Arundel saw the low branches of the trees, and the ripening fruit red and golden in the afternoon sunlight. He went out into this orchard to read his letters, his mind a little disturbed by the strange handwriting upon the Dangerfield epistle. The letter was from his father's housekeeper, imploring him most earnestly to go down to the park without delay. Squire Arundel had been stricken with paralysis, and was declared to be in imminent danger. Mrs. and Miss Arundel and Mr. Reginald were away in Germany. The faithful old servant implored the younger son to lose no time in hurrying home, if he wished to see his father alive. The soldier leaned against the gnarled grey trunk of an old apple tree, and stared at this letter with a white awe-stricken face. What was he to do? He must go to his father, of course. He must go without a moment's delay. He must catch the first train that would carry him westward from Southampton. There could be no question as to his duty. He must go. He must leave his young wife. His heart sank with a sharp thrill of pain, and with perhaps some faint shuddering sense of an unknown terror, as he thought of this. "It was lucky I didn't write the letters," he reflected. "No one will guess the secret of my darling's retreat. She can stay here till I come back to her. God knows I shall hurry back the moment my duty sets me free. These people will take care of her. No one will know where to look for her. I am very glad I didn't write to Olivia. We were so happy this morning. Who would think that sorrow would come between us so soon?" Captain Arundel looked at his watch. It was 5:45, and he knew that an express left Southampton for the west at 8. There would be time for him to catch that train with the help of a sturdy pony belonging to the landlord of the White Hart, which would rattle him over the station in an hour and a half. There would be time for him to catch the train; but oh, how little time to comfort his darling! How little time to reconcile his young wife to the temporary separation! He hurried back to the porch, briefly explained to the landlord what had happened, ordered the pony and gig to be got ready immediately, and then went very, very slowly upstairs, to the room in which his young wife sat by the open window, waiting for his return. Mary looked up at his face as he entered the room, and that one glance told her of some new sorrow. "Edward!" she cried, starting up from her chair with a look of terror, "my stepmother has come." Even in his trouble the young man smiled at his foolish wife's all-absorbing fear of Olivia Marchmont. "No, my darling," he said, "I wish to heaven our worst trouble were the chance of your father's widow breaking in upon us. Something has happened, Mary, something very sorrowful, very serious for me. My father is ill, Polly dear, dangerously ill, and I must go to him." Mary Arundel drew a long breath. Her face had grown very white, and the hands that were linked tightly round her husband's arm trembled a little. "I will try to bear it," she said; "I will try to bear it." "God bless you, my darling," the soldier answered fervently, clasping his young wife to his breast. "I know you will. It will be a very short parting, Mary dearest. I will come back to you directly I have seen my father. If he is worse, there will be little need for me to stop at Dangerfield. If he is better, I can take you back there with me. My own darling love, it is very bitter for us to be parted thus; but I know that you will bear it like a heroine. Won't you, Polly?" "I will try to bear it, dear." She said very little more than this, but clung about her husband, not with any desperate force, not with any clamorous and tumultuous grief, but with a half despondent resignation, as a drowning man, whose strength is well nigh exhausted, may cling, in his hopelessness, to a spar, which he knows he must presently abandon. Mary Arundel followed her husband hither and thither while he made his brief and hurried preparations for the sudden journey. But although she was powerless to assist him, for her trembling hands let fall everything she tried to hold, and there was a mist before her eyes, which distorted and blotted the outline of every object she looked at, she hindered him by no noisy lamentations, she distressed him by no tears. She suffered, as it was her habit to suffer, quietly and uncomplainingly. The sun was sinking when she went with Edward downstairs to the porch, before which the landlord's pony and gig were in waiting, in custody of a smart lad who was to accompany Mr. Arundel to Southampton. There was no time for any protracted farewell. It was better so, perhaps, Edward thought. He would be back so soon that the grief he felt in this parting, and it may be that his suffering was scarcely less than Mary's, seemed wasted anguish, to which it would have been sheer cowardice to give way. But for all this, the soldier very nearly broke down when he saw his childish wife's piteous face, white in the evening sunlight, turned to him in mute appeal, as if the quivering lips would fain have entreated him to abandon all and to remain. He lifted the fragile figure in his arms, alas, it had never seemed so fragile as now, and covered the pale face with passionate kisses and fast dropping tears. "God bless and defend you, Mary. God keep—" He was ashamed of the huskiness of his voice, and putting his wife suddenly away from him, he sprang into the gig, snatched the reins from the boy's hand, and drove away at the pony's best speed. The old-fashioned vehicle disappeared in a cloud of dust; and Mary, looking after her husband with eyes that were as yet tearless, saw nothing but glaring light and confusion, and a pastoral landscape that reeled and heaved like a stormy sea. It seemed to her, as she went slowly back to her room, and sat down amidst the disorder of open portmanteaus and overturned hat boxes, which the young man had thrown here and there in his hurried selection of the few things necessary for him to take on his hasty journey, it seemed as if the greatest calamity of her life had now befallen her. As hopelessly as she had thought of her father's death, she now thought of Edward Arundel's departure. She could not see beyond the acute anguish of this separation. She could not realise to herself that there was no cause for all this terrible sorrow, that the parting was only a temporary one, and that her husband would return to her in a few days at the furthest. Now that she was alone, now that the necessity for heroism was past, she abandoned herself utterly to the despair that had held possession of her soul from the moment in which Captain Arundel had told her of his father's illness. The sun went down behind the purple hills that sheltered the western side of the little village. The tree tops in the orchard below the open window of Mrs. Arundel's bedroom grew dim in the grey twilight. Little by little the sound of voices in the rooms below died away into stillness. The fresh rosy-cheeked country girl who had waited upon the young husband and wife came into the sitting-room with a pair of wax candles in old-fashioned silver candlesticks, and lingered in the room for a little time, expecting to receive some order from the lonely watcher. But Mary had locked the door of her bedchamber, and sat with her head upon the sill of the open window, looking out into the dim orchard. It was only when the stars glimmered in the tranquil sky that the girl's blank despair gave way before a sudden burst of tears, and she flung herself down beside the white-curtained bed to pray for her young husband. She prayed for him in an ecstatic fervour of love and faith, carried away by the new hopefulness that arose out of her ardent supplications, and picturing him going triumphant on his course, to find his father out of danger, restored to health perhaps, and to return to her before the stars glimmered through the darkness of another summer's night. She prayed for him, hoping and believing everything, though at the hour in which she knelt, with the faint starlight shimmering upon her upturned face and clasped hands, Edward Arundel was lying, maimed and senseless, in the wretched waiting-room of a little railway station in Dorsetshire, watched over by the obscure country surgeon, while the frightened officials scudded here and there in search of some vehicle in which the young man might be conveyed to the nearest town. There had been one of those accidents which seem terribly common on every line of railway, however well managed. A signalman had mistaken one train for another. A flag had been dropped too soon, and the down express had run into a heavy luggage train blundering up from Exeter with farm produce for the London markets. 2 men had been killed, and a great many passengers hurt, some very seriously. Edward Arundel's case was perhaps one of the most serious amongst these. End of Chapter 4, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Cate Barratt. John Marchmont's Legacy by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. Sounding the Depths. Lavinia Weston spent the evening after her visit to Marchmont Towers at her writing desk, which, like everything else appertaining to her, was a model of neatness and propriety. Perfect in its way, although it was no marvellous specimen of walnut wood and burnished gold, no elegant structure of papier mâché and mother of pearl, but simply a schoolgirl's homely rosewood desk, bought for 15 shillings or a guinea. Mrs. Weston had administered the evening refreshment of weak tea, stale bread, and strong butter to her meek husband, and had dismissed him to the surgery, a sunken and rather cellar-like apartment opening out of the prim second-best parlour, and approached from the village street by a side door. The surgeon was very well content to employ himself with the preparation of such draughts and boluses as were required by the ailing inhabitants of Kemberling, while his wife sat at her desk in the room above him. He left his gallipots and pestle and mortar once or twice in the course of the evening, to clamber ponderously up the 3 or 4 stairs leading to the sitting-room, and stare through the keyhole of the door at Mrs. Weston's thoughtful face, and busy hand gliding softly over the smooth note-paper. He did this in no prying or suspicious spirit, but out of sheer admiration for his wife. "What a mind she has!" he murmured rapturously, as he went back to his work. "What a mind!" The letter which Lavinia Weston wrote that evening was a very long one. She was one of those women who write long letters upon every convenient occasion. To-night she covered 2 sheets of note-paper with her small neat handwriting. Those 2 sheets contained a detailed account of the interview that had taken place that day between the surgeon's wife and Olivia; and the letter was addressed to the artist, Paul Marchmont. Perhaps it was in consequence of the receipt of this letter that Paul Marchmont arrived at his sister's house at Kemberling 2 days after Mrs. Weston's visit to Marchmont Towers. He told the surgeon that he came to Lincolnshire for a few days' change of air, after a long spell of very hard work; and George Weston, who looked upon his brother-in-law as an intellectual demigod, was very well content to accept any explanation of Mr. Marchmont's visit. "Kemberling isn't a very lively place for you, Mr. Paul," he said apologetically. He always called his wife's brother Mr. Paul. "But I daresay Lavinia will contrive to make you comfortable. She persuaded me to come here when old Donfield died; but I can't say she acted with her usual tact, for the business ain't as good as my Stanfield practice. But I don't tell Lavinia so." Paul Marchmont smiled. "The business will pick up by and by, I daresay," he said. "You'll have the Marchmont Towers family to attend to in good time, I suppose." "That's what Lavinia said," answered the surgeon. "Mrs. John Marchmont can't refuse to employ her relations, she says, and as first cousin to Mary Marchmont's father, I ought, meaning herself, you know, to have some influence in that quarter. But then, you see, the very week we come here the gal goes and runs away, which rather, as one may say, puts a spoke in our wheel, you know." Mr. George Weston rubbed his chin reflectively as he concluded thus. He was a man given to spending his leisure hours, when he had any leisure, which was not very often, in tavern parlours, where the affairs of the nation were settled and unsettled every evening over 6-penny glasses of Hollands and water; and he regretted his removal from Stanfield, which had been as the uprooting of all his dearest associations. He was a solemn man, who never hazarded an opinion lightly, perhaps because he never had an opinion to hazard, and his stolidity won him a good deal of respect from strangers; but in the hands of his wife he was meeker than the doves that cooed in the pigeon-house behind his dwelling, and more plastic than the knob of white wax upon which industrious Mrs. Weston was wont to rub her thread when engaged in the mysteries of that elaborate and terrible science which women paradoxically call plain needlework. Paul Marchmont presented himself at the Towers upon the day after his arrival at Kemberling. His interview with the widow was a very long one. He had studied every line of his sister's letter. He had weighed every word that had fallen from Olivia's lips and had been recorded by Lavinia Weston; and taking the knowledge thus obtained as his starting point, he took his dissecting knife and went to work at an intellectual autopsy. He anatomized the wretched woman's soul. He made her tell her secret, and bare her tortured breast before him; now wringing some hasty word from her impatience, now entrapping her into some admission, if only so much as a defiant look, a sudden lowering of the dark brows, an involuntary compression of the lips. He made her reveal herself to him. Poor Rosencrantz and Guildenstern were sorry blunderers in that art which is vulgarly called pumping, and were easily put out by a few quips and quaint retorts from the mad Danish prince; but Paul Marchmont would have played upon Hamlet more deftly than ever mortal musician played upon pipe or recorder, and would have fathomed the remotest depths of that sorrowful and erratic soul. Olivia writhed under the torture of that polite inquisition, for she knew that her secrets were being extorted from her; that her pitiful folly, that folly which she would have denied even to herself, if possible, was being laid bare in all its weak foolishness. She knew this, but she was compelled to smile in the face of her bland inquisitor, to respond to his commonplace expressions of concern about the protracted absence of the missing girl, and meekly to receive his suggestions respecting the course it was her duty to take. He had the air of responding to her suggestions, rather than of himself dictating any particular line of conduct. He affected to believe that he was only agreeing with some understood idea of hers, while he urged his own views upon her. "Then we are quite of one mind in this, my dear Mrs. Marchmont," he said at last. "This unfortunate girl must not be suffered to remain away from her legitimate home any longer than we can help. It is our duty to find and bring her back. I need scarcely say that you, being bound to her by every tie of affection, and having, beyond this, the strongest claim upon her gratitude for your devoted fulfilment of the trust confided in you, one hears of these things, Mrs. Marchmont, in a country village like Kemberling, I need scarcely say that you are the most fitting person to win the poor child back to a sense of her duty, if she can be won to such a sense." Paul Marchmont added, after a sudden pause and a thoughtful sigh, "I sometimes fear—" He stopped abruptly, waiting until Olivia should question him. "You sometimes fear—" "That the error into which Miss Marchmont has fallen is the result of a mental rather than of a moral deficiency." "What do you mean?" "I mean this, my dear Mrs. Marchmont," answered the artist gravely. "One of the most powerful evidences of the soundness of a man's brain is his capability of assigning a reasonable motive for every action of his life, no matter how unreasonable the action in itself may seem, if the motive for that action can be demonstrated. But the moment a man acts without motive, we begin to take alarm and to watch him. He is eccentric, his conduct is no longer amenable to ordinary rule; and we begin to trace his eccentricities to some weakness or deficiency in his judgment or intellect. Now I ask you what motive Mary Marchmont can have had for running away from this house?" Olivia quailed under the piercing scrutiny of the artist's cold grey eyes, but she did not attempt to reply to his question. "The answer is very simple," he continued, after that long scrutiny. "The girl could have had no cause for flight; while, on the other hand, every reasonable motive that can be supposed to actuate a woman's conduct was arrayed against her. She had a happy home, a kind stepmother; she was within a few years of becoming undisputed mistress of a very large estate; and yet, immediately after having assisted at a festive entertainment, to all appearances gay and happy as the gayest and happiest there, this girl runs away in the dead of the night, abandoning the mansion which is her own property, and assigning no reason whatever for what she does. Can you wonder, then, if I feel confirmed in an opinion that I formed upon the day on which I heard the reading of my cousin's will?" "What opinion?" "That Mary Marchmont is as feeble in mind as she is fragile in body." He launched this sentence boldly, and waited for Olivia's reply. He had discovered the widow's secret; he had fathomed the cause of her jealous hatred of Mary Marchmont; but even he did not yet understand the nature of the conflict in the desperate woman's breast. She could not be wicked all at once. Against every fresh sin she made a fresh struggle, and she would not accept the lie which the artist tried to force upon her. "I do not think that there is any deficiency in my stepdaughter's intellect," she said resolutely. She was beginning to understand that Paul Marchmont wanted to ally himself with her against the orphan heiress, but as yet she did not understand why he should do so. She was slow to comprehend feelings that were utterly foreign to her own nature. There was so little of mercenary baseness in this strange woman's soul, that had the flame of a candle alone stood between her and the possession of Marchmont Towers, I doubt if she would have cared to waste a breath upon its extinction. She had lived away from the world, and out of the world, and it was difficult for her to comprehend the mean and paltry wickedness which arise out of the worship of Baal. Paul Marchmont recoiled a little before the straight answer which the widow had given him. "You think Miss Marchmont strong-minded, then, perhaps?" he said. "No, not strong-minded." "My dear Mrs. Marchmont, you deal in paradoxes," exclaimed the artist. "You say that your stepdaughter is neither weak-minded nor strong-minded?" "Weak enough, perhaps, to be easily influenced by other people; weak enough to believe anything my cousin Edward Arundel might choose to tell her; but not what is generally called deficient in intellect." "You think her perfectly able to take care of herself?" "Yes, I think so." "And yet this running away looks almost as if But I have no wish to force any unpleasant belief upon you, my dear madam. I think, as you yourself appear to suggest, that the best thing we can do is to get this poor girl home again as quickly as possible. It will never do for the mistress of Marchmont Towers to be wandering about the world with Mr. Edward Arundel. Pray pardon me, Mrs. Marchmont, if I speak rather disrespectfully of your cousin; but I really cannot think that the gentleman has acted very honourably in this business." Olivia was silent. She remembered the passionate indignation of the young soldier, the angry defiance hurled at her, as Edward Arundel galloped away from the gaunt western façade. She remembered these things, and involuntarily contrasted them with the smooth blandness of Paul Marchmont's talk, and the deadly purpose lurking beneath it, of which deadly purpose some faint suspicion was beginning to dawn upon her. If she could have thought Mary Marchmont mad, if she could have thought Edward Arundel base, she would have been glad; for then there would have been some excuse for her own wickedness. But she could not think so. She slipped little by little down into the black gulf, now dragged by her own mad passion, now lured yet further downward by Paul Marchmont. Between this man and 11,000 a year the life of a fragile girl was the solitary obstacle. For 3 years it had been so, and for 3 years Paul Marchmont had waited, patiently as it was his habit to wait, the hour and the opportunity for action. The hour and opportunity had come, and this woman, Olivia Marchmont, only stood in his way. She must become either his enemy or his tool, to be baffled or to be made useful. He had now sounded the depths of her nature, and he determined to make her his tool. "It shall be my business to discover this poor child's hiding place," he said. "When that is found I will communicate with you, and I know you will not refuse to fulfil the trust confided to you by your late husband. You will bring your stepdaughter back to this house, and henceforward protect her from the dangerous influence of Edward Arundel." Olivia looked at the speaker with an expression which seemed like terror. It was as if she said, "Are you the devil, that you hold out this temptation to me, and twist my own passions to serve your purpose?" And then she paltered with her conscience. "Do you consider that it is my duty to do this?" she asked. "My dear Mrs. Marchmont, most decidedly." "I will do it, then. I wish to do my duty." "And you can perform no greater act of charity than by bringing this unhappy girl back to a sense of her duty. Remember that her reputation, her future happiness, may fall a sacrifice to this foolish conduct, which, I regret to say, is very generally known in the neighbourhood. Forgive me if I express my opinion too freely, but I cannot help thinking that if Mr. Arundel's intentions had been strictly honourable, he would have written to you before this, to tell you that his search for the missing girl had failed, or, in the event of his finding her, he would have taken the earliest opportunity of bringing her back to her own home. My poor cousin's somewhat unprotected position, her wealth, and her inexperience of the world, place her at the mercy of a fortune hunter; and Mr. Arundel has himself to thank if his conduct gives rise to the belief that he wishes to compromise this girl in the eyes of the scandalous, and thus make sure of your consent to a marriage which would give him command of my cousin's fortune." Olivia Marchmont's bosom heaved with the stormy beating of her heart. Was she to sit calmly by and hold her peace while this man slandered the brave young soldier, the bold, reckless, generous hearted lad, who had shone upon her out of the darkness of her life, as the very incarnation of all that is noble and admirable in mankind? Was she to sit quietly by, and hear a stranger lie away her kinsman's honour, truth, and manhood? Yes, she must do so. This man had offered her a price for her truth and her soul. He was ready to help her to the revenge she longed for. He was ready to give her his aid in separating the innocent young lovers, whose pure affection had poisoned her life, whose happiness was worse than the worst death to her. She kept silent, therefore, and waited for Paul to speak again. "I will go up to town to morrow, and set to work about this business," the artist said, as he rose to take leave of Mrs. Marchmont. "I do not believe that I shall have much difficulty in finding the young lady's hiding place. My first task shall be to look for Mr. Arundel. You can perhaps give me the address of some place in London where your cousin is in the habit of staying?" "I can." "Thank you. That will very much simplify matters. I shall write you immediate word of any discovery I make, and will then leave all the rest to you. My influence over Mary Marchmont as an entire stranger could be nothing. Yours, on the contrary, must be unbounded. It will be for you to act upon my letter." Olivia Marchmont waited for 2 days and nights for the promised letter. Upon the third morning it came. The artist's epistle was very brief. "My dear Mrs. Marchmont, I have made the necessary discovery. Miss Marchmont is to be found at the White Hart Inn, Milldale, near Winchester. May I venture to urge your proceeding there in search of her without delay? Yours very faithfully, Paul Marchmont. Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square, August 15th. End of Chapter 5, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox is in the public domain. Recording by Cate Barratt. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. Risen from the Grave. The rain dripped ceaselessly upon the dreary earth under a grey November sky, a dull and lowering sky, that seemed to brood over this lower world with some menace of coming down to blot out and destroy it. The express train, rushing headlong across the wet flats of Lincolnshire, glared like a meteor in the grey fog. The dismal shriek of the engine was like the cry of a bird of prey. The few passengers who had chosen that dreary winter's day for their travels looked despondently out at the monotonous prospect, seeking in vain to descry some spot of hope in the joyless prospect, or make futile attempts to read their newspapers by the dim light of the lamp in the roof of the carriage. Sulky passengers shuddered savagely as they wrapped themselves in huge woollen rugs or ponderous coverings made from the skins of wild beasts. Melancholy passengers drew grotesque and hideous travelling caps over their brows, and, coiling themselves in the corner of their seats, essayed to sleep away the weary hours. Everything upon this earth seemed dismal and damp, cold and desolate, incongruous and uncomfortable. But there was one first-class passenger in that Lincolnshire express who made himself especially obnoxious to his fellows by the display of an amount of restlessness and superabundant energy quite out of keeping with the lazy despondency of those about him. This was a young man with a long tawny beard and a white face, a very handsome face, though wan and attenuated, as if with some terrible sickness, and somewhat disfigured by certain strappings of plaster, which were bound about a patch of his skull a little above the left temple. This young man had one side of the carriage to himself, and a sort of bed had been made up for him with extra cushions, upon which he lay at full length when he was still, which was never for very long together. He was enveloped almost to the chin in voluminous railway rugs, but in spite of these coverings shuddered every now and then as if with cold. He had a pocket pistol amongst his travelling paraphernalia, which he applied occasionally to his dry lips. Sometimes drops of perspiration broke suddenly out upon his forehead, and were brushed away by a tremulous hand, that was scarcely strong enough to hold a cambric handkerchief. In short, it was sufficiently obvious to every one that this young man with the tawny beard had only lately risen from a sick bed, and had risen therefrom considerably before the time at which any prudent medical practitioner would have given him licence to do so. It was evident that he was very, very ill, but that he was, if anything, more ill at ease in mind than in body, and that some terrible gnawing anxiety, some restless care, some horrible uncertainty or perpetual foreboding of trouble, would not allow him to be at peace. It was as much as the 3 fellow passengers who sat opposite to him could do to bear with his impatience, his restlessness, his short half-stifled moans, his long weary sighs, the horror of his fidgety feet shuffled incessantly upon the cushions, the suddenly convulsive jerks with which he would lift himself upon his elbow to stare fiercely into the dismal fog outside the carriage window, the groans that were wrung from him as he flung himself into new and painful positions, the frightful aspect of physical agony which came over his face as he looked at his watch; and he drew out and consulted that ill-used chronometer, upon an average, once in a quarter of an hour; his impatient crumpling of the crisp leaves of a new Bradshaw, which he turned over ever and anon, as if by perpetual reference to that mysterious time-table he might hasten the advent of the hour at which he was to reach his destination. He was altogether a most aggravating and exasperating travelling companion, and it was only out of Christian forbearance with the weakness of his physical state that his irritated fellow passengers refrained from uniting themselves against him, and casting him bodily out of the window of the carriage, as a clown sometimes flings a venerable but tiresome pantaloon through a square trap or pitfall, lurking, undreamed of, in the façade of an honest tradesman's dwelling. The three passengers had in divers manners expressed their sympathy with the invalid traveller; but their courtesies had not been responded to with any evidence of gratitude or heartiness. The young man had answered his companions in an absent fashion, scarcely deigning to look at them as he spoke; speaking altogether with the air of some sleep walker, who roams hither and thither absorbed in a dreadful dream, making a world for himself, and peopling it with horrible images unknown to those about him. Had he been ill? Yes, very ill. He had had a railway accident, and then brain fever. He had been ill for a long time. Somebody asked him how long. He shuffled about upon the cushions, and groaned aloud at this question, to the alarm of the man who had asked it. "How long?" he cried, in a fierce agony of mental or bodily uneasiness. "How long? 2 months, 3 months, ever since the 15th of August." Then another passenger, looking at the young man's very evident sufferings from a commercial point of view, asked him whether he had had any compensation. "Compensation!" cried the invalid. "What compensation?" "Compensation from the railway company. I hope you've a strong case against them, for you've evidently been a terrible sufferer." It was dreadful to see the way in which the sick man writhed under this question. "Compensation!" he cried. "What compensation can they give me for an accident that shut me in a living grave for 3 months, that separated me from You don't know what you're talking about, sir," he added suddenly. "I can't think of this business patiently. I can't be reasonable. If they'd hacked me to pieces, I shouldn't have cared. I've been under a red-hot Indian sun, when we fellows couldn't see the sky above us for the smoke of the cannons and the flashing of the sabres about our heads, and I'm not afraid of a little cutting and smashing, more or less. But when I think what others may have suffered through, I'm almost mad, and—" He couldn't say any more, for the intensity of his passion had shaken him as a leaf is shaken by a whirlwind; and he fell back upon the cushions, trembling in every limb, and groaning aloud. His fellow passengers looked at each other rather nervously, and 2 out of the 3 entertained serious thoughts of changing carriages when the express stopped midway between London and Lincoln. But they were reassured by and by, for the invalid, who was Captain Edward Arundel, or that pale shadow of the dashing young cavalry officer who had risen from a sick bed, relapsed into silence, and displayed no more alarming symptoms than that perpetual restlessness and disquietude which is cruelly wearying even to the strongest nerves. He only spoke once more, and that was when the short day, in which there had been no actual sunlight, was closing in, and the journey nearly finished, when he startled his companions by crying out suddenly, "Oh, my God, will this journey never come to an end? Shall I never be put out of this horrible suspense?" The journey, or at any rate Captain Arundel's share of it, came to an end almost immediately afterwards, for the train stopped at Swampington, and while the invalid was staggering feebly to his feet, eager to scramble out of the carriage, his servant came to the door to assist and support him. "You seem to have borne the journey wonderful, sir," said the man respectfully, as he tried to rearrange his master's wrappings, and to do as much as circumstances, and the young man's restless impatience, would allow of being done for his comfort. "I have suffered the tortures of the infernal regions, Morrison," Captain Arundel ejaculated, in answer to his attendant's congratulatory address. "Get me a fly directly. I must go to the Towers at once." "Not to night, sir, surely," the servant remonstrated in a tone of alarm. "Your ma and the doctor said you must rest at Swampington for a night." "I'll rest nowhere till I've been to Marchmont Towers," answered the young soldier passionately. "If I must walk there, if I'm to drop down dead on the road, I'll go. If the cornfields between this and the Towers were a blazing prairie or a raging sea, I'd go. Get me a fly, man, and don't talk to me of my mother or the doctors. I'm going to look for my wife. Get me a fly." This demand for a commonplace hackney vehicle sounded rather like an anti-climax, after the young man's talk of blazing prairies and raging seas. But passionate reality has no ridiculous side, and Edward Arundel's most foolish words were sublime by reason of their earnestness. "Get me a fly, Morrison," he said, grinding his heel upon the platform in the intensity of his impatience. "Or stay, we should gain more in the end if you were to go to the George. It's not 10 minutes' walk from here. One of the porters will take you; the people there know me, and they'll let you have some vehicle, with a pair of horses and a clever driver. Tell them it's for an errand of life and death, and that Captain Arundel will pay them 3 times their usual price, or 6 times if they wish. Tell them anything, so long as you get what we want." The valet, an old servant of Edward Arundel's father, was carried away by the young man's mad impetuosity. The vitality of this broken down invalid, whose physical weakness contrasted strangely with his mental energy, bore down upon the grave manlike servant like an avalanche, and carried him whither it would. He was fain to abandon all hope of being true to the promises which he had given to Mrs. Arundel and the medical men, and to yield himself to the will of the fiery young soldier. He left Edward Arundel sitting upon a chair in the solitary waiting room, and hurried after the porter, who had volunteered to show him the way to the George Inn, the most prosperous hotel in Swampington. The valet had good reason to be astonished by his young master's energy and determination; for Mary Marchmont's husband was as one rescued from the very jaws of death. For 11 weeks after that terrible concussion upon the South Western Railway, Edward Arundel had lain in a state of coma, helpless, mindless, all the story of his life blotted away, and his brain transformed into as blank a page as if he had been an infant lying on his mother's knees. A fractured skull had been the young captain's chief share in those injuries which were dealt out pretty freely to the travellers in the Exeter mail on the 15th of August; and the young man had been conveyed to Dangerfield Park, whilst his father's corpse lay in stately solemnity in one of the chief rooms, almost as much a corpse as that dead father. Mrs. Arundel's troubles had come, as the troubles of rich and prosperous people often do come, in a sudden avalanche, that threatened to overwhelm the tender-hearted matron. She had been summoned from Germany to attend her husband's deathbed, and she was called away from her faithful watch beside that deathbed to hear tidings of the accident that had befallen her younger son. Neither the Dorsetshire doctor, who attended the stricken traveller upon his homeward journey, and brought the strong man, helpless as a child, to claim the same tender devotion that had watched over his infancy, nor the Devonshire doctors who were summoned to Dangerfield, gave any hope of their patient's recovery. The sufferer might linger for years, they said, but his existence would be only a living death, a horrible blank, which it was a cruelty to wish prolonged. But when a great London surgeon appeared upon the scene, a new light, a wonderful gleam of hope, shone in upon the blackness of the mother's despair. This great London surgeon, who was a very unassuming and matter-of-fact little man, and who seemed in a great hurry to earn his fee and run back to Savile Row by the next express, made a brief examination of the patient, asked a very few sharp and trenchant questions of the reverential provincial medical practitioners, and then declared that the chief cause of Edward Arundel's state lay in the fact that a portion of the skull was depressed, a splinter pressed upon the brain. The provincial practitioners opened their eyes very wide, and one of them ventured to mutter something to the effect that he had thought as much for a long time. The London surgeon further stated that until the pressure was removed from the patient's brain, Captain Edward Arundel would remain in precisely the same state as that into which he had fallen immediately upon the accident. The splinter could only be removed by a very critical operation, and this operation must be deferred until the patient's bodily strength was in some measure restored. The surgeon gave brief but decisive directions to the provincial medical men as to the treatment of their patient during this interregnum, and then departed, after promising to return as soon as Captain Arundel was in a fit state for the operation. This period did not arrive till the first week in November, when the Devonshire doctors ventured to declare their patient's shattered frame in a great measure renovated by their devoted attention, and the tender care of the best of mothers. The great surgeon came. The critical operation was performed with such eminent success as to merit a very long description, which afterwards appeared in the Lancet; and slowly, like the gradual lifting of a curtain, the black shadows passed away from Edward Arundel's mind, and the memory of the past returned to him. It was then that he raved madly about his young wife, perpetually demanding that she might be summoned to him, continually declaring that some great misfortune would befall her if she were not brought to his side, that even in his feebleness he might defend and protect her. His mother mistook his vehemence for the raving of delirium; the doctors fell into the same error, and treated him for brain fever. It was only when the young soldier demonstrated to him that he could, by making an effort over himself, be as reasonable as they were, that he convinced them of their mistake. Then he begged to be left alone with his mother, and with his feverish hands clasped in hers, asked her the meaning of her black dress, and the reason why his young wife had not come to him. He learned that his mother's mourning garments were worn in memory of his dead father. He learned also, after much bewilderment and passionate questioning, that no tidings of Mary Marchmont had ever come to Dangerfield. It was then that the young man told his mother the story of his marriage; how that marriage had been contracted in haste, but with no real desire for secrecy; how he had, out of mere idleness, put off writing to his friends until that last fatal night, and how, at the very moment when the pen was in his hand and the paper spread out before him, the different claims of a double duty had torn him asunder, and he had been summoned from the companionship of his bride to the deathbed of his father. Mrs. Arundel tried in vain to set her son's mind at rest upon the subject of his wife's silence. "No, mother," he cried, "it is useless talking to me. You don't know my poor darling. She has the courage of a heroine, as well as the simplicity of a child. There has been some foul play at the bottom of this. It is treachery that has kept my wife from me. She would have come here on foot had she been free to come. I know whose hand is in this business. Olivia Marchmont has kept my poor girl a prisoner. Olivia Marchmont has set herself between me and my darling." "But you don't know this, Edward." "I'll write to Mr. Paulette. He will be able to tell us what has happened." The young man writhed in a sudden paroxysm of mental agony. "Write to Mr. Paulette!" he exclaimed. "No, mother, there shall be no delay, no waiting for return posts. That sort of torture would kill me in a few hours. No, mother, I will go to my wife by the first train that will take me on my way to Lincolnshire." "You will go! You, Edward, in your state?" There was a terrible outburst of remonstrance and entreaty on the part of the poor mother. Mrs. Arundel went down upon her knees before her son, imploring him not to leave Dangerfield till his strength was recovered; imploring him to let her telegraph a summons to Richard Paulette; to let her go herself to Marchmont Towers in search of Mary; to do anything rather than carry out the one mad purpose that he was bent on, the purpose of going himself to look for his wife. The mother's tears and prayers were vain. No adamant was ever firmer than the young soldier. "She is my wife, mother," he said. "I have sworn to protect and cherish her; and I have reason to think she has fallen into merciless hands. If I die upon the road, I must go to her. It is not a case in which I can do my duty by proxy. Every moment I delay is a wrong to that poor helpless girl. Be reasonable, dear mother, I implore you. I should suffer 50 times more by the torture of suspense if I stayed here, than I could possibly suffer in a railroad journey from here to Lincolnshire." The soldier's strong will triumphed over every opposition. The provincial doctors held up their hands, and protested against the madness of their patient, but without avail. All that either Mrs. Arundel or the doctors could do was to make such preparations and arrangements as would render the weary journey easier, and it was under the mother's superintendence that the air cushions, the brandy flasks, the hartshorn, sal volatile, and railway rugs had been provided for the Captain's comfort. It was thus that, after a blank interval of 3 months, Edward Arundel, like some creature newly risen from the grave, returned to Swampington, upon his way to Marchmont Towers. The delay seemed endless to this restless passenger, sitting in the empty waiting room of the quiet Lincolnshire station, though the ostler and stable boys at the George were bestirring themselves with good will, urged on by Mr. Morris's promises of liberal reward for their trouble, and though the man who was to drive the carriage lost no time in arraying himself for the journey. Captain Arundel looked at his watch 3 times while he sat in that dreary Swampington waiting room. There was a clock over the mantelpiece, but he would not trust to that. 8 o'clock, he muttered. "It will be 10 before I get to the Towers, if the carriage doesn't come directly." He got up and walked from the waiting room to the platform, and from the platform to the door of the station. He was so weak as to be obliged to support himself with his stick, and even with that help he tottered and reeled sometimes like a drunken man; but in his eager impatience he was almost unconscious of his own weakness. "Will it never come?" he muttered. "Will it never come?" At last, after an intolerable delay, as it seemed to the young man, the carriage and pair from the George Inn rattled up to the door of the station, with Mr. Morrison upon the box, and a postillion loosely balanced upon one of the long-legged, long-backed, bony grey horses. Edward Arundel got into the vehicle before his valet could alight to assist him. "Marchmont Towers," he cried to the postillion, "and a £5 note if you get there in less than an hour." He flung some money to the officials who had gathered about the door to witness his departure, and who had eagerly pressed forward to render him that assistance which, even in his weakness, he disdained. These men looked gravely at each other as the carriage dashed off into the fog, blundering and reeling as it went along the narrow half-made road that led from the desert patch of waste ground upon which the station was built into the High Street of Swampington. "Marchmont Towers," said one of the men, in a tone that seemed to imply that there was something ominous even in the name of the Lincolnshire mansion. "What does he want at Marchmont Towers, I wonder?" "Why, don't you know who he is, mate?" responded the other man, contemptuously. "No. He's Parson Arundel's nevy, the young officer that some folks said ran away with the poor young miss oop at the Towers." "My word, is he now? Why, I shouldn't ha' known him. No, he's almost like the ghost of what he was, poor young chap. I've heerd as he was in that accident as happened last August on the Sou' Western." The railway official shrugged his shoulders. "It's all a queer story," he said. "I can't make out naught about it; but I know I shouldn't care to go up to the Towers after dark." Marchmont Towers had evidently fallen into rather evil repute amongst these simple Lincolnshire people. The carriage in which Edward Arundel rode was a superannuated old chariot, whose uneasy springs rattled and shook the sick man to pieces. He groaned aloud every now and then from sheer physical agony; and yet I almost doubt if he knew that he suffered, so superior in its intensity was the pain of his mind to every bodily torture. Whatever consciousness he had of his racked and aching limbs was as nothing in comparison to the racking anguish of suspense, the intolerable agony of anxiety, which seemed multiplied by every moment. He sat with his face turned towards the open window of the carriage, looking out steadily into the night. There was nothing before him but a blank darkness and thick fog, and a flat country blotted out by the falling rain; but he strained his eyes until the pupils dilated painfully, in his desire to recognise some landmark in the hidden prospect. "When shall I get there?" he cried aloud in a paroxysm of rage and grief. "My own one, my pretty one, my wife, when shall I get to you?" He clenched his thin hands until the nails cut into his flesh. He stamped upon the floor of the carriage. He cursed the rusty creaking springs, the slow-footed horses, the pools of water through which the wretched animals floundered pastern deep. He cursed the darkness of the night, the stupidity of the postillion, the length of the way, everything and anything that kept him back from the end which he wanted to reach. At last the end came. The carriage drew up before the tall iron gates, behind which stretched, dreary and desolate as some patch of common land, that melancholy waste which was called a park. A light burned dimly in the lower window of the lodge, a little spot that twinkled faintly red and luminous through the darkness and the rain; but the iron gates were as closely shut as if Marchmont Towers had been a prison house. Edward Arundel was in no mood to linger long for the opening of those gates. He sprang from the carriage, reckless of the weakness of his cramped limbs, before the valet could descend from the rickety box seat, or the postillion could get off his horse, and shook the wet and rusty iron bars with his own wasted hands. The gates rattled, but resisted the concussion. They had evidently been locked for the night. The young man seized an iron ring, dangling at the end of a chain, which hung beside one of the stone pillars, and rang a peal that resounded like an alarm signal through the darkness. A fierce watch dog far away in the distance howled dismally at the summons, and the dissonant shriek of a peacock sounded across the flat. The door of the lodge was opened about 5 minutes after the bell had rung, and an old man peered out into the night, holding a candle shaded by his feeble hand, and looking suspiciously towards the gate. "Who is it?" he said. "It is I, Captain Arundel. Open the gate, please." The man, who was very old, and whose intellect seemed to have grown as dim and foggy as the night itself, reflected for a few moments, and then mumbled, "Cap'n Arundel! Ay, to be sure, to be sure. Parson Arundel's nevy. Ay, ay." He went back into the lodge, to the disgust and aggravation of the young soldier, who rattled fiercely at the gate once more in his impatience. But the old man emerged presently, as tranquil as if the blank November night had been some sunshiny noontide in July, carrying a lantern and a bunch of keys, one of which he proceeded in a leisurely manner to apply to the great lock of the gate. "Let me in!" cried Edward Arundel. "Man alive, do you think I came down here to stand all night staring through these iron bars? Is Marchmont Towers a prison, that you should shut your gates as if they were never to be opened until the day of judgment?" The old man responded with a feeble, chirpy laugh, an audible grin, senile and conciliatory. "We've no need to keep the gates open after dark," he said. "Folk don't come to the Towers after dark." He had succeeded by this time in turning the key in the lock. One of the gates rolled slowly back upon its rusty hinges, creaking and groaning as if in hoarse protest against all visitors to the Towers; and Edward Arundel entered the dreary domain which John Marchmont had inherited from his kinsman. The postillion turned his horses from the high road without the gates into the broad drive leading up to the mansion. Far away, across the wet flats, the broad western front of that gaunt stone dwelling place frowned upon the travellers, its black grimness only relieved by 2 or 3 dim red patches, that told of lighted windows and human habitation. It was rather difficult to associate friendly flesh and blood with Marchmont Towers on this dark November night. The nervous traveller would have rather expected to find diabolical denizens lurking within those black and stony walls. hideous enchantments beneath that rain bespattered roof, weird and incarnate horrors brooding by deserted hearths, and fearful shrieks of souls in perpetual pain breaking upon the stillness of the night. Edward Arundel had no thought of these things. He knew that the place was darksome and gloomy, and that in very spite of himself he had always been unpleasantly impressed by it; but he knew nothing more. He only wanted to reach the house without delay, and to ask for the young wife whom he had parted with upon a balmy August evening 3 months before. He wanted this passionately, almost madly, and every moment made his impatience wilder, his anxiety more intense. It seemed as if all the journey from Dangerfield Park to Lincolnshire was as nothing compared to the space that still lay between him and Marchmont Towers. "We've done it in double quick time, sir," the postillion said, complacently pointing to the steaming sides of his horses. "Master'll give it to me for driving the beasts like this." Edward Arundel looked at the panting animals. They had brought him quickly, then, though the way had seemed so long. "You shall have a £5 note, my lad," he said, "if you get me up to the yonder house in 5 minutes." He had his hand upon the door of the carriage, and was leaning against it for support while he tried to recover enough strength with which to clamber into the vehicle, when his eye was caught by some white object flapping in the rain against the stone pillar of the gate, and made dimly visible in a flickering patch of light from the lodge keeper's lantern. "What's that?" he cried, pointing to this white spot upon the moss grown stone. The old man slowly raised his eyes to the spot towards which the soldier's finger pointed. "That?" he mumbled. "Ay, to be sure, to be sure. Poor young lady! That's the printed bill as they stook up. It's the printed bill, to be sure, to be sure. I'd a'most forgot it. It ain't been much good, anyhow, and I'd a'most forgot it." "The printed bill! The young lady!" gasped Edward Arundel in a hoarse, choking voice. He snatched the lantern from the lodge keeper's hand, with a force that sent the old man reeling and tottering several paces backward, and rushing to the stone pillar, held the light up above his head, on a level with the white placard which had attracted his notice. It was damp and dilapidated at the edges, but that which was printed upon it was as visible to the soldier as though each commonplace character had been a fiery sign inscribed upon a blazing scroll. This was the announcement which Edward Arundel read upon the gate post of Marchmont Towers: £100 reward. Whereas Miss Mary Marchmont left her home on Wednesday last, October 17th, and has not since been heard of, this is to give notice that the above award will be given to any one who shall afford such information as will lead to her recovery if she be alive, or to the discovery of her body if she be dead. The missing young lady is 18 years of age, rather below the middle height, of fair complexion, light brown hair, and hazel eyes. When she left her home, she had on a grey silk dress, grey shawl, and straw bonnet. She was last seen near the river side upon the afternoon of Wednesday, the 17th instant. Marchmont Towers, October 20th, 1848. End of Chapter 6, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7. Face to Face. It is not easy to imagine a lion-hearted young cavalry officer, whose soldiership in the Punjab had won the praises of a Napier and an Outram, fainting away like a heroine of romance at the coming of evil tidings; but Edward Arundel, who had risen from a sick bed to take a long and fatiguing journey in utter defiance of the doctors, was not strong enough to bear the dreadful welcome that greeted him upon the gate post at Marchmont Towers. He staggered, and would have fallen, had not the extended arms of his father's confidential servant been luckily opened to receive and support him. But he did not lose his senses. "Get me into the carriage, Morrison," he cried; "get me up to that house. They've tortured and tormented my wife while I've been lying like a log on my bed at Dangerfield. For God's sake, get me up there as quick as you can." Mr. Morrison had read the placard on the gate across his young master's shoulder. He lifted the Captain into the carriage, shouted to the postillion to drive on, and took his seat by the young man's side. "Begging your pardon, Mr. Edward," he said gently, "but the young lady may be found by this time. That bill's been sticking there for upwards of a month, you see, sir, and it isn't likely but what Miss Marchmont has been found between that time and this." The invalid passed his hand across his forehead, down which the cold sweat rolled in great beads. "Give me some brandy," he whispered. "Pour some brandy down my throat, Morrison, if you've any compassion upon me. I must get strength somehow for the struggle that lies before me." The valet took a wicker-covered flask from his pocket, and put the neck of it to Edward Arundel's lips. "She may be found, Morrison," muttered the young man, after drinking a long draught of the fiery spirit. He would willingly have drunk living fire itself, in his desire to obtain unnatural strength in this crisis. "Yes, you're right there. She may be found. But to think that she should have been driven away! To think that my poor, helpless, tender girl should have been driven a second time from the home that is her own, yes, her own by every law and every right! Oh, the relentless devil, the pitiless devil! What can be the motive of her conduct? Is it madness, or the infernal cruelty of a fiend incarnate?" Mr. Morrison thought that his young master's brain had been disordered by the shock he had just undergone, and that this wild talk was mere delirium. "Keep your heart up, Mr. Edward," he murmured soothingly. "You may rely upon it, the young lady has been found." But Edward was in no mind to listen to any mild consolatory remarks from his valet. He had thrust his head out of the carriage window, and his eyes were fixed upon the dimly lighted casements of the western drawing room. "The room in which John and Polly and I used to sit together when first I came from India," he murmured. "How happy we were! How happy we were!" The carriage stopped before the stone portico, and the young man got out once more, assisted by his servant. His breath came short and quick now that he stood upon the threshold. He pushed aside the servant who opened the familiar door at the summons of the clanging bell, and strode into the hall. A fire burned on the wide hearth, but the atmosphere of the great stone paved chamber was damp and chilly. Captain Arundel walked straight to the door of the western drawing room. It was there that he had seen lights in the windows; it was there that he expected to find Olivia Marchmont. He was not mistaken. A shaded lamp burnt dimly on a table near the fire. There was a low invalid chair beside this table, an open book upon the floor, and an Indian shawl, one he had sent to his cousin, flung carelessly upon the pillows. The neglected fire burned low in the old-fashioned grate, and above the dull red blaze stood the figure of a woman, tall, dark, and gloomy of aspect. It was Olivia Marchmont, in the mourning robes that she had worn, with but one brief intermission, ever since her husband's death. Her profile was turned towards the door by which Edward Arundel entered the room. Her eyes were bent steadily upon the low heap of burning ashes in the grate. Even in that doubtful light the young man could see that her features were sharpened, and that a settled frown had contracted her straight black brows. In her fixed attitude, in her air of death-like tranquillity, this woman resembled some sinful vestal sister, set, against her will, to watch a sacred fire, and brooding moodily over her crimes. She did not hear the opening of the door; she had not even heard the trampling of the horses' hoofs, or the crashing of the wheels upon the gravel before the house. There were times when her sense of external things was, as it were, suspended and absorbed in the intensity of her obstinate despair. "Olivia," said the soldier. Mrs. Marchmont looked up at the sound of that accusing voice, for there was something in Edward Arundel's simple enunciation of her name which seemed like an accusation or a menace. She looked up with a great terror in her face, and stared aghast at her unexpected visitor. Her white cheeks, her trembling lips, and dilated eyes could not have more palpably expressed a great and absorbing horror, had the young man standing quietly before her been a corpse newly risen from its grave. "Olivia Marchmont," said Captain Arundel, after a brief pause, "I have come here to look for my wife." The woman pushed her trembling hands across her forehead, brushing the dead black hair from her temples, and still staring with the same unutterable horror at the face of her cousin. Several times she tried to speak, but the broken syllables died away in her throat in hoarse, inarticulate mutterings. At last, with a great effort, the words came. "I never expected to see you," she said. "I heard that you were very ill. I heard that you—" "You heard that I was dying," interrupted Edward Arundel, "or that, if I lived, I should drag out the rest of my existence in hopeless idiocy. The doctors thought as much a week ago, when one of them, cleverer than the rest, I suppose, had the courage to perform an operation that restored me to consciousness. Sense and memory came back to me by degrees. The thick veil that had shrouded the past was rent asunder, and the first image that came to me was the image of my young wife, as I had seen her upon the night of our parting. For more than 3 months I had been dead. I was suddenly restored to life. I asked those about me to give me tidings of my wife. Had she sought me out? Had she followed me to Dangerfield? No; they could tell me nothing. They thought that I was delirious, and tried to soothe me with compassionate speeches, merciful falsehoods, promising me that I should see my darling. But I soon read the secret of their scared looks. I saw pity and wonder mingled in my mother's face, and I entreated her to be merciful to me, and to tell me the truth. She had compassion upon me, and told me all she knew, which was very little. She had never heard from my wife. She had never heard of any marriage between Mary Marchmont and me. The only communication which she had received from any of her Lincolnshire relations had been a letter from my uncle Hubert, in reply to one of hers telling him of my hopeless state. This was the shock that fell upon me when life and memory came back. I could not bear the imprisonment of a sick bed. I felt that for the second time I must go out into the world to look for my darling; and in defiance of the doctors, in defiance of my poor mother, who thought that my departure from Dangerfield was a suicide, I am here. It is here that I come first to seek for my wife. I might have stopped in London to see Richard Paulette. I might sooner have gained tidings of my darling. But I came here. I came here without stopping by the way, because an uncontrollable instinct and an unreasoning impulse tells me that it is here I ought to seek her. I am here, her husband, her only true and legitimate defender, and woe be to those who stand between me and my wife." He had spoken rapidly in his passion, and he stopped, exhausted by his own vehemence, and sank heavily into a chair near the lamplit table. Then, for the first time that night, Olivia Marchmont plainly saw her cousin's face, and saw the terrible change that had transformed the handsome young soldier since the bright August morning on which he had gone forth from Marchmont Towers. She saw the traces of a long and wearisome illness sadly visible in his waxen hued complexion, his hollow cheeks, the faded lustre of his eyes, his dry and pallid lips. She saw all this, the woman whose one great sin had been to love this man wickedly and madly, in spite of her better self, in spite of her womanly pride. She saw the change in him that had altered him from a young Apollo to a shattered and broken invalid. And did any revulsion of feeling arise in her breast? Did any corresponding transformation in her own heart bear witness to the baseness of her love? No. 1,000 times no. There was no thrill of disgust, how transient soever; not so much as one passing shudder of painful surprise, one pang of womanly regret. No. In place of these, a passionate yearning arose in this woman's haughty soul, a flood of sudden tenderness rushed across the black darkness of her mind. She fain would have flung herself upon her knees, in loving self abasement, at the sick man's feet. She fain would have cried aloud, amid a tempest of passionate sobs, "O my love, you are dearer to me 100 times by this cruel change. It was not your bright blue eyes and waving chestnut hair, it was not your handsome face, your brave soldier-like bearing that I loved. My love was not so base as that. I inflicted a cruel outrage upon myself when I thought that I was the weak fool of a handsome face. Whatever I have been, my love, at least, has been pure. My love is pure, though I am base. I will never slander that again, for I know now that it is immortal." In the sudden rush of that flood tide of love and tenderness, all these thoughts welled into Olivia Marchmont's mind. In all her sin and desperation, she had never been so true a woman as now. She had never, perhaps, been so near being a good woman. But the tender emotion was swept out of her breast the next moment by the first words of Edward Arundel. "Why do you not answer my question?" he said. She drew herself up in the erect and rigid attitude that had become almost habitual to her. Every trace of womanly feeling faded out of her face, as the sunlight disappears behind the sudden darkness of a thunder cloud. "What question?" she asked with icy indifference. "The question I have come to Lincolnshire to ask; the question I have perilled my life, perhaps, to ask," cried the young man. "Where is my wife?" The widow turned upon him with a horrible smile. "I never heard that you were married," she said. "Who is your wife?" "Mary Marchmont, the mistress of this house." Olivia opened her eyes, and looked at him in half sardonic surprise. "Then it was not a fable," she said. "What was not a fable?" "The unhappy girl spoke the truth when she said that you had married her at some out of the way church in Lambeth." "The truth, yes," cried Edward Arundel. "Who should dare to say that she spoke other than the truth? Who should dare to disbelieve her?" Olivia Marchmont smiled again, that same strange smile which was almost too horrible for humanity, and yet had a certain dark and gloomy grandeur of its own. Satan, the star of the morning, may have so smiled despairing defiance upon the archangel Michael. "Unfortunately," she said, "no one believed the poor child. Her story was such a very absurd one, and she could bring forward no shred of evidence in support of it." "O my God!" ejaculated Edward Arundel, clasping his hands above his head in a paroxysm of rage and despair. "I see it all, I see it all! My darling has been tortured to death. Woman," he cried, "are you possessed by 1,000 fiends? Is there no one sentiment of womanly compassion left in your breast? If there is one spark of womanhood in your nature, I appeal to that. I ask you what has happened to my wife." My wife, my wife! The reiteration of that familiar phrase was to Olivia Marchmont like the perpetual thrust of a dagger aimed at an open wound. It struck every time upon the same tortured spot, and inflicted the same agony. "The placard upon the gates of this place can tell you as much as I can," she said. The ghastly whiteness of the soldier's face told her that he had seen the placard of which she spoke. "She has not been found, then?" he said, hoarsely. "No." "How did she disappear?" "As she disappeared upon the morning on which you followed her. She wandered out of the house, this time leaving no letter, nor message, nor explanation of any kind whatever. It was in the middle of the day that she went out, and for some time her absence caused no alarm; but after some hours she was waited for and watched for very anxiously. Then a search was made." "Where?" "Wherever she had at any time been in the habit of walking: in the park, in the wood, along the narrow path by the water, at Pollard's farm, at Hester's house at Kemberling, in every place where it might be reasonably imagined there was the slightest chance of finding her." "And all this was without result?" "It was." "Why did she leave this place? God help you, Olivia Marchmont, if it was your cruelty that drove her away." The widow took no notice of the threat implied in these words. Was there anything upon earth that she feared now? No, nothing. Had she not endured the worst long ago, in Edward Arundel's contempt? She had no fear of a battle with this man, or with any other creature in the world, or with the whole world arrayed and banded together against her, if need were. Amongst all the torments of those black depths to which her soul had gone down, there was no such thing as fear. That cowardly baseness is for the happy and prosperous, who have something to lose. This woman was by nature dauntless and resolute as the hero of some classic story; but in her despair she had the desperate and reckless courage of a starving wolf. The hand of death was upon her. What could it matter how she died? "I am very grateful to you, Edward Arundel," she said bitterly, "for the good opinion you have always had of me. The blood of the Dangerfield Arundels must have had some drop of poison intermingled with it, I should think, before it could produce so vile a creature as myself; and yet I have heard people say that my mother was a good woman." The young man writhed impatiently beneath the torture of his cousin's deliberate speech. Was there to be no end to this unendurable delay? Even now that he was in this house, face to face with the woman he had come to question, it seemed as if he could not get tidings of his wife. So often in his dreams he had headed a besieging party against the Affghans, with the scaling ladders reared against the wall. He had seen the dark faces grinning down upon him, all savage glaring eyes and fierce glistening teeth, and had heard the voices of his men urging him on to the encounter, but had felt himself paralysed and helpless, with his sabre weak as a withered reed in his nerveless hand. "For God's sake, let there be no quarrelling with phrases between you and me, Olivia," he cried. "If you or any other living being have injured my wife, the reckoning between us shall be no light one. But there will be time enough to talk of that by and by. I stand before you, newly risen from a grave in which I have lain for more than 3 months, as dead to the world, and to every creature I have ever loved or hated, as if the funeral service had been read over my coffin. I come to demand from you an account of what has happened during that interval. If you palter or prevaricate with me, I shall know that it is because you fear to tell me the truth." "Fear!" "Yes; you have good reason to fear, if you have wronged Mary Arundel. Why did she leave this house?" "Because she was not happy in it, I suppose. She chose to shut herself up in her own room, and to refuse to be governed, or advised, or consoled. I tried to do my duty to her. Yes," cried Olivia Marchmont, suddenly raising her voice, as if she had been vehemently contradicted. "Yes, I did try to do my duty to her. I urged her to listen to reason. I begged her to abandon her foolish falsehood about a marriage with you in London." "You disbelieved in that marriage?" "I did," answered Olivia. "You lie!" cried Edward Arundel. "You knew the poor child had spoken the truth. You knew her, you knew me, well enough to know that I should not have detained her away from her home an hour, except to make her my wife, except to give myself the strongest right to love and defend her." "I knew nothing of the kind, Captain Arundel. You and Mary Marchmont had taken good care to keep your secrets from me. I knew nothing of your plots, your intentions. I should have considered that one of the Dangerfield Arundels would have thought his honour sullied by such an act as a stolen marriage with an heiress considerably under age, and nominally in the guardianship of her stepmother. I did, therefore, disbelieve the story Mary Marchmont told me. Another person, much more experienced than I, also disbelieved the unhappy girl's account of her absence." "Another person! What other person?" "Mr. Marchmont." "Mr. Marchmont?" "Yes; Paul Marchmont, my husband's first cousin." A sudden cry of rage and grief broke from Edward Arundel's lips. "Oh, my God!" he exclaimed, "there was some foundation for the warning in John Marchmont's letter after all; and I laughed at him. I laughed at my poor friend's fears." The widow looked at her kinsman in mute wonder. "Has Paul Marchmont been in this house?" he asked. "Yes." "When was he here?" "He has been here often. He comes here constantly. He has been living at Kemberling for the last 3 months." "Why?" "For his own pleasure, I suppose," Olivia answered haughtily. "It is no business of mine to pry into Mr. Marchmont's motives." Edward Arundel ground his teeth in an excess of ungovernable passion. It was not against Olivia, but against himself, this time, that he was enraged. He hated himself for the arrogant folly, the obstinate presumption with which he had ridiculed and slighted John Marchmont's vague fears of his kinsman Paul. "So this man has been here, is here constantly," he muttered. "Of course, it is only natural that he should hang about the place. And you and he are staunch allies, I suppose?" he added, turning upon Olivia. "Staunch allies! Why?" "Because you both hate my wife." "What do you mean?" "You both hate her; you, out of a base envy of her wealth; because of her superior rights, which made you a secondary person in this house, perhaps. There is nothing else for which you could hate her. Paul Marchmont, because she stands between him and a fortune. Heaven help her! Heaven help my poor, gentle, guileless darling! Surely Heaven must have had some pity upon her when her husband was not by." The young man dashed the blinding tears from his eyes. They were the first that he had shed since he had risen from that which many people had thought his dying bed, to search for his wife. But this was no time for tears or lamentations. Stern determination took the place of tender pity and sorrowful love. It was a time for resolution and promptitude. "Olivia Marchmont," he said, "there has been some foul play in this business. My wife has been missing a month; yet when I asked my mother what had happened at this house during my illness, she could tell me nothing. Why did you not write to tell her of Mary's flight?" "Because Mrs. Arundel has never done me the honour to cultivate any intimacy between us. My father writes to his sister in law sometimes. I scarcely ever write to my aunt. On the other hand, your mother had never seen Mary Marchmont, and could not be expected to take any great interest in her proceedings. There was therefore no reason for my writing a special letter to announce the trouble that had befallen me." "You might have written to my mother about my marriage. You might have applied to her for confirmation of the story which you disbelieved." Olivia Marchmont smiled. "Should I have received that confirmation?" she said. "No. I saw your mother's letters to my father. There was no mention in those letters of any marriage, no mention whatever of Mary Marchmont. This in itself was enough to confirm my disbelief. Was it reasonable to imagine that you would have married, and yet have left your mother in total ignorance of the fact?" "Oh, God help me!" cried Edward Arundel, wringing his hands. "It seems as if my own folly, my own vile procrastination, have brought this trouble upon my wife. Olivia Marchmont, have pity upon me. If you hate this girl, your malice must surely have been satisfied by this time. She has suffered enough. Pity me, and help me, if you have any human feeling in your breast. She left this house because her life here had grown unendurable; because she saw herself doubted, disbelieved, widowed in the first month of her marriage, utterly desolate and friendless. Another woman might have borne up against all this misery. Another woman would have known how to assert herself, and to defend herself, even in the midst of her sorrow and desolation. But my poor darling is a child, a baby in ignorance of the world. How should she protect herself against her enemies? Her only instinct was to run away from her persecutors, to hide herself from those whose pretended doubts flung the horror of dishonour upon her. I can understand all now. I can understand. Olivia Marchmont, this man Paul has a strong reason for being a villain. The motives that have induced you to do wrong must be very small in comparison to his. He plays an infamous game, I believe, but he plays for a high stake." A high stake! Had not she perilled her soul upon the casting of this die? Had she not flung down her eternal happiness in that fatal game of hazard? "Help me then, Olivia," said Edward imploringly; "help me to find my wife, and atone for all that you have ever done amiss in the past. It is not too late." His voice softened as he spoke. He turned to her, with his hands clasped, waiting anxiously for her answer. Perhaps this appeal was the last cry of her good angel, pleading against the devils for her redemption. But the devils had too long held possession of this woman's breast. They arose, arrogant and unpitying, and hardened her heart against that pleading voice. "How much he loves her!" thought Olivia Marchmont. "How dearly he loves her! For her sake he humiliates himself to me." Then, with no show of relenting in her voice or manner, she said deliberately, "I can only tell you again what I told you before. The placard you saw at the park gates can tell you as much as I can. Mary Marchmont ran away. She was sought for in every direction, but without success. Mr. Marchmont, who is a man of the world, and better able to suggest what is right in such a case as this, advised that Mr. Paulette should be sent for. He was accordingly communicated with. He came, and instituted a fresh search. He also caused a bill to be printed and distributed through the country. Advertisements were inserted in the Times and other papers. For some reason, I forget what reason, Mary Marchmont's name did not appear in these advertisements. They were so worded as to render the publication of the name unnecessary." Edward Arundel pushed his hand across his forehead. "Richard Paulette has been here?" he murmured, in a low voice. He had every confidence in the lawyer, and a deadly chill came over him at the thought that the cool, hard headed solicitor had failed to find the missing girl. "Yes, he was here 2 or 3 days." "And he could do nothing?" "Nothing, except what I have told you." The young man thrust his hand into his breast, to still the cruel beating of his heart. A sudden terror had taken possession of him, a horrible dread that he should never look upon his young wife's face again. For some minutes there was a dead silence in the room, only broken once or twice by the falling of some ashes on the hearth. Captain Arundel sat with his face hidden behind his hand. Olivia still stood as she had stood when her cousin entered the room, erect and gloomy, by the old-fashioned chimney-piece. "There was something in that placard," the soldier said at last, in a hoarse, altered voice. "There was something about my wife having been seen last by the water side. Who saw her there?" "Mr. Weston, a surgeon of Kemberling, Paul Marchmont's brother in law." "Was she seen by no one else?" "Yes, she was seen at about the same time, a little sooner or later, we don't know which, by one of Farmer Pollard's men." "And she has never been seen since?" "Never; that is to say, we can hear of no one who has seen her." "At what time in the day was she seen by this Mr. Weston?" "At dusk, between 5 and 6 o'clock." Edward Arundel put his hand suddenly to his throat, as if to check some choking sensation that prevented his speaking. "Olivia," he said, "my wife was last seen by the river side. Does any one think that by any unhappy accident, by any terrible fatality, she lost her way after dark, and fell into the water; or that oh, God, that would be too terrible! Does any one suspect that she drowned herself?" "Many things have been said since her disappearance," Olivia Marchmont answered. "Some people say one thing, some another." "And it has been said that she was drowned?" "Yes, many people have said so. The river was dragged while Mr. Paulette was here, and after he went away. The men were at work with the drags for more than a week." "And they found nothing?" "Nothing. Was there any other reason for supposing that my wife fell into the river?" "Only one reason." "What was that?" "I will show you," Olivia Marchmont answered. She took a bunch of keys from her pocket, and went to an old fashioned bureau or cabinet upon the other side of the room. She unlocked the upper part of this bureau, opened one of the drawers, and took from it something which she brought to Edward Arundel. This something was a little shoe of soft bronzed leather, stained and discoloured with damp and moss, and trodden down upon one side, as if the wearer had walked a weary way in it, and had been unaccustomed to so much walking. Edward Arundel remembered, in that brief, childishly happy honeymoon at the little village near Winchester, how often he had laughed at his young wife's propensity for walking about damp meadows in such delicate little slippers as were better adapted to the requirements of a ball-room. He remembered the slender foot, so small that he could take it in his hand, the feeble little foot that had grown tired in long wanderings by the Hampshire trout streams, but which had toiled on in heroic self-abnegation so long as it was the will of the Sultan to pedestrianise. "Was this found by the river side?" he asked, looking piteously at the slipper which Mrs. Marchmont had put into his hand. "Yes, it was found amongst the rushes on the shore, a mile below the spot at which Mr. Weston saw my stepdaughter." Edward Arundel put the little shoe into his bosom. I'll not believe it," he cried suddenly. "I'll not believe that my darling is lost to me. She was too good, far too good, to think of suicide; and Providence would never suffer my poor lonely child to be led away to a dreary death upon that dismal river shore. No, no; she fled away from this place because she was too wretched here. She went away to hide herself amongst those whom she could trust, until her husband came to claim her. I will believe anything in the world except that she is lost to me; and I will not believe that, I will never believe that, until I look down at her corpse, until I lay my hand on her cold breast, and feel that her true heart has ceased beating. As I went out of this place 4 months ago to look for her, I will go again now. My darling, my innocent pet, my childish bride, I will go to the very end of the world in search of you." The widow ground her teeth as she listened to her kinsman's passionate words. Why did he for ever goad her to blacker wickedness by this parade of his love for Mary? Why did he force her to remember every moment how much cause she had to hate this pale faced girl? Captain Arundel rose, and walked a few paces, leaning on his stick as he went. "You will sleep here to night, of course?" Olivia Marchmont said. "Sleep here?" His tone expressed plainly enough that the place was abhorrent to him. "Yes; where else should you stay? I meant to have stopped at the nearest inn." "The nearest inn is at Kemberling." "That would suit me well enough," the young man answered indifferently. "I must be in Kemberling early to morrow, for I must see Paul Marchmont. I am no nearer the comprehension of my wife's flight by anything that you have told me. It is to Paul Marchmont that I must look next. Heaven help him if he tries to keep the truth from me." "You will see Mr. Marchmont here as easily as at Kemberling," Olivia answered. "He comes here every day." "What for?" "He has built a sort of painting room down by the river side, and he paints there whenever there is light." "Indeed!" cried Edward Arundel. "He makes himself at home at Marchmont Towers, then?" "He has a right to do so, I suppose," answered the widow indifferently. "If Mary Marchmont is dead, this place and all belonging to it is his. As it is, I am only here on sufferance." "He has taken possession, then?" "On the contrary, he shrinks from doing so." "And by the heaven above us, he does wisely," cried Edward Arundel. "No man shall seize upon that which belongs to my darling. No foul plot of this artist traitor shall rob her of her own. God knows how little value I set upon her wealth; but I will stand between her and those who try to rob her, until my last gasp. No, Olivia, I will not stay here. I'll accept no hospitality from Mr. Marchmont. I suspect him too much." He walked to the door, but before he reached it, the widow went to one of the windows, and pushed aside the blind. "Look at the rain," she said; "hark at it. Don't you hear it? Drip, drip, drip upon the stone. I wouldn't turn a dog out of doors upon such a night as this. And you are so ill, so weak. Edward Arundel, do you hate me so much that you refuse to share the same shelter with me, even for a night?" There is nothing so difficult of belief to a man who is not a coxcomb as the simple fact that he is beloved by a woman whom he does not love, and has never wooed by word or deed. But for this, surely Edward Arundel must, in that sudden burst of tenderness, that one piteous appeal, have discovered a clue to his cousin's secret. He discovered nothing. He guessed nothing. But he was touched by her tone, even in spite of his utter ignorance of its meaning, and he replied, in an altered manner, "Certainly, Olivia, if you wish it, I will stay. Heaven knows I have no desire that you and I should be ill friends. I want your help, your pity perhaps. I am quite willing to believe that any cruel things you said to Mary arose from an outbreak of temper. I cannot think that you could be base at heart. I will even attribute your disbelief of the statement made by my poor girl as to our marriage to the narrow prejudices learnt in a small country town. Let us be friends, Olivia." He held out his hand. His cousin laid her cold fingers in his open palm, and he shuddered as if he had come in contact with a corpse. There was nothing very cordial in the salutation. The two hands seemed to drop asunder, lifeless and inert, as if to bear mute witness that between these two people there was no possibility of sympathy or union. But Captain Arundel accepted his cousin's hospitality. Indeed, he had need to do so, for he found that his valet had relied upon his master's stopping at the Towers, and had sent the carriage back to Swampington. A tray of cold meat and wine was brought into the drawing room for the young soldier's refreshment. He drank a glass of Madeira, and made some pretence of eating a few mouthfuls, out of courtesy to Olivia; but he did this almost mechanically. He sat silent and gloomy, brooding over the terrible shock that he had so newly received; brooding over the hidden things that had happened in that dreary interval, during which he had been as powerless to defend his wife from trouble as a dead man. Again and again the cruel thought returned to him, each time with a fresh agony, that if he had written to his mother, if he had told her the story of his marriage, the things which had happened could never have come to pass. Mary would have been sheltered and protected by a good and loving woman. This thought, this horrible self reproach, was the bitterest thing the young man had to bear. "It is too great a punishment," he thought. "I am too cruelly punished for having forgotten everything in my happiness with my darling." The widow sat in her low easy chair near the fire, with her eyes fixed upon the burning coals. The grate had been replenished, and the light of the red blaze shone full upon Olivia Marchmont's haggard face. Edward Arundel, aroused for a few moments out of his gloomy abstraction, was surprised at the change which an interval of a few months had made in his cousin. The gloomy shadow which he had often seen on her face had become a fixed expression. Every line had deepened, as if by the wear and tear of 10 years, rather than by the progress of a few months. Olivia Marchmont had grown old before her time. Nor was this the only change. There was a look, undefined and undefinable, in the large luminous grey eyes, unnaturally luminous now, which filled Edward Arundel with a vague sense of terror; a terror which he would not, which he dared not, attempt to analyse. He remembered Mary's unreasoning fear of her stepmother, and he now scarcely wondered at that fear. There was something almost weird and unearthly in the aspect of the woman sitting opposite to him by the broad hearth. No vestige of colour in her gloomy face, a strange light burning in her eyes, and her black draperies falling round her in straight lustreless folds. "I fear you have been ill, Olivia," the young man said presently. Another sentiment had arisen in his breast side by side with that vague terror, a fancy that perhaps there was some reason why his cousin should be pitied. "Yes," she answered indifferently, as if no subject of which Captain Arundel could have spoken would have been of less concern to her. "Yes, I have been very ill." "I'm sorry to hear it." Olivia looked up at him and smiled. Her smile was the strangest he had ever seen upon a woman's face. "I am very sorry to hear it. What has been the matter with you?" "Slow fever," Mr. Weston said. "Mr. Weston?" "Yes, Mr. Marchmont's brother-in-law. He has succeeded to Mr. Dawnfield's practice at Kemberling. He attended me, and he attended my stepdaughter." "My wife was ill, then?" "Yes, she had brain fever. She recovered from that, but she did not recover strength. Her low spirits alarmed me, and I considered it only right. Mr. Marchmont suggested also that a medical man should be consulted." "And what did this man, this Mr. Weston, say?" "Very little. There was nothing the matter with Mary, he said. He gave her a little medicine, but only in the desire of strengthening her nervous system. He could give her no medicine that would have any very good effect upon her spirits, while she chose to keep herself obstinately apart from every one." The young man's head sank upon his breast. The image of his desolate young wife arose before him, the image of a pale, sorrowful girl, holding herself apart from her persecutors, abandoned, lonely, despairing. Why had she remained at Marchmont Towers? Why had she ever consented to go there, when she had again and again expressed such terror of her stepmother? Why had she not rather followed her husband down to Devonshire, and thrown herself upon his relatives for protection? Was it like this girl to remain quietly here in Lincolnshire, when the man she loved with such innocent devotion was lying between life and death in the West? "She is such a child," he thought, "such a child in her ignorance of the world. I must not reason about her as I would about another woman." And then a sudden flash of passionate emotion rose to his face, as a new thought flashed into his mind. What if this helpless girl had been detained by force at Marchmont Towers? "Olivia," he cried, "whatever baseness this man, Paul Marchmont, may be capable of, you at least must be superior to any deliberate sin. I have all my life believed in you, and respected you, as a good woman. Tell me the truth, then, for pity's sake. Nothing that you can tell me will fill up the dead blank that the horrible interval since my accident has made in my life. But you can give me some help. A few words from you may clear away much of this darkness. How did you find my wife? How did you induce her to come back to this place? I know that she had an unreasonable dread of returning here." "I found her through the agency of Mr. Marchmont," Olivia answered quietly. "I had some difficulty in inducing her to return here; but after hearing of your accident, how was the news of that broken to her?" "Unfortunately, she saw a paper that had happened to be left in her way." "By whom?" "By Mr. Marchmont." "Where was this?" "In Hampshire." "Indeed! Then Paul Marchmont went with you to Hampshire?" "He did. He was of great service to me in this crisis. After seeing the paper, my stepdaughter was seized with brain fever. She was unconscious when we brought her back to the Towers. She was nursed by my old servant Barbara, and had the highest medical care. I do not think that anything more could have been done for her." "No," answered Edward Arundel bitterly, "unless you could have loved her." "We cannot force our affections," the widow said, in a hard voice. Another voice in her breast seemed to whisper, "Why do you reproach me for not having loved this girl? If you had loved me, the whole world would have been different." "Olivia Marchmont," said Captain Arundel, "by your own avowal there has never been any affection for this orphan girl in your heart. It is not my business to dwell upon the fact, as something almost unnatural under the peculiar circumstances through which that helpless child was cast upon your protection. It is needless to try to understand why you have hardened your heart against my poor wife. Enough that it is so. But I may still believe that, whatever your feelings may be towards your dead husband's daughter, you would not be guilty of any deliberate act of treachery against her. I can afford to believe this of you; but I cannot believe it of Paul Marchmont. That man is my wife's natural enemy. If he has been here during my illness, he has been here to plot against her. When he came here, he came to attempt her destruction. She stands between him and this estate. Long ago, when I was a careless schoolboy, my poor friend John Marchmont told me that if ever the day came upon which Mary's interests should be opposed to the interests of her cousin, that man would be a dire and bitter enemy; so much the more terrible because in all appearance her friend. The day came; and I, to whom the orphan girl had been left as a sacred legacy, was not by to defend her. But I have risen from a bed that many have thought a bed of death, and I come to this place with one indomitable resolution paramount in my breast, the determination to find my wife, and to bring condign punishment upon the man who has done her wrong." Captain Arundel spoke in a low voice, but his passion was all the more terrible because of the suppression of those common outward evidences by which anger ordinarily betrays itself. He relapsed into thoughtful silence. Olivia made no answer to anything that he had said. She sat looking at him steadily, with an admiring awe in her face. How splendid he was, this young hero, even in his sickness and feebleness! How splendid, by reason of the grand courage, the chivalrous devotion, that shone out of his blue eyes! The clock struck 11 while the cousins sat opposite to each other, only divided, physically, by the width of the tapestried hearthrug; but oh, how many weary miles asunder in spirit! And Edward Arundel arose, startled from his sorrowful reverie. "If I were a strong man," he said, "I would see Paul Marchmont to night; but I must wait till to morrow morning. At what time does he come to his painting room?" "At 8 o'clock, when the mornings are bright; but later when the weather is dull." "At 8 o'clock. I pray Heaven the sun may shine early to morrow. I pray Heaven I may not have to wait long before I find myself face to face with that man. Good night, Olivia." He took a candle from a table near the door, and lit it almost mechanically. He found Mr. Morrison waiting for him, very sleepy and despondent, in a large bedchamber in which Captain Arundel had never slept before; a dreary apartment, decked out with the faded splendours of the past; a chamber in which the restless sleeper might expect to see a phantom lady in a ghostly sack, cowering over the embers, and spreading her transparent hands above the red light. "It isn't particular comfortable after Dangerfield," the valet muttered in a melancholy voice; "and all I hope, Mr. Edward, is that the sheets are not damp. I've been a stirring of the fire and putting on fresh coals for the last hour. There's a bed for me in the dressing room within call." Captain Arundel scarcely heard what his servant said to him. He was standing at the door of the spacious chamber, looking out into a long, low roofed corridor, in which he had just encountered Barbara, Mrs. Marchmont's confidential attendant, the wooden faced, inscrutable looking woman, who, according to Olivia, had watched and ministered to his wife. "Was that the tenderest face that looked down upon my darling as she lay on her sick bed?" he thought. "I had almost as soon have had a ghoul to watch by my poor dear's pillow." End of Chapter 7, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. The Painting Room by the River. Edward Arundel lay awake through the best part of that November night, listening to the ceaseless dripping of the rain upon the terrace, and thinking of Paul Marchmont. It was of this man that he must demand an account of his wife. Nothing that Olivia had told him had in any way lessened this determination. The little slipper found by the water's edge, the placard flapping on the moss-grown pillar at the entrance to the park, the story of a possible suicide, or a more probable accident. All these things were as nothing beside the young man's suspicion of Paul Marchmont. He had pooh-poohed John's dread of his kinsman as weak and unreasonable; and now, with the same unreason, he was ready to condemn this man, whom he had never seen, as a traitor and a plotter against his young wife. He lay tossing from side to side all that night, weak and feverish, with great drops of cold perspiration rolling down his pale face; sometimes falling into a fitful sleep, in whose distorted dreams Paul Marchmont was for ever present, now one man, now another. There was no sense of fitness in these dreams, for sometimes Edward Arundel and the artist were wrestling together with newly sharpened daggers in their eager hands, each thirsting for the other's blood; and in the next moment they were friends, and had been friendly, as it seemed, for years. The young man woke from one of these last dreams, with words of good fellowship upon his lips, to find the morning light gleaming through the narrow openings in the damask window curtains, and Mr. Morrison laying out his master's dressing apparatus upon the carved oak toilette table. Captain Arundel dressed himself as fast as he could, with the assistance of the valet, and then made his way down the broad staircase, with the help of his cane, upon which he had need to lean pretty heavily, for he was as weak as a child. "You had better give me the brandy flask, Morrison," he said. "I am going out before breakfast. You may as well come with me, by the bye; for I doubt if I could walk as far as I want to go, without the help of your arm." In the hall Captain Arundel found one of the servants. The western door was open, and the man was standing on the threshold, looking out at the morning. The rain had ceased, but the day did not yet promise to be very bright; for the sun gleamed like a ball of burnished copper through a pale November mist. "Do you know if Mr. Paul Marchmont has gone down to the boat house?" Edward asked. "Yes, sir," the man answered. "I met him just now in the quadrangle. He'd been having a cup of coffee with my mistress." Edward started. They were friends, then, Paul Marchmont and Olivia. Friends, but surely not allies. Whatever villainy this man might be capable of committing, Olivia must at least be guiltless of any deliberate treachery. Captain Arundel took his servant's arm and walked out into the quadrangle, and from the quadrangle to the low-lying woody swamp, where the stunted trees looked grim and weird-like in their leafless ugliness. Weak as the young man was, he walked rapidly across the sloppy ground, which had been almost flooded by the continual rains. He was borne up by his fierce desire to be face to face with Paul Marchmont. The savage energy of his mind was stronger than any physical debility. He dismissed Mr. Morrison as soon as he was within sight of the boat house, and went on alone, leaning on his stick, and pausing now and then to draw breath, angry with himself for his weakness. The boat house, and the pavilion above it, had been patched up by some country workmen. A handful of plaster here and there, a little new brickwork, and a mended window frame bore witness of this. The ponderous old-fashioned wooden shutters had been repaired, and a good deal of the work which had been begun in John Marchmont's lifetime had now, in a certain rough manner, been completed. The place, which had hitherto appeared likely to fall into utter decay, had been rendered weather-tight and habitable. The black smoke creeping slowly upward from the ivy-covered chimney gave evidence of occupation. Beyond this, a large wooden shed, with a wide window fronting the north, had been erected close against the boat house. This rough shed Edward Arundel at once understood to be the painting room which the artist had built for himself. He paused a moment outside the door of this shed. A man's voice, a tenor voice, rather thin and metallic in quality, was singing a scrap of Rossini upon the other side of the frail woodwork. Edward Arundel knocked with the handle of his stick upon the door. The voice left off singing to say, "Come in." The soldier opened the door, crossed the threshold, and stood face to face with Paul Marchmont in the bare wooden shed. The painter had dressed himself for his work. His coat and waistcoat lay upon a chair near the door. He had put on a canvas jacket, and had drawn a loose pair of linen trousers over those which belonged to his usual costume. As far as this paint besmeared coat and trousers went, nothing could have been more slovenly than Paul Marchmont's appearance; but some tincture of foppery exhibited itself in the black velvet smoking cap, which contrasted with and set off the silvery whiteness of his hair, as well as in the delicate curve of his amber moustache. A moustache was not a very common adornment in the year 1848. It was rather an eccentricity affected by artists, and permitted as the wild caprice of irresponsible beings, not amenable to the laws that govern rational and respectable people. Edward Arundel sharply scrutinised the face and figure of the artist. He cast a rapid glance round the bare whitewashed walls of the shed, trying to read even in those bare walls some chance clue to the painter's character. But there was not much to be gleaned from the details of that almost empty chamber. A dismal, black looking iron stove, with a crooked chimney, stood in one corner. A great easel occupied the centre of the room. A sheet of tin, nailed upon a wooden shutter, swung backwards and forwards against the northern window, blown to and fro by the damp wind that crept in through the crevices in the framework of the roughly fashioned casement. A heap of canvases were piled against the walls, and here and there a half-finished picture, a lurid Turneresque landscape, a black stormy sky, or a rocky mountain pass, dyed blood red by the setting sun, was propped up against the whitewashed background. Scattered scraps of water colour, crayon, old engravings, sketchings torn and tumbled, bits of rockwork and foliage, lay littered about the floor; and on a paint-stained deal table of the roughest and plainest fashion were gathered the colour tubes and palettes, the brushes and sponges and dirty cloths, the greasy and sticky tin cans, which form the paraphernalia of an artist. Opposite the northern window was the moss-grown stone staircase leading up to the pavilion over the boat-house. Mr. Marchmont had built his painting room against the side of the pavilion, in such a manner as to shut in the staircase and doorway which formed the only entrance to it. His excuse for the awkwardness of this piece of architecture was the impossibility of otherwise getting the all-desirable northern light for the illumination of his rough studio. This was the chamber in which Edward Arundel found the man from whom he came to demand an account of his wife's disappearance. The artist was evidently quite prepared to receive his visitor. He made no pretence of being taken off his guard, as a meaner pretender might have done. One of Paul Marchmont's theories was, that as it is only a fool who would use brass where he could as easily employ gold, so it is only a fool who tells a lie when he can conveniently tell the truth. "Captain Arundel, I believe," he said, pushing a chair forward for his visitor. "I am sorry to say I recognise you by your appearance of ill health. Mrs. Marchmont told me you wanted to see me. Does my meerschaum annoy you? I'll put it out if it does. No? Then, if you'll allow me, I'll go on smoking. Some people say tobacco smoke gives a tone to one's pictures. If so, mine ought to be Rembrandt's in depth of colour." Edward Arundel dropped into the chair that had been offered to him. If he could by any possibility have rejected even this amount of hospitality from Paul Marchmont, he would have done so; but he was a great deal too weak to stand, and he knew that his interview with the artist must be a long one. "Mr. Marchmont," he said, "if my cousin Olivia told you that you might expect to see me here to day, she most likely told you a great deal more. Did she tell you that I look to you to account to me for the disappearance of my wife?" Paul Marchmont shrugged his shoulders, as who should say, "This young man is an invalid. I must not suffer myself to be aggravated by his absurdity." Then taking his meerschaum from his lips, he set it down, and seated himself at a few paces from Edward Arundel, on the lowest of the moss-grown steps leading up to the pavilion. "My dear Captain Arundel," he said, very gravely, "your cousin did repeat to me a great deal of last night's conversation. She told me that you had spoken of me with a degree of violence, natural enough perhaps to a hot-tempered young soldier, but in no manner justified by our relations. When you call upon me to account for the disappearance of Mary Marchmont, you act about as rationally as if you declared me answerable for the pulmonary complaint that carried away her father. If, on the other hand, you call upon me to assist you in the endeavour to fathom the mystery of her disappearance, you will find me ready and willing to aid you to the very uttermost. It is to my interest as much as to yours that this mystery should be cleared up." "And in the meantime you take possession of this estate?" "No, Captain Arundel. The law would allow me to do so, but I decline to touch one farthing of the revenue which this estate yields, or to commit one act of ownership, until the mystery of Mary Marchmont's disappearance, or of her death, is cleared up." "The mystery of her death!" said Edward Arundel. "You believe, then, that she is dead?" "I anticipate nothing, I think nothing," answered the artist. "I only wait. The mysteries of life are so many and so incomprehensible. The stories, which are every day to be read by any man who takes the trouble to look through a newspaper, are so strange, and savour so much of the improbabilities of a novel writer's first wild fiction, that I am ready to believe everything and anything. Mary Marchmont struck me, from the first moment in which I saw her, as sadly deficient in mental power. Nothing she could do would astonish me. She may be hiding herself away from us, prompted only by some eccentric fancy of her own. She may have fallen into the power of designing people. She may have purposely placed her slipper by the waterside, in order to give the idea of an accident or a suicide, or she may have dropped it there by chance, and walked barefoot to the nearest railway station. She acted unreasonably before she ran away from Marchmont Towers. She may have acted unreasonably again." "You do not think, then, that she is dead?" "I hesitate to form any opinion. I positively decline to express one." Edward Arundel gnawed savagely at the ends of his moustache. This man's cool imperturbability, which had none of the studied smoothness of hypocrisy, but which seemed rather the plain candour of a thorough man of the world, who had no wish to pretend to any sentiment he did not feel, baffled and infuriated the passionate young soldier. Was it possible that this man, who met him with such cool self assertion, who in no manner avoided any discussion of Mary Marchmont's disappearance, was it possible that he could have had any treacherous and guilty part in that calamity? Olivia's manner looked like guilt, but Paul Marchmont's seemed the personification of innocence; not angry innocence, indignant that its purity should have been suspected, but the matter of fact, commonplace innocence of a man of the world, who is a great deal too clever to play any hazardous and villainous game. "You can perhaps answer me this question, Mr. Marchmont," said Edward Arundel. "Why was my wife doubted when she told the story of her marriage?" The artist smiled, and rising from his seat upon the stone step, took a pocket book from one of the pockets of the coat that he had been wearing. "I can answer that question," he said, selecting a paper from amongst others in the pocket book. "This will answer it." He handed Edward Arundel the paper, which was a letter folded lengthways, and endorsed, "From Mrs. Arundel, August 31st." Within this letter was another paper, endorsed, "Copy of letter to Mrs. Arundel, August 28th." "You had better read the copy first," Mr. Marchmont said, as Edward looked doubtfully at the inner paper. The copy was very brief, and ran thus: "Marchmont Towers, August 28, 1848. "Madam, I have been given to understand that your son, Captain Arundel, within a fortnight of his sad accident, contracted a secret marriage with a young lady, whose name I, for several reasons, prefer to withhold. If you can oblige me by informing me whether there is any foundation for this statement, you will confer a very great favour upon your obedient servant, Paul Marchmont." The answer to this letter, in the hand of Edward Arundel's mother, was equally brief: "Dangerfield Park, August 31, 1848. "Sir, in reply to your inquiry, I beg to state that there can be no foundation whatever for the report to which you allude. My son is too honourable to contract a secret marriage; and although his present unhappy state renders it impossible for me to receive the assurance from his own lips, my confidence in his high principles justifies me in contradicting any such report as that which forms the subject of your letter. I am, sir, yours obediently, "Letitia Arundel." The soldier stood, mute and confounded, with his mother's letter in his hand. It seemed as if every creature had been against the helpless girl whom he had made his wife. Every hand had been lifted to drive her from the house that was her own, to drive her out upon the world, of which she was ignorant, a wanderer and an outcast, perhaps to drive her to a cruel death. You can scarcely wonder if the receipt of that letter confirmed me in my previous belief that Mary Marchmont's story of a marriage arose out of a weakness of a brain, never too strong, and at that time very much enfeebled by the effect of a fever. Edward Arundel was silent. He crushed his mother's letter in his hand. Even his mother, that tender and compassionate woman, whose protection he had so freely promised, 10 years before, in the lobby of Drury Lane, to John Marchmont's motherless child, even she, by some hideous fatality, had helped to bring grief and shame upon the lonely girl. All this story of his young wife's disappearance seemed enveloped in a wretched obscurity, through whose thick darkness he could not penetrate. He felt himself encompassed by a web of mystery, athwart which it was impossible to cut his way to the truth. He asked question after question, and received answers which seemed freely given, but the story remained as dark as ever. What did it all mean? What was the clue to the mystery? Was this man, Paul Marchmont, busy amongst his unfinished pictures, and bearing in his every action, in his every word, the step of an easy-going, free-spoken soldier of fortune, likely to have been guilty of any dark and subtle villainy against the missing girl? He had disbelieved in the marriage, but he had had some reason for his doubt of a fact that could not very well be welcome to him. The young man rose from his chair, and stood irresolute, brooding over these things. "Come, Captain Arundel," cried Paul Marchmont heartily, "believe me, though I have not much superfluous sentimentality left in my composition after a pretty long encounter with the world, still I can truly sympathise with your regret for this poor silly child. I hope for your sake that she still lives, and is foolishly hiding herself from us all. Perhaps, now you are able to act in the business, there may be a better chance of finding her. I am old enough to be your father, and am ready to give you the help of any knowledge of the world which I may have gathered in the experience of a lifetime. Will you accept my help?" Edward Arundel paused for a moment, with his head still bent, and his eyes fixed upon the ground. Then suddenly lifting his head, he looked full in the artist's face as he answered him. "No," he cried. "Your offer may be made in all good faith, and if so, I thank you for it. But no one loves this missing girl as I love her. No one has so good a right as I have to protect and shelter her. I will look for my wife alone, unaided, except by such help as I pray that God may give me." Chapter 8, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. In the Dark. Edward Arundel walked slowly back to the Towers, shaken in body, perplexed in mind, baffled, disappointed, and most miserable. The young husband, whose married life had been shut within the compass of a brief honeymoon, went back to that dark and gloomy mansion within whose encircling walls Mary had pined and despaired. "Why did she stop here?" he thought. "Why didn't she come to me? I thought her first impulse would have brought her to me. I thought my poor childish love would have set out on foot to seek her husband if need were." He groped his way feebly and wearily amidst the leafless wood, and through the rotting vegetation decaying in oozy slime beneath the black shelter of the naked trees. He groped his way towards the dismal eastern front of the great stone dwelling house, his face always turned towards the blank windows, that stared down at him from the discoloured walls. "Oh, if they could speak!" he exclaimed, almost beside himself in his perplexity and desperation. "If they could speak! If those cruel walls could find a voice, and tell me what my darling suffered within their shadow! If they could tell me why she despaired, and ran away to hide herself from her husband and protector! If they could speak!" He ground his teeth in a passion of sorrowful rage. "I should gain as much by questioning yonder stone wall as by talking to my cousin Olivia Marchmont," he thought, presently. "Why is that woman so venomous a creature in her hatred of my innocent wife? Why is it that, whether I threaten or whether I appeal, I can gain nothing from her? Nothing! She baffles me as completely by her measured answers, which seem to reply to my questions, and which yet tell me nothing, as if she were a brazen image set up by the dark ignorance of a heathen people, and dumb in the absence of an impostor priest. She baffles me, question her how I will. And Paul Marchmont, again, what have I learned from him? Am I a fool, that people can prevaricate and lie to me like this? Has my brain no sense, and my arm no strength, that I cannot wring the truth from the false throats of these wretches?" The young man gnashed his teeth again in the violence of his rage. Yes, it was like a dream. It was like nothing but a dream. In dreams he had often felt this terrible sense of impotence, wrestling with a mad desire to achieve something or other; but never before in his waking hours had the young soldier experienced such a sensation. He stopped, irresolute, almost bewildered, looking back at the boat house, a black spot far away down by the sedgy brink of the slow river, and then again turning his face towards the monotonous lines of windows in the eastern frontage of Marchmont Towers. "I let that man play with me to day," he thought; "but our reckoning is to come. We have not done with each other yet." He walked on towards the low archway leading into the quadrangle. The room which had been John Marchmont's study, and which his widow had been wont to occupy since his death, looked into this quadrangle. Edward Arundel saw his cousin's dark head bending over a book, or a desk perhaps, behind the window. "Let her beware of me, if she has done any wrong to my wife," he thought. "To which of these people am I to look for an account of my poor lost girl? To which of these two am I to look? Heaven guide me to find the guilty one, and Heaven have mercy upon that wretched creature when the hour of reckoning comes, for I will have none." Olivia Marchmont, looking through the window, saw her kinsman's face while this thought was in his mind. The expression which she saw there was so terrible, so merciless, so sublime in its grand and vengeful beauty, that her own face blanched even to a paler hue than that which had lately become habitual to it. "Am I afraid of him?" she thought, as she pressed her forehead against the cold glass, and by a physical effort restrained the convulsive trembling that had suddenly shaken her frame. Am I afraid of him? No. What injury can he inflict upon me worse than that which he has done me from the very first? If he could drag me to a scaffold, and deliver me with his own hands into the grasp of the hangman, he would do me no deeper wrong than he has done me from the hour of my earliest remembrance of him. He could inflict no new pangs, no sharper tortures, than I have been accustomed to suffer at his hands. He does not love me. He has never loved me. He will never love me. That is my wrong, and it is for that I take my revenge." She lifted her head, which had rested in a sullen attitude against the glass, and looked at the soldier's figure slowly advancing towards the western side of the house. Then, with a smile, the same horrible smile which Edward Arundel had seen light up her face on the previous night, she muttered between her set teeth, "Shall I be sorry because this vengeance has fallen across my pathway? Shall I repent, and try to undo what I have done? Shall I thrust myself between others and Mr. Edward Arundel? Shall I make myself the ally and champion of this gallant soldier, who seldom speaks to me except to insult and upbraid me? Shall I take justice into my hands, and interfere for my kinsman's benefit? No. He has chosen to threaten me. He has chosen to believe vile things of me. From the first, his insolence has been next kin to insolence. Let him take care of himself." Edward Arundel took no heed of the grey eyes that watched him with such a vengeful light in their fixed gaze. He was still thinking of his missing wife; still feeling, to a degree that was intolerably painful, that miserable dreamlike sense of helplessness and prostration. "What am I to do?" he thought. "Shall I be for ever going backwards and forwards between my cousin Olivia and Paul Marchmont, for ever questioning them, first one and then the other, and never getting any nearer to the truth?" He asked himself this question, because the extreme anguish, the intense anxiety, which he had endured, seemed to have magnified the smallest events, and to have multiplied 100-fold the lapse of time. It seemed as if he had already spent half a lifetime in his search after John Marchmont's lost daughter. "Oh, my friend, he thought, as some faint link of association, some memory thrust upon him by the aspect of the place in which he was, brought back the simple-minded tutor who had taught him mathematics 18 years before. My poor friend, if this girl had not been my love and my wife, surely the memory of your trust in me would be enough to make me a desperate and merciless avenger of her wrongs." He went into the hall, and from the hall to the tenantless western drawing-room, a dreary chamber, with its grim and faded splendour, its stiff old-fashioned furniture; a chamber which, unadorned by the presence of youth and innocence, had the aspect of belonging to a day that was gone, and people that were dead. So might have looked one of those sealed-up chambers in the buried cities of Italy, when the doors were opened, and eager living eyes first looked in upon the habitations of the dead. Edward Arundel walked up and down the empty drawing-room. There were the ivory chessmen that he had brought from India, under a glass shade on an inlaid table in a window. How often he and Mary had played together in that very window, and how she had always lost her pawns, and left bishops and knights undefended, while trying to execute impossible manoeuvres with her queen. The young man paced slowly backwards and forwards across the old-fashioned bordered carpet, trying to think what he should do. He must form some plan of action in his own mind, he thought. There was foul work somewhere, he most implicitly believed, and it was for him to discover the motive of the treachery, and the person of the traitor. Paul Marchmont! Paul Marchmont! His mind always travelled back to this point. Paul Marchmont was Mary's natural enemy. Paul Marchmont was therefore surely the man to be suspected, the man to be found out and defeated. And yet, if there was any truth in appearances, it was Olivia who was most inimical to the missing girl. It was Olivia whom Mary had feared. It was Olivia who had driven John Marchmont's orphan child from her home once, and who might, by the same power to tyrannize and torture a weak and yielding nature, have so banished her again. Or these two, Paul and Olivia, might both hate the defenceless girl, and might have between them plotted a wrong against her. "Who will tell me the truth about my lost darling?" cried Edward Arundel. "Who will help me to look for my missing love?" His lost darling, his missing love. It was thus that the young man spoke of his wife. That dark thought which had been suggested to him by the words of Olivia, by the mute evidence of the little bronze slipper picked up near the river brink, had never taken root, or held even a temporary place in his breast. He would not, nay, more, he could not, think that his wife was dead. In all his confused and miserable dreams that dreary November night, no dream had ever shown him that. No image of death had mingled itself with the distorted shadows that had tormented his sleep. No still white face had looked up at him through a veil of murky waters. No moaning sob of a rushing stream had mixed its dismal sound with the many voices of his slumbers. No, he feared all manner of unknown sorrows. He looked vaguely forward to a sea of difficulty, to be waded across in blindness and bewilderment before he could clasp his rescued wife in his arms. But he never thought that she was dead. Presently the idea came to him that it was outside Marchmont Towers, away beyond the walls of this grim, enchanted castle where evil spirits seemed to hold possession, that he should seek for the clue to his wife's hiding place. "There is Hester, that girl who was fond of Mary," he thought. "She may be able to tell me something, perhaps. I will go to her." He went out into the hall to look for his servant, the faithful Morrison, who had been eating a very substantial breakfast with the domestics of the Towers; the sauce to meat being a prolonged discussion of the facts connected with Mary Marchmont's disappearance and her relations with Edward Arundel, and who came, radiant and greasy from the enjoyment of hot buttered cakes and Lincolnshire bacon, at the sound of his master's voice. "I want you to get me some vehicle, and a lad who will drive me a few miles, Morrison," the young soldier said; "or you can drive me yourself, perhaps." "Certainly, Master Edward. I have driven your pa often, when we was travelling together. I'll go and see if there's a phaeton or a shay that will suit you, sir; something that goes easy on its springs." "Get anything," muttered Captain Arundel, "so long as you can get it without loss of time." All fuss and anxiety upon the subject of his health worried the young man. He felt his head dizzied with weakness and excitement. His arm, that muscular right arm which had done him good service 2 years before in an encounter with a tigress, was weaker than the jewel-bound wrist of a woman; but he chafed against anything like consideration of his weakness. He rebelled against anything that seemed likely to hinder him in that one object upon which all the powers of his mind were bent. Mr. Morrison went away with some show of briskness, but dropped into a very leisurely pace as soon as he was fairly out of his master's sight. He went straight to the stables, where he had a pleasant gossip with the grooms and hangers on, and amused himself further by inspecting every bit of horseflesh in the Marchmont stables, prior to selecting a quiet grey cob which he felt himself capable of driving, and an old-fashioned gig with a yellow body and black and yellow wheels, bearing a strong resemblance to a monstrous wooden wasp. While the faithful attendant to whom Mrs. Arundel had delegated the care of her son was thus employed, the soldier stood in the stone hall, looking out at the dreary wintry landscape, and pining to hurry away across the dismal swamps to the village in which he hoped to hear tidings of her he sought. He was lounging in a deep oaken window seat, looking hopelessly at that barren prospect, that monotonous expanse of flat morass and leaden sky, when he heard a footstep behind him; and turning round, saw Olivia's confidential servant, Barbara Simmons, the woman who had watched by his wife's sick bed, the woman whom he had compared to a ghoul. She was walking slowly across the hall towards Olivia's room, whither a bell had just summoned her. Mrs. Marchmont had lately grown fretful and capricious, and did not care to be waited upon by any one except this woman, who had known her from her childhood, and who was no stranger to her darkest moods. Edward Arundel had determined to appeal to every living creature who was likely to know anything of his wife's disappearance, and he snatched the first opportunity of questioning this woman. "Stop, Mrs. Simmons," he said, moving away from the window. "I want to speak to you. I want to talk to you about my wife." The woman turned to him with a blank face, whose expressionless stare might mean either genuine surprise, or an obstinate determination not to understand anything that might be said to her. "Your wife, Captain Arundel," she said, in cold measured tones, but with an accent of astonishment. "Yes, my wife, Mary Marchmont, my lawfully wedded wife. Look here, woman," cried Edward Arundel, "if you cannot accept the word of a soldier and an honourable man, you can perhaps believe the evidence of your eyes." He took a morocco memorandum book from his breast pocket. It was full of letters, cards, bank notes, and miscellaneous scraps of paper carelessly stuffed into it, and amongst them Captain Arundel found the certificate of his marriage, which he had put away at random upon his wedding morning, and which had lain unheeded in his pocket book ever since. "Look here," he cried, spreading the document before the waiting woman's eyes, and pointing with a shaking hand to the lines. "You believe that, I suppose?" "Oh, yes, sir," Barbara Simmons answered, after deliberately reading the certificate. "I have no reason to disbelieve it, no wish to disbelieve it." "No, I suppose not," muttered Edward Arundel, "unless you too are leagued with Paul Marchmont." The woman did not flinch at this hinted accusation, but answered the young man in that slow and emotionless manner which no change of circumstance seemed to have power to alter. "I am leagued with no one, sir," she said coldly. "I serve no one except my mistress, Miss Olivia Mrs. Marchmont." The study bell rang for the second time while she was speaking. "I must go to my mistress now, sir," she said. "You heard her ringing for me." "Go then, and let me see you as you come back. I tell you I must and will speak to you. Everybody in this house tries to avoid me. It seems as if I was not to get a straight answer from any one of you. But I will know all that is to be known about my lost wife. Do you hear, woman? I will know." "I will come back to you directly, sir," Barbara Simmons answered quietly. The leaden calmness of this woman's manner irritated Edward Arundel beyond all power of expression. Before his cousin Olivia's gloomy coldness, he had been flung back upon himself as before an iceberg; but every now and then some sudden glow of fiery emotion had shot up amid that frigid mass, lurid and blazing, and the iceberg had been transformed into an angry and passionate woman, who might, in that moment of fierce emotion, betray the dark secrets of her soul. But this woman's manner presented a passive barrier, athwart which the young soldier was as powerless to penetrate as he would have been to walk through a block of solid stone. Olivia was like some black and stony castle, whose barred windows bade defiance to the besieger, but behind whose narrow casements transient flashes of light gleamed fitfully upon the watchers without, hinting at the mysteries that were hidden within the citadel. Barbara Simmons resembled a blank stone wall, grimly confronting the eager traveller, and giving no indication whatever of the unknown country on the other side. She came back almost immediately, after being only a few moments in Olivia's room; certainly not long enough to consult with her mistress as to what she was to say or to leave unsaid; and presented herself before Captain Arundel. "If you have any questions to ask, sir, about Miss Marchmont about your wife, I shall be happy to answer them," she said. "I have 100 questions to ask," exclaimed the young man; "but first answer me this one, plainly and truthfully. Where do you think my wife has gone? What do you think has become of her?" The woman was silent for a few moments, and then answered very gravely, "I would rather not say what I think, sir." "Why not?" "Because I might say that which would make you unhappy." "Can anything be more miserable to me than the prevarication which I meet with on every side?" cried Edward Arundel. "If you or any one else will be straightforward with me, remembering that I come to this place like a man who has risen from the grave, depending wholly on the word of others for the knowledge of that which is more vital to me than anything upon this earth, that person will be the best friend I have found since I rose from my sick bed to come hither. You can have had no motive, if you are not in Paul Marchmont's pay, for being cruel to my poor girl. Tell me the truth, then. Speak, and speak fearlessly." "I have no reason to fear, sir," answered Barbara Simmons, lifting her faded eyes to the young man's eager face, with a gaze that seemed to say, "I have done no wrong, and I do not shrink from justifying myself." "I have no reason to fear, sir. I was piously brought up, and have done my best always to do my duty in the state of life in which Providence has been pleased to place me. I have not had a particularly happy life, sir; for 30 years ago I lost all that made me happy, in them that loved me, and had a claim to love me. I have attached myself to my mistress; but it isn't for me to expect a lady like her would stoop to make me more to her or nearer to her than I have a right to be as a servant." There was no accent of hypocrisy or cant in any one of these deliberately spoken words. It seemed as if in this speech the woman had told the history of her life, a brief, unvarnished history of a barren life, out of which all love and sunlight had been early swept away, leaving behind a desolate blank, that was not destined to be filled up by any affection from the young mistress so long and patiently served. "I am faithful to my mistress, sir," Barbara Simmons added presently, "and I try my best to do my duty to her. I owe no duty to any one else." "You owe a duty to humanity," answered Edward Arundel. "Woman, do you think duty is a thing to be measured by line and rule? Christ came to save the lost sheep of the children of Israel; but was he less pitiful to the Canaanitish woman when she carried her sorrows to his feet? You and your mistress have made hard precepts for yourselves, and have tried to live by them. You tried to circumscribe the area of your Christian charity, and to do good within given limits. The traveller who fell among thieves would have died of his wounds for any help he might have had from you, if he had lain beyond your radius. Have you yet to learn that Christianity is cosmopolitan, illimitable, inexhaustible, subject to no laws of time or space? The duty you owe to your mistress is a duty that she buys and pays for, a matter of sordid barter, to be settled when you take your wages. The duty you owe to every miserable creature in your pathway is a sacred debt, to be accounted for to God." As the young soldier spoke thus, carried away by his passionate agitation, suddenly eloquent by reason of the intensity of his feeling, a change came over Barbara's face. There was no very palpable evidence of emotion in that stolid countenance; but across the wooden blankness of the woman's face flitted a transient shadow, which was like the shadow of fear. "I tried to do my duty to Miss Marchmont as well as to my mistress," she said. "I waited on her faithfully while she was ill. I sat up with her 6 nights running. I didn't take my clothes off for a week. There are folks in the house who can tell you as much." "God knows I am grateful to you, and will reward you for any pity you may have shown my poor darling," the young man answered, in a more subdued tone. "Only if you pity me, and wish to help me, speak out, and speak plainly. What do you think has become of my lost girl?" "I cannot tell you, sir. As God looks down upon me and judges me, I declare to you that I know no more than you know. But I think—" "You think what?" "That you will never see Miss Marchmont again." Edward Arundel started as violently as if, of all sentences, this was the last he had expected to hear pronounced. His sanguine temperament, fresh in its vigorous and untainted youth, could not grasp the thought of despair. He could be mad with passionate anger against the obstacles that separated him from his wife; but he could not believe those obstacles to be insurmountable. He could not doubt the power of his own devotion and courage to bring him back his lost love. "Never see her again!" He repeated these words as if they had belonged to a strange language, and he were trying to make out their meaning. "You think," he gasped hoarsely, after a long pause, "you think that she is dead?" "I think she went out of this house in a desperate state of mind. She was seen, not by me, for I should have thought it my duty to stop her if I had seen her so. She was seen by one of the servants, crying and sobbing awfully as she went away upon that last afternoon." "And she was never seen again?" "Never by me." "And you think she went out of this house with the intention of destroying herself?" The words died away in a hoarse whisper, and it was by the motion of his white lips that Barbara Simmons perceived what the young man meant. "I do, sir." "Have you any particular reason for thinking so?" "No reason beyond what I have told you, sir." Edward Arundel bent his head and walked away to hide his blanched face. He tried instinctively to conceal this mental suffering, as he had sometimes hidden physical torture in an Indian hospital, prompted by the involuntary impulse of a brave man. But though the woman's words had come upon him like a thunderbolt, he had no belief in the opinion they expressed. No, his young spirit wrestled against and rejected the awful conclusion. Other people might think what they chose, but he knew better than they. His wife was not dead. His life had been so smooth, so happy, so prosperous, so unclouded and successful, that it was scarcely strange he should be sceptical of calamity; that his mind should be incapable of grasping the idea of a catastrophe so terrible as Mary's suicide. "She was entrusted to me by her father," he thought. "She gave her faith to me before God's altar. She cannot have perished body and soul. She cannot have gone down to destruction for want of my arm outstretched to save her. God is too good to permit such misery." The young soldier's piety was of the simplest and most unquestioning order, and involved an implicit belief that a right cause must always be ultimately victorious. With the same blind faith in which he had often muttered a hurried prayer before plunging in amidst the mad havoc of an Indian battlefield, confident that the justice of Heaven would never permit heathenish Affghans to triumph over Christian British gentlemen, he now believed that, in the darkest hour of Mary Marchmont's life, God's arm had held her back from the dread horror, the unatonable offence of self-destruction. "I thank you for having spoken frankly to me," he said to Barbara Simmons. "I believe that you have spoken in good faith. But I do not think my darling is for ever lost to me. I anticipate trouble and anxiety, disappointment, defeat for a time, for a long time perhaps, but I know that I shall find her in the end. The business of my life henceforth is to look for her." Barbara's dull eyes held earnest watch upon the young man's countenance as he spoke. Anxiety and even fear were in that gaze, palpable to those who knew how to read the faint indications of the woman's stolid face. Chapter 9, Volume 2. Section 24 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. The paragraph in the newspaper. Mr. Morrison brought the gig and pony to the western porch while Captain Arundel was talking to his cousin's servant, and presently the invalid was being driven across the flat between the Towers and the high road to Kemberling. Mary's old favourite, Farmer Pollard's daughter, came out of a low rustic shop as the gig drew up before her husband's door. This good-natured, tender-hearted Hester, advanced to matronly dignity under the name of Mrs. Jobson, carried a baby in her arms, and wore a white dimity hood that made a penthouse over her simple rosy face. But at the sight of Captain Arundel nearly all the rosy colour disappeared from the countrywoman's plump cheeks, and she stared aghast at the unlooked-for visitor, almost ready to believe that, if anything so substantial as a pony and gig could belong to the spiritual world, it was the phantom only of the soldier that she looked upon. "Oh, sir," she said, "oh, Captain Arundel, is it really you?" Edward alighted before Hester could recover from the surprise occasioned by his appearance. "Yes, Mrs. Jobson," he said. "May I come into your house? I wish to speak to you." Hester curtsied, and stood aside to allow her visitor to pass her. Her manner was coldly respectful, and she looked at the young officer with a grave, reproachful face, which was strange to him. She ushered her guest into a parlour at the back of the shop, a prim apartment, splendid with varnished mahogany, shell-work boxes, bought during Hester's honeymoon trip to a Lincolnshire watering place, and voluminous achievements in the way of crochet work; a gorgeous and Sabbath-day chamber, looking across a stand of geraniums into a garden that was orderly and trimly kept even in this dull November weather. Mrs. Jobson drew forward an uneasy easy-chair, covered with horsehair, and veiled by a crochet-work representation of a peacock embowered among roses. She offered this luxurious seat to Captain Arundel, who, in his weakness, was well content to sit down upon the slippery cushions. "I have come here to ask you to help me in my search for my wife, Hester," Edward Arundel said, in a scarcely audible voice. It is not given to the bravest mind to be utterly independent and defiant of the body; and the soldier was beginning to feel that he had very nearly run the length of his tether, and must soon submit himself to be prostrated by sheer physical weakness. "Your wife!" cried Hester eagerly. "Oh, sir, is that true?" "Is what true?" "That poor Miss Mary was your lawful wedded wife?" "She was," replied Edward Arundel sternly, "my true and lawful wife. What else should she have been, Mrs. Jobson?" The farmer's daughter burst into tears. "Oh, sir," she cried, sobbing violently as she spoke, "oh, sir, the things that was said against that poor dear in this place, and all about the Towers, the things that was said, it makes my heart bleed to think of them. It makes my heart ready to break when I think what my poor sweet young lady must have suffered. And it set me against you, sir, and I thought you was a bad and cruel-hearted man." "What did they say?" cried Edward. "What did they dare to say against her, or against me?" "They said that you had enticed her away from her home, sir, and that there had been no marriage, and that you had deluded that poor innocent dear to run away with you, and that you deserted her afterwards, and the railway accident had come upon you as a punishment like, and that Mrs. Marchmont had found poor Miss Mary all alone at a country inn, and had brought her back to the Towers." "But what if people did say this?" exclaimed Captain Arundel. "You could have contradicted their foul slanders. You could have spoken in defence of my poor helpless girl." "Me, sir?" "Yes. You must have heard the truth from my wife's own lips." Hester Jobson burst into a new flood of tears as Edward Arundel said this. "Oh, no, sir," she sobbed. "That was the most cruel thing of all. I never could get to see Miss Mary. They wouldn't let me see her." "Who wouldn't let you?" "Mrs. Marchmont and Mr. Paul Marchmont. I was laid up, sir, when the report first spread about that Miss Mary had come home. Things was kept very secret, and it was said that Mrs. Marchmont was dreadfully cut up by the disgrace that had come upon her stepdaughter. My baby was born about that time, sir; but as soon as ever I could get about, I went up to the Towers, in the hope of seeing my poor dear miss.
But Mrs. Simmons, Mrs. Marchmont's own maid, told me that Miss Mary was ill, very ill, and that no one was allowed to see her except those that waited upon her, and that she was used to. And I begged and prayed that I might be allowed to see her, sir, with the tears in my eyes, for my heart bled for her, poor darling dear, when I thought of the cruel things that was said against her, and thought that, with all her riches and her learning, folks could dare to talk of her as they wouldn't dare to talk of a poor man's wife like me. And I went again and again, sir, but it was no good, and the last time I went Mrs. Marchmont came out into the hall to me, and told me that I was intrusive and impertinent, and that it was me, and such as me, as had set all manner of scandal afloat about her stepdaughter. Then I went again, sir, even after that, and I saw Mr. Paul Marchmont, and he was very kind to me, and frank and free spoken, almost like you, sir, and he told me that Mrs. Marchmont was rather stern and unforgiving towards the poor young lady. He spoke very kind and pitiful of poor Miss Mary, and that he would stand my friend, and he'd contrive that I should see my poor dear as soon as ever she picked up her spirits a bit, and was more fit to see me, and I was to come again in a week's time, he said. Well, and when you went?" "When I went, sir," sobbed the carpenter's wife, "it was the 18th of October, and Miss Mary had run away upon the day before, and everybody at the Towers was being sent right and left to look for her. I saw Mrs. Marchmont for a minute that afternoon, and she was as white as a sheet, and all of a tremble from head to foot, and she walked about the place as if she was out of her mind, like." "Guilt," thought the young soldier, "guilt of some sort. God only knows what that guilt has been." He covered his face with his hands, and waited to hear more what Hester Jobson had to tell him. There was no need of questioning here, no reservation or prevarication. With almost as tender regret as he himself could have felt, the carpenter's wife told him all that she knew of the sad story of Mary's disappearance. "Nobody took much notice of me, sir, in the confusion of the place," Mrs. Jobson continued; "and there's a parlour maid at the Towers called Susan Rose, that had been a schoolfellow with me 10 years before, and I got her to tell me all about it. And she said that poor dear Miss Mary had been weak and ailing ever since she had recovered from the brain fever, and that she had shut herself up in her room, and had seen no one except Mrs. Marchmont and Mr. Paul and Barbara Simmons. But on the 17th Mrs. Marchmont sent for her, asking her to come to the study; and the poor young lady went. And then Susan Rose thinks that there was high words between Mrs. Marchmont and her stepdaughter; for as Susan was crossing the hall, poor Miss came out of the study, and her face was all smothered in tears, and she cried out as she came into the hall, 'I can't bear it any longer. My life is too miserable. My fate is too wretched.' And then she ran upstairs, and Susan Rose followed up to her room and listened outside the door; and she heard the poor dear sobbing and crying out again and again, 'Oh, papa, papa, if you knew what I suffer! Oh, papa, papa, papa!' So pitiful, that if Susan Rose had dared, she would have gone in to try and comfort her. But Miss Mary had always been very reserved to all the servants, and Susan didn't dare intrude upon her. It was late that evening when my poor young lady was missed, and the servants sent out to look for her. And you, Hester, you knew my wife better than any of these people. Where do you think she went?" Hester Jobson looked piteously at the questioner. "Oh, sir," she cried, "oh, Captain Arundel, don't ask me. Pray, pray don't ask me." "You think like these other people? You think that she went away to destroy herself?" "Oh, sir, what can I think? What can I think except that? She was last seen down by the waterside, and one of her shoes was picked up amongst the rushes. And for all there's been such a search made after her, and a reward offered, and advertisements in the papers, and everything done that mortal could do to find her, there's been no news of her, sir, not a trace to tell of her being living, not a creature to come forward and speak to her being seen by them after that day. What can I think, sir? What can I think except—" "Except that she threw herself into the river behind Marchmont Towers?" "I've tried to think different, sir. I've tried to hope I should see that poor sweet lamb again; but I can't. I can't. I've worn mourning for these last 3 Sundays, sir, for I seem to feel as if it was a sin and a disrespectfulness towards her to wear colours, and sit in the church where I have seen her so often, looking so meek and beautiful, Sunday after Sunday." Edward Arundel bowed his head upon his hands and wept silently. This woman's belief in Mary's death afflicted him more than he dared confess to himself. He had defied Olivia and Paul Marchmont, as enemies, who tried to force a false conviction upon him; but he could neither doubt nor defy this honest, warm hearted creature, who wept aloud over the memory of his wife's sorrows.
He could not doubt her sincerity; but he still refused to accept the belief which on every side was pressed upon him. He still refused to think that his wife was dead. "The river was dragged for more than a week," he said presently, "and my wife's body was never found." Hester Jobson shook her head mournfully. "That's a poor sign, sir," she answered. "The river's full of holes, I've heard say. My husband had a fellow 'prentice who drowned himself in that river 7 years ago, and his body was never found." Edward Arundel rose and walked towards the door. "I do not believe that my wife is dead," he cried. He held out his hand to the carpenter's wife. "God bless you," he said. "I thank you from my heart for your tender feeling towards my lost girl." He went out to the gig, in which Mr. Morrison waited for him, rather tired of his morning's work. "There is an inn a little way farther along the street, Morrison," Captain Arundel said. "I shall stop there." The man stared at his master. "And not go back to Marchmont Towers, Mr. Edward?" "No." Edward Arundel had held nature in abeyance for more than 24 hours, and this outraged nature now took her revenge by flinging the young man prostrate and powerless upon his bed at the simple Kemberling hostelry, and holding him prisoner there for 3 dreary days; 3 miserable days, with long, dark, interminable evenings, during which the invalid had no better employment than to lie brooding over his sorrows, while Mr. Morrison read the Times newspaper in a monotonous and droning voice, for his sick master's entertainment. How that helpless and prostrate prisoner, bound hand and foot in the stern grasp of retaliative nature, loathed the leading articles, the foreign correspondence, in the Leviathan Journal; how he sickened at the fiery English of Printing House Square, as expounded by Mr. Morrison. The sound of the valet's voice was like the unbroken flow of a dull river. The great names that surged up every now and then upon that sluggish tide of oratory made no impression upon the sick man's mind. What was it to him if the glory of England were in danger, the freedom of a mighty people wavering in the balance? What was it to him if famine stricken Ireland were perishing, and the far away Indian possessions menaced by contumacious and treacherous Sikhs? What was it to him if the heavens were shrivelled like a blazing scroll, and the earth reeling on its shaken foundations? What had he to do with any catastrophe except that which had fallen upon his innocent young wife? "Oh, my broken trust!" he muttered sometimes, to the alarm of the confidential servant. "Oh, my broken trust!" But during the 3 days in which Captain Arundel lay in the best chamber at the Black Bull, the chief inn of Kemberling, and a very splendid place of public entertainment long ago, when all the northward bound coaches had passed through that quiet Lincolnshire village, he was not without a medical attendant to give him some feeble help in the way of drugs and doctor's stuff, in the battle which he was fighting with offended nature. I don't know but that the help, however well intended, may have gone rather to strengthen the hand of the enemy; for in those days the year '48 is very long ago when we take the measure of time by science country practitioners were apt to place themselves upon the side of the disease rather than of the patient, and to assist grim death in his siege, by lending the professional aid of purgatives and phlebotomy. On this principle Mr. George Weston, the surgeon of Kemberling, and the submissive and well tutored husband of Paul Marchmont's sister, would fain have set to work with the prostrate soldier, on the plea that the patient's skin was hot and dry, and his white lips parched with fever; but Captain Arundel protested vehemently against any such treatment. "You shall not take an ounce of blood out of my veins," he said, "or give me one drop of medicine that will weaken me. What I want is strength strength to get up and leave this intolerable room, and go about the business that I have to do. As to fever," he added scornfully, "as long as I have to lie here and am hindered from going about the business of my life, every drop of my blood will boil with a fever that all the drugs in Apothecaries' Hall would have no power to subdue. Give me something to strengthen me. Patch me up somehow or other, Mr. Weston, if you can. But I warn you that if you keep me long here, I shall leave this place either a corpse or a madman." The surgeon, drinking tea with his wife and brother in law half an hour afterwards, related the conversation that had taken place between himself and his patient, breaking up his narrative with a great many "I saids" and "said he's," and with a good deal of rambling commentary upon the text. Lavinia Weston looked at her brother while the surgeon told his story. "He is very desperate about his wife, then, this dashing young captain," Mr. Marchmont said presently. "Awful," answered the surgeon; "regular awful. I never saw anything like it. Really, it was enough to cut a man up to hear him go on so. He asked me all sorts of questions about the time when she was ill, and I attended upon her; and what did she say to me, and did she seem very unhappy, and all that sort of thing. Upon my word, you know, Mr. Paul, Of course I am very glad to think of your coming into the fortune, and I'm very much obliged to you for the kind promises you've made to me and Lavinia; but I almost felt as if I could have wished the poor young lady hadn't drowned herself." Mrs. Weston shrugged her shoulders, and looked at her brother. "Imbecile!" she muttered. She was accustomed to talk to her brother very freely in rather schoolgirl French before her husband, to whom that language was as the most recondite of tongues, and who heartily admired her for superior knowledge. He sat staring at her now, and eating bread and butter with a simple relish, which in itself was enough to mark him out as a man to be trampled upon. On the fourth day after his interview with Hester, Edward Arundel was strong enough to leave his chamber at the Black Bull. "I shall go to London by to night's mail, Morrison," he said to his servant; "but before I leave Lincolnshire, I must pay another visit to Marchmont Towers. You can stop here, and pack my portmanteau while I go." A rumbling old fly, looked upon as a splendid equipage by the inhabitants of Kemberling, was furnished for Captain Arundel's accommodation by the proprietor of the Black Bull; and once more the soldier approached that ill omened dwelling place which had been the home of his wife. He was ushered without any delay to the study in which Olivia spent the greater part of her time. The dusky afternoon was already closing in. A low fire burned in the old fashioned grate, and one lighted wax candle stood upon an open davenport, before which the widow sat amid a confusion of torn papers, cast upon the ground about her. The open drawers of the davenport, the littered scraps of paper and loosely tied documents, thrust without any show of order into the different compartments of the desk, bore testimony to that state of mental distraction which had been common to Olivia Marchmont for some time past. She herself, the gloomy tenant of the Towers, sat with her elbow resting on her desk, looking hopelessly and absently at the confusion before her. "I am very tired," she said, with a sigh, as she motioned her cousin to a chair. "I have been trying to sort my papers, and to look for bills that have to be paid, and receipts. They come to me about everything. I am very tired." Her manner was changed from that stern defiance with which she had last confronted her kinsman, to an air of almost piteous feebleness. She rested her head on her hand, repeating in a low voice, "Yes, I am very tired." Edward Arundel looked earnestly at her faded face, so faded from that which he remembered it in its proud young beauty, that in spite of his doubt of this woman, he could scarcely refrain from some touch of pity for her. "You are ill, Olivia," he said. "Yes, I am ill. I am worn out. I am tired of my life. Why does not God have pity upon me, and take the bitter burden away? I have carried it too long." She said this not so much to her cousin as to herself. She was like Job in his despair, and cried aloud to the Supreme Himself in a gloomy protest against her anguish. "Olivia," said Edward Arundel very earnestly, "what is it that makes you unhappy? Is the burden that you carry a burden on your conscience? Is the black shadow upon your life a guilty secret? Is the cause of your unhappiness that which I suspect it to be? Is it that, in some hour of passion, you consented to league yourself with Paul Marchmont against my poor innocent girl? For pity's sake, speak, and undo what you have done. You cannot have been guilty of a crime. There has been some foul play, some conspiracy, some suppression, and my darling has been lured away by the machinations of this man. But he could not have got her into his power without your help. You hated her, Heaven alone knows for what reason, and in an evil hour you helped him, and now you are sorry for what you have done. But it is not too late, Olivia. Olivia, it is surely not too late. Speak, speak, woman, and undo what you have done. As you hope for mercy and forgiveness from God, undo what you have done. I will exact no atonement from you. Paul Marchmont, this smooth traitor, this frank man of the world who defied me with a smile, he only shall be called upon to answer for the wrong done against my darling. Speak, Olivia, for pity's sake," cried the young man, casting himself upon his knees at his cousin's feet. "You are of my own blood. You must have some spark of regard for me. Have compassion upon me, then; or have compassion upon your own guilty soul, which must perish everlastingly if you withhold the truth. Have pity, Olivia, and speak." The widow had risen to her feet, recoiling from the soldier as he knelt before her, and looking at him with an awful light in the eyes that alone gave life to her corpse like face. Suddenly she flung her arms up above her head, stretching her wasted hands towards the ceiling. "By the God who has renounced and abandoned me," she cried, "I have no more knowledge than you have of Mary Marchmont's fate. From the hour in which she left this house, upon the 17th of October, until this present moment, I have neither seen her nor heard of her.
If I have lied to you, Edward Arundel," she added, dropping her extended arms, and turning quietly to her cousin, "if I have lied to you in saying this, may the tortures which I suffer be doubled to me, if in the infinite of suffering there is any anguish worse than that I now suffer." Edward Arundel paused for a little while, brooding over this strange reply to his appeal. Could he disbelieve his cousin? It is common to some people to make forcible and impious asseverations of an untruth shamelessly, in the very face of an insulted heaven; but Olivia Marchmont was a woman who, in the very darkest hour of her despair, knew no wavering from her faith in the God she had offended. "I cannot refuse to believe you, Olivia," Captain Arundel said presently. "I do believe in your solemn protestations, and I no longer look for help from you in my search for my lost love. I absolve you from all suspicion of being aware of her fate after she left this house; but so long as she remained beneath this roof she was in your care, and I hold you responsible for the ills that may have then befallen her. You, Olivia, must have had some hand in driving that unhappy girl away from her home." The widow had resumed her seat by the open davenport. She sat with her head bent, her brows contracted, her mouth fixed and rigid, her left hand trifling absently with the scattered papers before her. "You accused me of this once before, when Mary Marchmont left this house," she said sullenly. "And you were guilty then," answered Edward. "I cannot hold myself answerable for the actions of others. Mary Marchmont left this time, as she left before, of her own free will." "Driven away by your cruel words." "She must have been very weak," answered Olivia with a sneer, "if a few harsh words were enough to drive her away from her own house." "You deny, then, that you were guilty of causing this poor deluded child's flight from this house?" Olivia Marchmont sat for some moments in moody silence. Then, suddenly raising her head, she looked her cousin full in the face. "I do," she exclaimed. "If any one except herself is guilty of an act which was her own, I am not that person." "I understand," said Edward Arundel. "It was Paul Marchmont's hand that drove her out upon the dreary world. It was Paul Marchmont's brain that plotted against her. You were only a minor instrument, a willing tool in the hands of a subtle villain. But he shall answer. He shall answer." The soldier spoke the last words between his clenched teeth. Then, with his chin upon his breast, he sat thinking over what he had just heard. "How was it?" he muttered. "How was it? He is too consummate a villain to use violence. His manner the other morning told me that the law was on his side. He had done nothing to put himself into my power, and he defied me. How was it, then? By what means did he drive my darling to her despairing flight?" As Captain Arundel sat thinking of these things, his cousin's idle fingers still trifled with the papers on the desk; while, with her chin resting on her other hand, and her eyes fixed upon the wall before her, she stared blankly at the reflection of the flame of the candle on the polished oaken panel. Her idle fingers, following no design, strayed here and there among the scattered papers, until a few that lay nearest the edge of the desk slid off the smooth morocco, and fluttered to the ground. Edward Arundel, as absent-minded as his cousin, stooped involuntarily to pick up the papers. The uppermost of those that had fallen was a slip cut from a country newspaper, to which was pinned an open letter, a few lines only. The paragraph in the newspaper slip was marked by double ink lines, drawn round it by a neat penman. Again, almost involuntarily, Edward Arundel looked at this marked paragraph. It was very brief. "We regret to be called upon to state that another of the sufferers in the accident which occurred last August on the South Western Railway has expired from injuries received upon that occasion. Captain Arundel, of the H.E.I.C.S., died on Friday night at Dangerfield Park, Devon, the seat of his elder brother." The letter was almost as brief as the paragraph. "Kemberling, October 17th. "My dear Mrs. Marchmont, the enclosed has just come to hand. Let us hope it is not true; but in case of the worst, it should be shown to Miss Marchmont immediately. Better that she should hear the news from you than from a stranger. "Yours sincerely, "Paul Marchmont." "I understand everything now," said Edward Arundel, laying these two papers before his cousin. "It was with this printed lie that you and Paul Marchmont drove my wife to despair, perhaps to death." "My darling, my darling!" cried the young man, in a burst of uncontrollable agony. "I refused to believe that you were dead. I refused to believe that you were lost to me. I can believe it now. I can believe it now." End of Chapter 10, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of John Marchmont's Legacy.
This recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. Edward Arundel's Despair. Yes, Edward Arundel could believe the worst now. He could believe now that his wife, on hearing tidings of his death, had rushed madly to her own destruction, too desolate, too utterly unfriended and miserable to live under the burden of her sorrows. Mary had talked to her husband in the happy, loving confidence of her bright honeymoon. She had talked to him of her father's death, and the horrible grief she had felt, the heart sickness, the eager yearning to be carried to the same grave, to rest in the same silent sleep. "I think I tried to throw myself from the window upon the night before papa's funeral," she had said; "but I fainted away. I know it was very wicked of me; but I was mad. My wretchedness had driven me mad." He remembered this. Might not this girl, this helpless child, in the first desperation of her grief, have hurried down to that dismal river, to hide her sorrows for ever under its slow and murky tide? Henceforward it was with a new feeling that Edward Arundel looked for his missing wife. The young and hopeful spirit which had wrestled against conviction, which had stubbornly preserved its own sanguine fancies against the gloomy forebodings of others, had broken down before the evidence of that false paragraph in the country newspaper. That paragraph was the key to the sad mystery of Mary Arundel's disappearance. Her husband could understand now why she ran away, why she despaired, and how in that desperation and despair she might have hastily ended her short life. It was with altered feelings, therefore, that he went forth to look for her. He was no longer passionate and impatient, for he no longer believed that his young wife lived to yearn for his coming, and to suffer for the want of his protection. He no longer thought of her as a lonely and helpless wanderer, driven from her rightful home, and in her childish ignorance straying farther and farther away from him who had the right to succour and to comfort her. No, he thought of her now with sullen despair at his heart. He thought of her now in utter hopelessness. He thought of her with a bitter and agonising regret, which we only feel for the dead. But this grief was not the only feeling that held possession of the young soldier's breast. Stronger even than his sorrow was his eager yearning for vengeance, his savage desire for retaliation. "I look upon Paul Marchmont as the murderer of my wife," he said to Olivia, on that November evening on which he saw the paragraph in the newspaper. "I look upon that man as the deliberate destroyer of a helpless girl; and he shall answer to me for her life. He shall answer to me for every pang she suffered, for every tear she shed. God have mercy upon her poor erring soul, and help me to my vengeance upon her destroyer." He lifted his eyes to heaven as he spoke, and a solemn shadow overspread his pale face, like a dark cloud upon a winter landscape. I have said that Edward Arundel no longer felt a frantic impatience to discover his wife's fate. The sorrowful conviction which at last had forced itself upon him left no room for impatience. The pale face he had loved was lying hidden somewhere beneath those dismal waters. He had no doubt of that. There was no need of any other solution to the mystery of his wife's disappearance. That which he had to seek was for the evidence of Paul Marchmont's guilt. The outspoken young soldier, whose nature was as transparent as the stainless soul of a child, had to enter into the lists with a man who was so different from himself that it was almost difficult to believe the two individuals belonged to the same species. Captain Arundel went back to London, and betook himself forthwith to the office of Messrs. Paulette, and Mathewson. He had the idea, common to many of his class, that all lawyers, whatever claims they might have to respectability, are in a manner past masters in every villainous art, and as such the proper people to deal with a villain. "Richard Paulette will be able to help me," thought the young man. "Richard Paulette saw through Paul Marchmont, I dare say." But Richard Paulette had very little to say about the matter. He had known Edward Arundel's father, and he had known the young soldier from his early boyhood; and he seemed deeply grieved to witness his client's distress; but he had nothing to say against Paul Marchmont. "I cannot see what right you have to suspect Mr. Marchmont of any guilty share in your wife's disappearance," he said. "Do not think I defend him because he is our client. You know that we are rich enough and honourable enough to refuse the business of any man whom we thought a villain. When I was in Lincolnshire, Mr. Marchmont did everything that a man could do to testify his anxiety to find his cousin." "Oh, yes," Edward Arundel answered bitterly; "that is only consistent with the man's diabolical artifice. That was a part of his scheme. He wished to testify that anxiety, and he wanted you as a witness to his conscientious search after my poor lost girl." His voice and manner changed for a moment as he spoke of Mary. Richard Paulette shook his head. "Prejudice, prejudice, my dear Arundel," he said; "this is all prejudice upon your part, I assure you. Mr. Marchmont behaved with perfect honesty and candour. I won't tell you that I'm sorry to inherit this fortune," he said, "because if I did, you wouldn't believe me. What man in his senses could believe that a poor devil of a landscape painter would regret coming into 11,000 a year? But I am very sorry for this poor little girl's unhappy fate. And I believe," added Mr. Paulette, decisively, "that the man was heartily sorry." Edward Arundel groaned aloud. "Oh, God, this is too terrible!" he muttered. "Everybody will believe in this man rather than in me. How am I to be avenged upon the wretch who caused my darling's death?" He talked for a long time to the lawyer, but with no result. Richard Paulette considered the young man's hatred of Paul Marchmont only a natural consequence of his grief for Mary's death. "I can't wonder that you are prejudiced against Mr. Marchmont," he said. "It's natural, it's only natural; but believe me, you are wrong. Nothing could be more straightforward, and even delicate, than his conduct. He refuses to take possession of the estate, or to touch a farthing of the rents. 'No,' he said, when I suggested to him that he had a right to enter into possession, 'no, we will not shut the door against hope. My cousin may be hiding herself somewhere. She may return by and by. Let us wait a twelvemonth. If, at the end of that time, she does not return, and if in the interim we receive no tidings from her, no evidence of her existence, we may reasonably conclude that she is dead, and I may fairly consider myself the rightful owner of Marchmont Towers. In the meantime, you will act as if you were still Mary Marchmont's agent, holding all moneys as in trust for her, but to be delivered up to me at the expiration of a year from the day on which she disappeared.'" "I do not think anything could be more straightforward than that," added Richard Paulette, in conclusion. "No," Edward answered with a sigh; "it seems very straightforward. But the man who could strike at a helpless girl by means of a lying paragraph in a newspaper Mr. Marchmont may have believed in that paragraph." Edward Arundel rose with a gesture of impatience. "I came to you for help, Mr. Paulette," he said; "but I see you don't mean to help me. Good day." He left the office before the lawyer could remonstrate with him. He walked away, with passionate anger against all the world raging in his breast. "Why, what a smooth spoken, false tongued world it is!" he thought. "Let a man succeed in the vilest scheme, and no living creature will care to ask by what foul means he may have won his success. What weapons can I use against this Paul Marchmont, who twists truth and honesty to his own ends, and masks his basest treachery under an appearance of candour?" From Lincoln's Inn Fields, Captain Arundel drove over Waterloo Bridge to Oakley Street. He went to Mrs. Pimpernel's establishment without any hope of the glad surprise that had met him there a few months before. He believed implicitly that his wife was dead, and wherever he went in search of her, he went in utter hopelessness, only prompted by the desire to leave no part of his duty undone. The honest hearted dealer in cast off apparel wept bitterly when she heard how sadly the Captain's honeymoon had ended. She would have been content to detain the young soldier all day, while she bemoaned the misfortunes that had come upon him. And now, for the first time, Edward heard of dismal forebodings, and horrible dreams, and unaccountable presentiments of evil, with which this honest woman had been afflicted on and before his wedding day, and of which she had made special mention at the time to divers friends and acquaintances. "I shall never forget how shivery like I felt as the cab drove off, with that poor dear a looking and smiling at me out of the winder. I says to Mrs. Polson, as her husband is in the shoemaking line, 2 doors further down, I says, I do hope Captain Arundel's lady will get safe to the end of her journey. I felt the cold shivers a creeping up my back, just exactly like I did a fortnight before my poor Jane died, and I couldn't get it off my mind as something was going to happen." From London Captain Arundel went to Winchester, much to the disgust of his valet, who was accustomed to a luxuriously idle life at Dangerfield Park, and who did not by any means relish this desultory wandering from place to place. Perhaps there was some faint ray of hope in the young man's mind, as he drew near to that little village inn beneath whose shelter he had been so happy with his childish bride. If she had not committed suicide, if she had indeed wandered away, to try and bear her sorrows in gentle Christian resignation, if she had sought some retreat where she might be safe from her tormentors, would not every instinct of her loving heart have led her here, amid these low meadows and winding streams, guarded and surrounded by the pleasant shelter of grassy hilltops, crowned by waving trees, here where she had been so happy with the husband of her choice? But, alas, that newly born hope, which had made the soldier's heart beat and his cheek flush, was as delusive as many other hopes that lure men and women onward in their weary wanderings upon this earth. The landlord of the White Hart Inn answered Edward Arundel's question with stolid indifference. No, the young lady had gone away with her ma, and a gentleman who came with her ma. She had cried a deal, poor thing, and had seemed very much cut up. It was from the chambermaid Edward heard this. But her ma and the gentleman had seemed in a great hurry to take her away. The gentleman said that a village inn wasn't the place for her, and he said he was very much shocked to find her there; and he had a fly got ready, and took the two ladies away in it to the George, at Winchester, and they were to go from there to London. And the young lady was crying when she went away, and was as pale as death, poor dear." That was all that Captain Arundel gained by his journey to Milldale. He went across country to the farming people near Reading, his wife's poor relations; but they had heard nothing of her. They had wondered, indeed, at having no letters from her, for she had been very kind to them. They were terribly distressed when they were told of her disappearance. This was the forlorn hope. It was all over now. Edward Arundel could no longer struggle against the cruel truth. He could do nothing now but avenge his wife's sorrows. He went down to Devonshire, saw his mother, and told her the sad story of Mary's flight. But he could not rest at Dangerfield, though Mrs. Arundel implored him to stay long enough to recruit his shattered health. He hurried back to London, made arrangements with his agent for being bought out of his regiment by his brother officers, and then, turning his back upon the career that had been far dearer to him than his life, he went down to Lincolnshire once more, in the dreary winter weather, to watch and wait patiently, if need were, for the day of retribution. There was a detached cottage, a lonely place enough, between Kemberling and Marchmont Towers, that had been to let for a long time, being very much out of repair, and by no means inviting in appearance. Edward Arundel took this cottage. All necessary repairs and alterations were executed under the direction of Mr. Morrison, who was to remain permanently in the young man's service. Captain Arundel had a couple of horses brought down to his new stable, and hired a country lad, who was to act as groom under the eye of the factotum. Mr. Morrison and this lad, with one female servant, formed Edward's establishment. Paul Marchmont lifted his auburn eyebrows when he heard of the new tenant of Kemberling Retreat. The lonely cottage had been christened Kemberling Retreat by a sentimental tenant, who had ultimately levanted, leaving his rent 3/4 in arrear. The artist exhibited a gentlemanly surprise at this new vagary of Edward Arundel's, and publicly expressed his pity for the foolish young man. "I am so sorry that the poor fellow should sacrifice himself to a romantic grief for my unfortunate cousin," Mr. Marchmont said, in the parlour of the Black Bull, where he condescended to drop in now and then with his brother in law, and to make himself popular amongst the magnates of Kemberling, and the tenant farmers who looked to him as their future, if not their actual landlord. "I'm really sorry for the poor lad. He's a handsome, high spirited fellow, and I'm sorry he's been so weak as to ruin his prospects in the company's service. Yes, I am heartily sorry for him." Mr. Marchmont discussed the matter very lightly in the parlour of the Black Bull, but he kept silence as he walked home with the surgeon; and Mr. Weston, looking askance at his brother in law's face, saw that something was wrong, and thought it advisable to hold his peace. Paul Marchmont sat up late that night, talking to Lavinia after the surgeon had gone to bed. The brother and sister conversed in subdued murmurs as they stood close together before the expiring fire, and the faces of both were very grave indeed, almost apprehensive. "He must be terribly in earnest," Paul Marchmont said, "or he would never have sacrificed his position. He has planted himself here, close upon us, with the determination of watching us. We shall have to be very careful." It was early in the new year that Edward Arundel completed all his arrangements, and took possession of Kemberling Retreat. He knew that in retiring from the East India Company's service he had sacrificed the prospect of a brilliant and glorious career, under some of the finest soldiers who ever fought for their country; but he had made this sacrifice willingly, as an offering to the memory of his lost love, as an atonement for his broken trust. For it was one of his most bitter miseries to remember that his own want of prudence had been the first cause of all Mary's sorrows. Had he confided in his mother, had he induced her to return from Germany to be present at his marriage, and to accept the orphan girl as a daughter, Mary need never again have fallen into the power of Olivia Marchmont. His own imprudence, his own rashness, had flung this poor child, helpless and friendless, into the hands of the very man against whom John Marchmont had written a solemn warning, a warning that it should have been Edward's duty to remember. But who could have calculated upon the railway accident, and who could have foreseen a separation in the first blush of the honeymoon? Edward Arundel had trusted in his own power to protect his bride from every ill that might assail her. In the pride of his youth and strength he had forgotten that he was not immortal, and the last idea that could have entered his mind was the thought that he should be stricken down by a sudden calamity, and rendered even more helpless than the girl he had sworn to shield and succour. The bleak winter crept slowly past, and the shrill March winds were loud amidst the leafless trees in the wood behind Marchmont Towers. This wood was open to any foot passenger who might choose to wander that way, and Edward Arundel often walked upon the bank of the slow river, and past the boat house, beneath whose shadow he had wooed his young wife in the bright summer that was gone. The place had a mournful attraction for the young man, by reason of the memory of the past, and a different and far keener fascination in the fact of Paul Marchmont's frequent occupation of his roughly built painting room. In a purposeless and unsettled frame of mind, Edward Arundel kept watch upon the man he hated, scarcely knowing why he watched, or for what he hoped, but with a vague belief that something would be discovered, that some accident might come to pass which would enable him to say to Paul Marchmont, "It was by your treachery my wife perished, and it is you who must answer to me for her death." Edward Arundel had seen nothing of his cousin Olivia during that dismal winter. He had held himself aloof from the Towers; that is to say, he had never presented himself there as a guest, though he had been often on horseback and on foot in the wood by the river. He had not seen Olivia, but he had heard of her through his valet, Mr. Morrison, who insisted on repeating the gossip of Kemberling for the benefit of his listless and indifferent master. "They do say as Mr. Paul Marchmont is going to marry Mrs. John Marchmont, sir," Mr. Morrison said, delighted at the importance of his information. "They say as Mr. Paul is always up at the Towers, visiting Mrs. John, and that she takes his advice about everything as she does, and that she's quite wrapped up in him like." Edward Arundel looked at his attendant with unmitigated surprise. "My cousin Olivia marry Paul Marchmont!" he exclaimed. "You should be wiser than to listen to such foolish gossip, Morrison. You know what country people are, and you know they can't keep their tongues quiet." Mr. Morrison took this reproach as a compliment to his superior intelligence. "It ain't oftentimes as I listens to their talk, sir," he said; "but if I've heard this said once, I've heard it 20 times; and I've heard it at the Black Bull, too, Mr. Edward, where Mr. Marchmont frequents sometimes with his sister's husband; and the landlord told me as it had been spoken of once before his face, and he didn't deny it." Edward Arundel pondered gravely over this gossip of the Kemberling people. It was not so very improbable, perhaps, after all. Olivia only held Marchmont Towers on sufferance. It might be that, rather than be turned out of her stately home, she would accept the hand of its rightful owner. She would marry Paul Marchmont, perhaps, as she had married his brother, for the sake of a fortune and a position. She had grudged Mary her wealth, and now she sought to become a sharer in that wealth. "Oh, the villainy, the villainy!" cried the soldier. "It is all one base fabric of treachery and wrong. A marriage between these two will be only a part of the scheme. Between them they have driven my darling to her death, and they will now divide the profits of their guilty work." The young man determined to discover whether there had been any foundation for the Kemberling gossip. He had not seen his cousin since the day of his discovery of the paragraph in the newspaper, and he went forthwith to the Towers, bent on asking Olivia the straight question as to the truth of the reports that had reached his ears. He walked over to the dreary mansion. He had regained his strength by this time, and he had recovered his good looks; but something of the brightness of his youth was gone; something of the golden glory of his beauty had faded. He was no longer the young Apollo, fresh and radiant with the divinity of the skies. He had suffered, and suffering had left its traces on his countenance. That smiling hopefulness, that supreme confidence in a bright future, which is the virginity of beauty, had perished beneath the withering influence of affliction. Mrs. Marchmont was not to be seen at the Towers. She had gone down to the boat house with Mr. Paul Marchmont and Mrs. Weston, the servant said. "I will see them together," Edward Arundel thought. "I will see if my cousin dares to tell me that she means to marry this man." He walked through the wood to the lonely building by the river. The March winds were blowing among the leafless trees, ruffling the black pools of water that the rain had left in every hollow. The smoke from the chimney of Paul Marchmont's painting room struggled hopelessly against the wind, and was beaten back upon the roof from which it tried to rise. Everything succumbed before that pitiless north easter. Edward Arundel knocked at the door of the wooden edifice erected by his foe. He scarcely waited for the answer to his summons, but lifted the latch, and walked across the threshold, uninvited, unwelcome. There were 4 people in the painting room. 2 or 3 seemed to have been talking together when Edward knocked at the door; but the speakers had stopped simultaneously and abruptly, and there was a dead silence when he entered. Olivia Marchmont was standing under the broad northern window, the artist was sitting upon one of the steps leading up to the pavilion, and a few paces from him, in an old cane chair near the easel, sat George Weston, the surgeon, with his wife leaning over the back of his chair. It was at this man that Edward Arundel looked longest, riveted by the strange expression of his face. The traces of intense agitation have a peculiar force when seen in a usually stolid countenance. Your mobile faces are apt to give an exaggerated record of emotion. We grow accustomed to their changeful expression, their vivid betrayal of every passing sensation. But this man's was one of those faces which are only changed from their apathetic stillness by some moral earthquake, whose shock arouses the most impenetrable dullard from his stupid imperturbability. Such a shock had lately affected George Weston, the quiet surgeon of Kemberling, the submissive husband of Paul Marchmont's sister. His face was as white as death. A slow trembling shook his ponderous frame. With one of his big fat hands he pulled a cotton handkerchief from his pocket, and tremulously wiped the perspiration from his bald forehead. His wife bent over him, and whispered a few words in his ear; but he shook his head with a piteous gesture, as if to testify his inability to comprehend her. It was impossible for a man to betray more obvious signs of violent agitation than this man betrayed. "It's no use, Lavinia," he murmured hopelessly, as his wife whispered to him for the second time. "It's no use, my dear. I can't get over it." Mrs. Weston cast one rapid, half despairing, half appealing glance at her brother, and in the next moment recovered herself, by an effort only such as great women, or wicked women, are capable of. "Oh, you men!" she cried in her liveliest voice. "Oh, you men! What big silly babies! What nervous creatures you are! Come, George, I won't have you giving way to this foolish nonsense, just because an extra glass or so of Mrs. Marchmont's very fine old port has happened to disagree with you. You must not think we are a drunkard, Mr. Arundel," added the lady, turning playfully to Edward, and patting her husband's clumsy shoulder as she spoke. "We are only a poor village surgeon, with a limited income and a very weak head, and quite unaccustomed to old light port. Come, Mr. George Weston, walk out into the open air, sir, and let us see if the March wind will bring you back your senses." And without another word, Lavinia Weston hustled her husband, who walked like a man in a dream, out of the painting room, and closed the door behind her. Paul Marchmont laughed as the door shut upon his brother in law. "Poor George!" he said carelessly. "I thought he helped himself to the port a little too liberally. He never could stand a glass of wine, and he's the most stupid creature when he's drunk." Excellent as all this by play was, Edward Arundel was not deceived by it. The man was not drunk, he thought. He was frightened. What could have happened to throw him into that state? What mystery are these people hiding amongst themselves? And what should he have to do with it? "Good evening, Captain Arundel," Paul Marchmont said. "I congratulate you on the change in your appearance since you were last in this place. You seem to have quite recovered the effects of that terrible railway accident." Edward Arundel drew himself up stiffly as the artist spoke to him. "We cannot meet except as enemies, Mr. Marchmont," he said. "My cousin has no doubt told you what I said of you when I discovered the lying paragraph which you caused to be shown to my wife." "I only did what any one else would have done under the circumstances," Paul Marchmont answered quietly. "I was deceived by a penny-a-liner's false report. How should I know the effect that report would have upon my unhappy cousin?" "I cannot discuss this matter with you," cried Edward Arundel, his voice tremulous with passion. "I am almost mad when I think of it. I am not safe. I dare not trust myself. I look upon you as the deliberate assassin of a helpless girl; but so skilful an assassin that nothing less than the vengeance of God can touch you. I cry aloud to Him night and day, in the hope that He will hear me and avenge my wife's death. I cannot look to any earthly law for help, but I trust in God. I put my trust in God. There are very few positive and consistent atheists in this world. Mr. Paul Marchmont was a philosopher of the infidel school, a school of Voltaire and the Brotherhood of the Encyclopaedia, and a believer in those liberal days before the Reign of Terror, when Frenchmen, in coffee houses, discussed the Supreme under the sobriquet of Monsieur l'Être. But he grew a little paler as Edward Arundel, with kindling eyes and uplifted hand, declared his faith in a divine avenger. The sceptical artist may have thought, what if there should be some reality in the creed so many weak fools confide in? What if there is a God who cannot abide iniquity? "I came here to look for you, Olivia," Edward Arundel said presently. "I want to ask you a question. Will you come into the wood with me?" "Yes, if you wish it," Mrs. Marchmont answered quietly. The cousins went out of the painting room together, leaving Paul Marchmont alone. They walked on for a few yards in silence. "What is the question you came here to ask me?" Olivia asked abruptly. "The Kemberling people have raised a report about you, which I should fancy would be scarcely agreeable to yourself," answered Edward. "You would hardly wish to benefit by Mary's death, would you, Olivia?" He looked at her searchingly as he spoke. Her face was at all times so expressive of hidden cares, of cruel mental tortures, that there was little room in her countenance for any new emotion. Her cousin looked in vain for any change in it now. "Benefit by her death!" she exclaimed. "How should I benefit by her death?"
"By marrying the man who inherits this estate. They say you are going to marry Paul Marchmont." Olivia looked at him with an expression of surprise. "Do they say that of me?" she asked. "Do people say that?" "They do. Is it true, Olivia?" The widow turned upon him almost fiercely. "What does it matter to you whether it is true or not? What do you care whom I marry, or what becomes of me?" "I care this much," Edward Arundel answered, "that I would not have your reputation lied away by the gossips of Kemberling. I should despise you if you married this man; but if you do not mean to marry him, you have no right to encourage his visits. You are trifling with your own good name. You should leave this place, and by that means give the lie to any false reports that have arisen about you." "Leave this place!" cried Olivia Marchmont, with a bitter laugh. "Leave this place! O my God, if I could! If I could go away, and bury myself somewhere at the other end of the world, and forget and forget!" She said this as if to herself, as if it had been a cry of despair wrung from her in spite of herself. Then, turning to Edward Arundel, she added, in a quieter voice, "I can never leave this place till I leave it in my coffin. I am a prisoner here for life." She turned from him, and walked slowly away, with her face towards the dying sunlight in the low western sky. Chapter 11, Volume 2.
Volume 2, Chapter 12 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 12. Edward's Visitors. Perhaps no greater sacrifice had ever been made by an English gentleman than that which Edward Arundel willingly offered up as an atonement for his broken trust, as a tribute to his lost wife. Brave, ardent, generous, and sanguine, this young soldier saw before him a brilliant career in the profession which he loved. He saw glory and distinction beckoning to him from afar, and turned his back upon those shining sirens. He gave up all, in the vague hope of, sooner or later, avenging Mary's wrongs upon Paul Marchmont. He made no boast, even to himself, of that which he had done. Again and again memory brought back to him the day upon which he breakfasted in Oakley Street, and walked across Waterloo Bridge with the Drury Lane supernumerary. Every word that John Marchmont had spoken, every look of the meek and trusting eyes, the pale and thoughtful face, every pressure of the thin hand, which had grasped his in grateful affection, in friendly confidence, came back to Edward Arundel after an interval of nearly 10 years, and brought with it a bitter sense of self-reproach. "He trusted his daughter to me," the young man thought. "Those last words in the poor fellow's letter are always in my mind. The only bequest which I can leave to the only friend I have is the legacy of a child's helplessness. And I have slighted his solemn warning, and I have been false to my trust." In his scrupulous sense of honour, the soldier reproached himself as bitterly for that imprudence, out of which so much evil had arisen, as another man might have done after a wilful betrayal of his trust. He could not forgive himself. He was for ever and ever repeating in his own mind that one brief phrase which is the universal chorus of erring men's regret: "If I had acted differently, if I had done otherwise, this or that would not have come to pass." We are perpetually wandering amid the hopeless deviations of a maze, finding pitfalls and precipices, quicksands and morasses, at every turn in the painful way; and we look back at the end of our journey to discover a straight and pleasant roadway by which, had we been wise enough to choose it, we might have travelled safely and comfortably to our destination. But wisdom waits for us at the goal, instead of accompanying us upon our journey. She is a divinity whom we meet very late in life, when we are too near the end of our troublesome march to derive much profit from her counsels. We can only retail them to our juniors, who, not getting them from the fountain head, have very small appreciation of their value. The young captain of East Indian cavalry suffered very cruelly from the sacrifice which he had made. Day after day, day after day, the slow, dreary, changeless, eventless, and unbroken life dragged itself out, and nothing happened to bring him any nearer to the purpose of this monotonous existence. No promise of even ultimate success rewarded his heroic self-devotion. Afar he heard of the rush and clamour of war, of dangers and terror, of conquest and glory. His own regiment was in the thick of the strife. His brothers in arms were doing wonders. Every mail brought some new record of triumph and glory. The soldier's heart sickened as he read the story of each new encounter. His heart sickened with that terrible yearning, that yearning which seems physically palpable in its perpetual pain. The yearning with which a child at a hard school, lying broad awake in the long, gloomy, rush-lit bedchamber in the dead of the silent night, remembers the soft resting place of his mother's bosom; the yearning with which a faithful husband far away from home sighs for the presence of the wife he loves; even with such a heart sickness as this Edward Arundel pined to be amongst the familiar faces yonder in the east, to hear the triumphant yell of his men as they swarmed after him through the breach in an Affghan wall, to see the dark heathens blanch under the terror of Christian swords. He read the records of the war again and again, till every scene arose before him, a picture, flaming and lurid, grandly beautiful, horribly sublime. The very words of those newspaper reports seemed to blaze upon the paper on which they were written, so palpable were the images which they evoked in the soldier's mind. He was frantic in his eager impatience for the arrival of every mail, for the coming of every new record of that Indian warfare. He was like a devourer of romances, who reads a thrilling story link by link, and who is impatient for every new chapter of the fiction. His dreams were of nothing but battle and victory, danger, triumph, and death; and he often woke in the morning exhausted by the excitement of those visionary struggles, those phantom terrors. His sabre hung over the chimney piece in his simple bedchamber. He took it down sometimes, and drew it from the sheath. He could have almost wept aloud over that idle sword. He raised his arm, and the weapon vibrated with a whirring noise as he swept the glittering steel in a wide circle through the empty air. An infidel's head should have been swept from his vile carcass in that rapid circle of the keen-edged blade. The soldier's arm was as strong as ever, his wrist as supple, his muscular force unwasted by mental suffering. Thank Heaven for that! But after that brief thanksgiving his arm dropped inertly, and the idle sword fell out of his relaxing grasp. "I seem a craven to myself," he cried. "I have no right to be here. I have no right to be here while those other fellows are fighting for their lives out yonder. O God, have mercy upon me! My brain gets dazed sometimes, and I begin to wonder whether I am most bound to remain here, and watch Paul Marchmont, or to go yonder and fight for my country and my queen." There were many phases in this mental fever. At one time the young man was seized with a savage jealousy of the officer who had succeeded to his captaincy. He watched this man's name, and every record of his movements, and was constantly taking objection to his conduct. He was grudgingly envious of this particular officer's triumphs, however small. He could not feel generously towards this happy successor, in the bitterness of his own enforced idleness. "What opportunities this man has!" he thought. "I never had such chances." It is almost impossible for me to faithfully describe the tortures which this monotonous existence inflicted upon the impetuous young man. It is the speciality of a soldier's career that it unfits most men for any other life. They cannot throw off the old habitudes; they cannot turn from the noisy stir of war to the tame quiet of everyday life; and even when they fancy themselves wearied and worn out, and willingly retire from service, their souls are stirred by every sound of the distant contest, as the war steed is aroused by the blast of a trumpet. But Edward Arundel's career had been cut suddenly short at the very hour in which it was brightest with the promise of future glory. It was as if a torrent rushing madly down a mountain side had been dammed up, and its waters bidden to stagnate upon a level plain. The rebellious waters boiled and foamed in a sullen fury. The soldier could not submit himself contentedly to his fate. He might strip off his uniform, and accept sordid coin as the price of the epaulettes he had won so dearly; but he was at heart a soldier still. When he received the sum which had been raised among his juniors as the price of his captaincy, it seemed to him almost as if he had sold his brother's blood. It was summer time now. 10 months had elapsed since his marriage with Mary Marchmont, and no new light had been thrown upon the disappearance of his young wife. No one could feel a moment's doubt as to her fate. She had perished in that lonely river which flowed behind Marchmont Towers, and far away down to the sea. The artist had kept his word, and had as yet taken no step towards entering into the possession of the estate which he inherited by his cousin's death. But Mr. Paul Marchmont spent a great deal of time at the Towers, and a great deal more time in the painting room by the river side, sometimes accompanied by his sister, sometimes alone. The Kemberling gossips had grown by no means less talkative upon the subject of Olivia and the new owner of Marchmont Towers. On the contrary, the voices that discussed Mrs. Marchmont's conduct were a great deal more numerous than heretofore. In other words, John Marchmont's widow was talked about. Everything is said in this phrase. It was scarcely that people said bad things of her. It was rather that they talked more about her than any woman can suffer to be talked of with safety to her fair fame. They began by saying that she was going to marry Paul Marchmont. They went on to wonder whether she was going to marry him. Then they wondered why she didn't marry him. From this they changed the venue, and began to wonder whether Paul Marchmont meant to marry her. There was an essential difference in this new wonderment. And next, why Paul Marchmont didn't marry her. And by this time Olivia's reputation was overshadowed by a terrible cloud, which had arisen no bigger than a man's hand, in the first conjecturings of a few ignorant villagers. People made it their business first to wonder about Mrs. Marchmont, and then to set up their own theories about her, to which theories they clung with a stupid persistence, forgetting, as people generally do forget, that there might be some hidden clue, some secret key, to the widow's conduct, for want of which the cleverest reasoning respecting her was only so much groping in the dark. Edward Arundel heard of the cloud which shadowed his cousin's name. Her father heard of it, and went to remonstrate with her, imploring her to come to him at Swampington, and to leave Marchmont Towers to the new lord of the mansion. But she only answered him with gloomy, obstinate reiteration, and almost in the same terms as she had answered Edward Arundel, declaring that she would stay at the Towers till her death, that she would never leave the place till she was carried thence in her coffin. Hubert Arundel, always afraid of his daughter, was more than ever afraid of her now; and he was as powerless to contend against her sullen determination as he would have been to float up the stream of a rushing river. So Olivia was talked about. She had scared away all visitors, after the ball at the Towers, by the strangeness of her manner and the settled gloom in her face; and she lived unvisited and alone in the gaunt stony mansion; and people said that Paul Marchmont was almost perpetually with her, and that she went to meet him in the painting room by the river. Edward Arundel sickened of his wearisome life, and no one helped him to endure his sufferings. His mother wrote to him imploring him to resign himself to the loss of his young wife, to return to Dangerfield, to begin a new existence, and to blot out the memory of the past. "You have done all that the most devoted affection could prompt you to do," Mrs. Arundel wrote. "Come back to me, my dearest boy. I gave you up to the service of your country because it was my duty to resign you then; but I cannot afford to lose you now. I cannot bear to see you sacrificing yourself to a chimera. Return to me, and let me see you make a new and happier choice. Let me see my son the father of little children, who will gather round my knees when I grow old and feeble." A new and happier choice! Edward Arundel repeated the words with a melancholy bitterness. "No, my poor lost girl; no, my blighted wife, I will not be false to you. The smiles of happy women can have no sunlight for me while I cherish the memory of the sad eyes that watched me when I drove away from Milldale, the sweet sorrowful face that I was never to look upon again." The dull empty days succeeded each other, and did resemble each other, with a wearisome similitude that well nigh exhausted the patience of the impetuous young man. His fiery nature chafed against this miserable delay. It was so hard to have to wait for his vengeance. Sometimes he could scarcely refrain from planting himself somewhere in Paul Marchmont's way, with the idea of a hand-to-hand struggle in which either he or his enemy must perish. Once he wrote the artist a desperate letter, denouncing him as an arch plotter and villain, calling upon him, if his evil nature was redeemed by one spark of manliness, to fight as men had been in the habit of fighting only a few years before, with 100 times less reason than these two men had for their quarrel. "I have called you a villain and traitor. In India we fellows would kill each other for smaller words than those," wrote the soldier. "But I have no wish to take any advantage of my military experience. I may be a better shot than you. Let us have only one pistol, and draw lots for it. Let us fire at each other across a dinner table. Let us do anything, so that we bring this miserable business to an end." Mr. Marchmont read this letter slowly and thoughtfully, more than once, smiling as he read. "He's getting tired," thought the artist. "Poor young man, I thought he would be the first to grow tired of this sort of work." He wrote Edward Arundel a long letter, a friendly but rather facetious letter, such as he might have written to a child who had asked him to jump over the moon. He ridiculed the idea of a duel as something utterly quixotic and absurd. "I am 15 years older than you, my dear Mr. Arundel," he wrote, "and a great deal too old to have any inclination to fight with windmills, or to represent the windmill which a high spirited young Quixote may choose to mistake for a villainous knight, and run his hot head against in that delusion. I am not offended with you for calling me bad names, and I take your anger merely as a kind of romantic manner you have of showing your love for my poor cousin. We are not enemies, and we shall never be enemies; for I will never suffer myself to be so foolish as to get into a passion with a brave and generous hearted young soldier, whose only error is an unfortunate hallucination with regard to your very humble servant, Paul Marchmont." Edward ground his teeth with savage fury as he read this letter. "Is there no making this man answer for his infamy?" he muttered. "Is there no way of making him suffer?" June was nearly over. and the year was wearing round to the anniversary of Edward's wedding day, the anniversaries of those bright days which the young bride and bridegroom had loitered away by the trout streams in the Hampshire meadows, when some most unlooked for visitors made their appearance at Kemberling Retreat. The cottage lay back behind a pleasant garden, and was hidden from the dusty high road by a hedge of lilacs and laburnums which grew within the wooden fence. It was Edward's habit, in this hot summer time, to spend a great deal of his time in the garden, walking up and down the neglected paths, with a cigar in his mouth, or lolling in an easy chair on the lawn, reading the papers. Perhaps the garden was almost prettier, by reason of the long neglect which it had suffered, than it would have been if kept in the trimmest order by the industrious hands of a skilful gardener. Everything grew in a wild and wanton luxuriance, that was very beautiful in this summer time, when the earth was gorgeous with all manner of blossoms. Trailing branches from the espaliered apple trees hung across the pathways, intermingled with roses that had run wild, and made bits that a landscape painter might have delighted to copy. Even the weeds, which a gardener would have looked upon with horror, were beautiful. The wild convolvulus flung its tendrils into fantastic wreaths about the bushes of sweetbriar. The honeysuckle, untutored by the pruning knife, mixed its tall branches with syringa and clematis. The jasmine that crept about the house had mounted to the very chimney pots, and strayed in through the open windows. Even the stable roof was half hidden by hardy monthly roses that had clambered up to the thatch. But the young soldier took very little interest in this disorderly garden. He pined to be far away in the thick jungle, or on the burning plain. He hated the quiet and repose of an existence which seemed little better than the living death of a cloister. The sun was low in the west at the close of a long midsummer day, when Mr. Arundel strolled up and down the neglected pathways, backwards and forwards amidst the long tangled grass of the lawn, smoking a cigar, and brooding over his sorrows. He was beginning to despair. He had defied Paul Marchmont, and no good had come of his defiance. He had watched him, and there had been no result of his watching. Day after day he had wandered down to the lonely pathway by the river side. Again and again he had reconnoitred the boat house, only to hear Paul Marchmont's treble voice singing scraps out of modern operas as he worked at his easel; or on one or two occasions to see Mr. George Weston, the surgeon, or Lavinia, his wife, emerge from the artist's painting room. Upon one of these occasions Edward Arundel had accosted the surgeon of Kemberling, and had tried to enter into conversation with him; but Mr. Weston had exhibited such utterly hopeless stupidity, mingled with a very evident terror of his brother-in-law's foe, that Edward had been fain to abandon all hope of any assistance from this quarter. "I'm sure I'm very sorry for you, Mr. Arundel," the surgeon said, looking, not at Edward, but about and around him, in a hopeless, wandering manner, like some hunted animal that looks far and near for a means of escape from his pursuer. "I'm very sorry for you, and for all your trouble, and I was when I attended you at the Black Bull, and you were the first patient I ever had there, and it led to my having many more, as I may say, though that's neither here nor there. And I'm very sorry for you, and for the poor young woman too, particularly for the poor young woman, and I always tell Paul so, and Paul—" And at this juncture Mr. Weston stopped abruptly, as if appalled by the hopeless entanglement of his own ideas, and with a brief "Good evening, Mr. Arundel," shot off in the direction of the Towers, leaving Edward at a loss to understand his manner. So on this midsummer evening the soldier walked up and down the neglected grass plat, thinking of the men who had been his comrades, and of the career which he had abandoned for the love of his lost wife. He was aroused from his gloomy reverie by the sound of a fresh girlish voice calling to him by his name. "Edward! Edward!" Who could there be in Lincolnshire with the right to call to him thus by his Christian name? He was not long left in doubt. While he was asking himself the question, the same feminine voice cried out again, "Edward! Edward! Will you come and open the gate for me, please? Or do you mean to keep me out here for ever?" This time Mr. Arundel had no difficulty in recognising the familiar tones of his sister Letitia, whom he had believed, until that moment, to be safe under the maternal wing at Dangerfield. And lo, here she was, on horseback at his own gate, with a cavalier hat and feathers overshadowing her girlish face, and with another young Amazon on a thoroughbred chestnut, and an elderly groom on a thoroughbred bay, in the background. Edward Arundel, utterly confounded by the advent of such visitors, flung away his cigar, and went to the low wooden gate beyond which his sister's steed was pawing the dusty road, impatient of this stupid delay, and eager to be cantering stablewards through the scented summer air. "Why, Letitia," cried the young man, "what in mercy's name has brought you here?" Miss Arundel laughed aloud at her brother's look of surprise. "You didn't know I was in Lincolnshire, did you?" she asked; and then answered her own question in the same breath. "Of course you didn't, because I wouldn't let mamma tell you I was coming; for I wanted to surprise you, you know; and I think I have surprised you, haven't I?
I never saw such a scared looking creature in all my life. If I were a ghost coming here in the gloaming, you couldn't look more frightened than you did just now. I only came the day before yesterday, and I'm staying at Major Lawford's, 12 miles away from here, and this is Miss Lawford, who was at school with me at Bath. You've heard me talk of Belinda Lawford, my dearest, dearest friend. Miss Lawford, my brother; Miss Lawford. Are you going to open the gate and let us in, or do you mean to keep your citadel closed upon us altogether, Mr. Edward Arundel?" At this juncture the young lady in the background drew a little nearer to her friend, and murmured a remonstrance to the effect that it was very late, and that they were expected home before dark; but Miss Arundel refused to hear the voice of wisdom. "Why, we've only an hour's ride back," she cried; "and if it should be dark, which I don't think it will be, for it's scarcely dark all night through at this time of the year, we've got Hoskins with us, and Hoskins will take care of us. Won't you, Hoskins?" demanded the young lady, turning to the elderly groom. Of course Hoskins declared that he was ready to achieve all that man could do or dare in the defence of his liege ladies, or something pretty nearly to that effect, but delivered in a vile Lincolnshire patois not easily rendered in printer's ink. Miss Arundel waited for no further discussion, but gave her hand to her brother, and vaulted lightly from her saddle. Then, of course, Edward Arundel offered his services to his sister's companion, and then, for the first time, he looked in Belinda Lawford's face, and even in that one first glance saw that she was a good and beautiful creature, and that her hair, of which she had a great quantity, was of the colour of her horse's chestnut coat, and that her eyes were the bluest he had ever seen, and that her cheeks were like the neglected roses in his garden. He held out his hand to her. She took it with a frank smile, and dismounted, and came in amongst the grass grown pathways, amid the confusion of trailing branches and bright garden flowers growing wild. In that moment began the second volume of Edward Arundel's life. The first volume had begun upon the Christmas night on which the boy of 17 went to see the pantomime at Drury Lane Theatre. The old story had been a long, sad story, full of tenderness and pathos, but with a cruel and dismal ending. The new story began to night, in this fading western sunshine, in this atmosphere of balmy perfume, amidst these dew-laden garden flowers growing wild. But as I think I observed before at the outset of this story, we are rarely ourselves aware of the commencement of any new section in our lives. It is only after the fact that we recognise the awful importance which actions, in themselves most trivial, assume by reason of their consequences; and when the action, in itself so unimportant, in its consequences so fatal, has been in any way a deviation from the right, how bitterly we reproach ourselves for that false step. "I am so glad to see you, Edward," Miss Arundel exclaimed, as she looked about her, criticising her brother's domain; "but you don't seem a bit glad to see me, you poor gloomy old dear. And how much better you look than you did when you left Dangerfield! Only a little careworn, you know, still. And to think of your coming and burying yourself here, away from all the people who love you, you silly old darling! And Belinda knows the story, and she's so sorry for you. Ain't you, Linda? I call her Linda for short, and because it's prettier than Belinda," added the young lady aside to her brother, and with a contemptuous emphasis upon the first syllable of her friend's name. Miss Lawford, thus abruptly appealed to, blushed and said nothing. If Edward Arundel had been told that any other young lady was acquainted with the sad story of his married life, I think he would have been inclined to revolt against the very idea of her pity. But although he had only looked once at Belinda Lawford, that one look seemed to have told him a great deal. He felt instinctively that she was as good as she was beautiful, and that her pity must be a most genuine and tender emotion, not to be despised by the proudest man upon earth. The two ladies seated themselves upon a dilapidated rustic bench amid the long grass, and Mr. Arundel sat in the low basket chair in which he was wont to lounge a great deal of his time away. "Why don't you have a gardener, Ned?" Letitia Arundel asked, after looking rather contemptuously at the flowery luxuriance around her. Her brother shrugged his shoulders with a despondent gesture. "Why should I take care of any of the place?" he said. "I only took it because it was near the spot where my poor girl where I wanted to be. I have no object in beautifying it. I wish to heaven I could leave it, and go back to India." He turned his face eastward as he spoke, and the two girls saw that half eager, half despairing yearning that was always visible in his face when he looked to the east. It was over yonder, the scene of strife, the red field of glory, only separated from him by a patch of purple ocean and a strip of yellow sand. It was yonder. He could almost feel the hot blast of the burning air. He could almost hear the shouts of victory. And he was a prisoner here, bound by a sacred duty, by a duty which he owed to the dead. Major Lawford is Belinda's papa, 33rd foot. Major Lawford knew that we were coming here, and he begged me to ask you to dinner. But I said you wouldn't come, for I knew you had shut yourself out of all society. though the Major's the dearest creature, and the Grange is the most delightful place to stay at. I was down here in the midsummer holidays once, you know, while you were in India. But I give the message as the Major gave it to me, and you are to come to dinner whenever you like." Edward Arundel murmured a few polite words of refusal. No, he saw no society. He was in Lincolnshire to achieve a certain object. He should remain there no longer than was necessary in order for him to do so. "And you don't even say that you're glad to see me," exclaimed Miss Arundel with an offended air, "though it's 6 months since you were last at Dangerfield. Upon my word, you're a nice brother for an unfortunate girl to waste her affections upon." Edward smiled faintly at his sister's complaint. "I am very glad to see you, Letitia," he said; "very, very glad." And indeed the young hermit could not but confess to himself that those two innocent young faces seemed to bring light and brightness with them, and to shed a certain transitory glimmer of sunshine upon the horrible gloom of his life. Mr. Morrison had come out to offer his duty to the young lady, whom he had been intimate with from a very early period of her existence, and had carried upon his shoulder some 15 years before, under the pretence of bringing wine for the visitors, and the stable lad had been sent to a distant corner of the garden to search for strawberries for their refreshment. Even the solitary maidservant had crept into the parlour fronting the lawn, and had shrouded herself behind the window curtains, whence she could peep out at the two Amazons, and gladden her eyes with the sight of something that was happy and beautiful. But the young ladies would not stop to drink any wine, though Mr. Morrison informed Letitia that the sherry was from the Dangerfield cellar, and had been sent to Master Edward by his ma; nor to eat any strawberries, though the stable boy, who had made the air odorous with the scent of hay and oats, brought a little heap of freshly gathered fruit piled upon a cabbage leaf, and surmounted by a rampant caterpillar of the woolly species. They could not stay any longer, they both declared, lest there should be terror at Lawford Grange because of their absence. So they went back to the gate, escorted by Edward and his confidential servant; and after Letitia had given her brother a kiss, which resounded almost like the report of a pistol through the still evening air, the two ladies mounted their horses, and cantered away in the twilight. "I shall come and see you again, Ned," Miss Arundel cried, as she shook the reins upon her horse's neck; "and so will Belinda. Won't you, Belinda?" Miss Lawford's reply, if she spoke at all, was quite inaudible amidst the clattering of the horses' hoofs upon the hard high road. CHAPTer XII. Volume Two. Volume Two, Chapter 13 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. One More Sacrifice. Letitia Arundel kept her word, and came very often to Kemberling Retreat; sometimes on horseback, sometimes in a little pony carriage, sometimes accompanied by Belinda Lawford, sometimes accompanied by a younger sister of Belinda's, as chestnut-haired and blue-eyed as Belinda herself, but at the schoolroom and bread-and-butter period of life, and not particularly interesting. Major Lawford came one day with his daughter and her friend, and Edward and the half-pay officer walked together up and down the grass plat, smoking and talking of the Indian war, while the two girls roamed about the garden amidst the roses and butterflies, tearing the skirts of their riding habits every now and then amongst the briars and gooseberry bushes. It was scarcely strange after this visit that Edward Arundel should consent to accept Major Lawford's invitation to name a day for dining at the Grange. He could not, with a very good grace, have refused. And yet, it seemed to him almost a treason against his lost love, his poor pensive Mary, whose face, with the very look it had worn upon that last day, was ever present with him, to mix with happy people who had never known sorrow. But he went to the Grange nevertheless, and grew more and more friendly with the Major, and walked in the gardens, which were very large and old-fashioned, but most beautifully kept, with his sister and Belinda Lawford; with Belinda Lawford, who knew his story and was sorry for him. He always remembered that as he looked at her bright face, whose varying expression gave perpetual evidence of a compassionate and sympathetic nature. "If my poor darling had had this girl for a friend," he thought sometimes, "how much happier she might have been." I daresay there have been many lovelier women in this world than Belinda Lawford, many women whose faces, considered artistically, came nearer perfection, many noses more exquisitely chiselled, and scores of mouths bearing a closer affinity to Cupid's bow; but I doubt if any face was ever more pleasant to look upon than the face of this blooming English maiden. She had a beauty that is sometimes wanting in perfect faces, and lacking which, the most splendid loveliness will pall at last upon eyes that have grown weary of admiring. She had a charm for want of which the most rigidly classical profiles, the most exquisitely statuesque faces, have seemed colder and harder than the marble it was their highest merit to resemble. She had the beauty of goodness, and to admire her was to do homage to the purest and brightest attributes of womanhood.
It was not only that her pretty little nose was straight and well shaped, that her lips were rosy red, that her eyes were bluer than the summer heavens, and her chestnut hair tinged with the golden light of a setting sun. Above and beyond such commonplace beauties as these, the beauties of tenderness, truth, faith, earnestness, hope, and charity were enthroned upon her broad white brow, and crowned her queen by right divine of womanly perfection. A loving and devoted daughter, an affectionate sister, a true and faithful friend, an untiring benefactress to the poor, a gentle mistress, a well bred Christian lady. In every duty and in every position, she bore out and sustained the impression which her beauty made on the minds of those who looked upon her. She was only 19 years of age, and no sorrow had ever altered the brightness of her nature. She lived a happy life with a father who was proud of her, and with a mother who resembled her in almost every attribute. She led a happy but a busy life, and did her duty to the poor about her as scrupulously as even Olivia had done in the old days at Swampington Rectory; but in such a genial and cheerful spirit as to win, not cold thankfulness, but heartfelt love and devotion from all who partook of her benefits. Upon the Egyptian darkness of Edward Arundel's life this girl arose as a star, and by all the horizon brightened under her influence. The soldier had been very little in the society of women. His mother, his sister Letitia, his cousin Olivia, and John Marchmont's gentle daughter were the only women whom he had ever known in the familiar freedom of domestic intercourse; and he trusted himself in the presence of this beautiful and noble-minded girl in utter ignorance of any danger to his own peace of mind. He suffered himself to be happy at Lawford Grange; and in those quiet hours which he spent there he put away his old life, and forgot the stern purpose that alone held him a prisoner in England. But when he went back to his lonely dwelling place, he reproached himself bitterly for that which he considered a treason against his love. "What right have I to be happy amongst these people?" he thought. "What right have I to take life easily, even for an hour, while my darling lies in her unhallowed grave, and the man who drove her to her death remains unpunished? I will never go to Lawford Grange again." It seemed, however, as if everybody, except Belinda, was in a plot against this idle soldier; for sometimes Letitia coaxed him to ride back with her after one of her visits to Kemberling Retreat, and very often the Major himself insisted, in a hearty military fashion, upon the young man's taking the empty seat in his dog cart, to be driven over to the Grange. Edward Arundel had never once mentioned Mary's name to any member of this hospitable and friendly family. They were very good to him, and were prepared, he knew, to sympathise with him; but he could not bring himself to talk of his lost wife. The thought of that rash and desperate act which had ended her short life was too cruel to him. He would not speak of her, because he would have had to plead excuses for that one guilty act; and her image to him was so stainless and pure, that he could not bear to plead for her as for a sinner who had need of men's pity, rather than a claim to their reverence. "Her life had been so sinless," he cried sometimes, "and to think that it should have ended in sin! If I could forgive Paul Marchmont for all the rest, if I could forgive him for my loss of her, I would never forgive him for that." The young widower kept silence, therefore, upon the subject which occupied so large a share of his thoughts, which was every day and every night the theme of his most earnest prayers; and Mary's name was never spoken in his presence at Lawford Grange. But in Edward Arundel's absence the two girls sometimes talked of the sad story. "Do you really think, Letitia, that your brother's wife committed suicide?" Belinda asked her friend. "Oh, as for that, there can't be any doubt about it, dear," answered Miss Arundel, who was of a lively, not to say a flippant, disposition, and had no very great reverence for solemn things. "The poor dear creature drowned herself. I think she must have been a little wrong in her head. I don't say so to Edward, you know. At least, I did say so once, when he was at Dangerfield, and he flew into an awful passion, and called me hard-hearted and cruel, and all sorts of shocking things; so of course I have never said so since. But really, the poor dear thing's goings on were so eccentric. First she ran away from her stepmother, and went and hid herself in a horrid lodging; and then she married Edward at a nasty church in Lambeth, without so much as a wedding dress, or a creature to give her away, or a cake, or cards, or anything Christian like. And then she ran away again; and as her father had been a what's its name, a man who carries banners in pantomimes, and all that, I dare say she'd seen Mr. Macready as Hamlet, and had Ophelia's death in her head when she ran down to the riverside and drowned herself. I'm sure it's a very sad story, and of course I'm awfully sorry for Edward." The young lady said no more than this; but Belinda brooded over the story of that early marriage, the stolen honeymoon, the sudden parting. How dearly they must have loved each other, the young bride and bridegroom, absorbed in their own happiness, and forgetful of all the outer world. She pictured Edward Arundel's face as it must have been before care and sorrow had blotted out the brightest attribute of his beauty. She thought of him, and pitied him, with such tender sympathy, that by and by the thought of this young man's sorrow seemed to shut almost every idea out of her mind. She went about all her duties still, cheerfully and pleasantly, as it was her nature to do everything; but the zest with which she had performed every loving office, every act of sweet benevolence, seemed lost to her now. Remember that she was a simple country damsel, leading a quiet life, whose peaceful course was almost as calm and eventless as the existence of a cloister; a life so quiet that a decently written romance from the Swampington Book Club was a thing to be looked forward to with impatience, to read with breathless excitement, and to brood upon afterwards for months. Was it strange, then, that this romance in real life, this sweet story of love and devotion, with its sad climax, this story, the scene of which lay within a few miles of her home, the hero of which was her father's constant guest, was it strange that this story, whose saddest charm was its truth, should make a strong impression upon the mind of an innocent and unworldly woman, and that day by day, and hour by hour, she should, all unconsciously to herself, feel a stronger interest in the hero of the tale? She was interested in him. Alas, the truth must be set down, even if it has to be in the plain old commonplace words. She fell in love with him. But love in this innocent and womanly nature was so different a sentiment to that which had raged in Olivia's stormy breast, that even she who felt it was unconscious of its gradual birth. It was not an Adam at its birth, by the by. It did not leap Minerva-like from the brain; for I believe that love is born of the brain oftener than of the heart, being a strange compound of ideality, benevolence, and veneration. It came rather like the gradual dawning of a summer's day; first a little patch of light far away in the east, very faint and feeble; then a slow widening of the rosy brightness; and at last a great blaze of splendour over all the width of the vast heavens. And then Miss Lawford grew more reserved in her intercourse with her friend's brother. Her frank good nature gave place to a timid, shrinking bashfulness, that made her 10 times more fascinating than she had been before. She was so very young, and had mixed so little with the world, that she had yet to learn the comedy of life. She had yet to learn to smile when she was sorry, or to look sorrowful when she was pleased, as prudence might dictate; to blush at will, or to grow pale when it was politic to sport the lily tint. She was a natural, artless, spontaneous creature; and she was utterly powerless to conceal her emotions, or to pretend a sentiment she did not feel. She blushed rosy red when Edward Arundel spoke to her suddenly. She betrayed herself by 100 signs, mutely confessing her love almost as artlessly as Mary had revealed her affection a 12-month before. But if Edward saw this, he gave no sign of having made the discovery. His voice, perhaps, grew a little lower and softer in its tone when he spoke to Belinda; but there was a sad cadence in that low voice, which was too mournful for the accent of a lover. Sometimes, when his eyes rested for a moment on the girl's blushing face, a shadow would darken his own, and a faint quiver of emotion stir his lower lip; but it is impossible to say what this emotion may have been. Belinda hoped nothing, expected nothing. I repeat that she was unconscious of the nature of her own feeling, and she had never for a moment thought of Edward otherwise than as a man who would go to his grave faithful to that sad love story which had blighted the promise of his youth. She never thought of him otherwise than as Mary's constant mourner. She never hoped that time would alter his feelings or wear out his constancy; yet she loved him notwithstanding. All through July and August the young man visited at the Grange, and at the beginning of September Letitia Arundel went back to Dangerfield. But even then Edward was still a frequent guest at Major Lawford's; for his enthusiasm upon all military matters had made him a favourite with the old officer. But towards the end of September Mr. Arundel's visits suddenly were restricted to an occasional call upon the Major. He left off dining at the Grange; his evening rambles in the gardens with Mrs. Lawford and her blooming daughters (Belinda had no less than 4 blue-eyed sisters, all more or less resembling herself) ceased altogether, to the wonderment of every one in the old-fashioned country house. Edward Arundel shut out the new light which had dawned upon his life, and withdrew into the darkness. He went back to the stagnant monotony, the hopeless despondency, the bitter regret of his old existence. "While my sister was at the Grange, I had an excuse for going there," he said to himself sternly. "I have no excuse now." But the old monotonous life was somehow or other a great deal more difficult to bear than it had been before. Nothing seemed to interest the young man now. Even the records of Indian victories were flat, stale, and unprofitable. He wondered, as he remembered, with what eager impatience he had once pined for the coming of the newspapers, with what frantic haste he had devoured every syllable of the Indian news. All his old feelings seemed to have gone away, leaving nothing in his mind but a blank waste, a weary sickness of life and all belonging to it. Leaving nothing else? Positively nothing? "No," he answered, in reply to these mute questionings of his own spirit. "No," he repeated doggedly, "nothing." It was strange to find what a blank was left in his life by reason of his abandonment of the Grange. It seemed as if he had suddenly retired from an existence full of pleasure and delight into the gloomy solitude of La Trappe. And yet what was it that he had lost after all? A quiet dinner at a country house, and an evening spent half in the leafy silence of an old fashioned garden, half in a pleasant drawing room amongst a group of well bred girls, and only enlivened by simple English ballads, or pensive melodies by Mendelssohn. It was not much to forego, surely; and yet Edward Arundel felt, in sacrificing these new acquaintances at the Grange to the stern purpose of his life, almost as if he had resigned a second captaincy for Mary's sake. Chapter 13, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. The Child's Voice in the Pavilion by the Water. The year wore slowly on. Letitia Arundel wrote very long letters to her friend and confidante, Belinda Lawford, and in each letter demanded particular intelligence of her brother's doings. Had he been to the Grange? How had he looked? What had he talked about? etc., etc. But to these questions Miss Lawford could only return one monotonous reply. Mr. Arundel had not been to the Grange; or Mr. Arundel had called on papa one morning, but had only stayed a quarter of an hour, and had not been seen by any female member of the family. The year wore slowly on. Edward endured his self-appointed solitude, and waited, with a vengeful hatred for ever brooding in his breast, for the day of retribution. The year wore on, and the anniversary of the day upon which Mary ran away from the Towers, the 17th of October, came at last. Paul Marchmont had declared his intention of taking possession of the Towers upon the day following this. The 12 months' probation which he had imposed upon himself had expired. Every voice was loud in praise of his conscientious and honourable conduct. He had grown very popular during his residence at Kemberling. Tenant farmers looked forward to halcyon days under his dominion, to leases renewed on favourable terms, to repairs liberally executed, to everything that is delightful between landlord and tenant. Edward Arundel heard all this through his faithful servitor, Mr. Morrison, and chafed bitterly at the news. This traitor was to be happy and prosperous, and to have the good word of honest men; while Mary lay in her unhallowed grave, and people shrugged their shoulders, half compassionately, half contemptuously, as they spoke of the mad heiress who had committed suicide. Mr. Morrison brought his master tidings of all Paul Marchmont's doings about this time. He was to take possession of the Towers on the 19th. He had already made several alterations in the arrangement of the different rooms. He had ordered new furniture from Swampington. Another man would have ordered it from London; but Mr. Marchmont was bent upon being popular, and did not despise even the good opinion of a local tradesman, and by several other acts, insignificant enough in themselves, had asserted his ownership of the mansion which had been the airy castle of Mary Marchmont's daydreams 10 years before. The coming in of the new master of Marchmont Towers was to be, take it altogether, a very grand affair. The Chorley Castle foxhounds were to meet at 11 o'clock, upon the great grass flat, or lawn, as it was popularly called, before the western front. The county gentry from far and near had been invited to a hunting breakfast. Open house was to be kept all day for rich and poor. Every male inhabitant of the district who could muster anything in the way of a mount was likely to join the friendly gathering. Poor Reynard is decidedly England's most powerful leveller. All differences of rank and station, all distinctions which Mammon raises in every other quarter, melt away before the friendly contact of the hunting field. The man who rides best is the best man; and the young butcher who makes light of sunk fences, and skims birdlike over bullfinches and timber, may hold his own with the dandy heir to half the countryside. The cook at Marchmont Towers had enough to do to prepare for this great day. It was the first meet of the season, and in itself a solemn festival. Paul Marchmont knew this; and though the cockney artist of Fitzroy Square knew about as much of fox hunting as he did of the source of the Nile, he seized upon the opportunity of making himself popular, and determined to give such a hunting breakfast as had never been given within the walls of Marchmont Towers since the time of a certain rackety Hugh Marchmont, who had drunk himself to death early in the reign of George III. He spent the morning of the 17th in the steward's room, looking through the cellar book with the old butler, selecting the wines that were to be drunk the following day, and planning the arrangements for the mass of visitors, who were to be entertained in the great stone entrance hall, in the kitchens, in the housekeeper's room, in the servants' hall, in almost every chamber that afforded accommodation for a guest. "You will take care that people get placed according to their rank," Paul said to the grey-haired servant. "You know everybody about here, I daresay, and will be able to manage so that we may give no offence." The gentry were to breakfast in the long dining room and in the western drawing room. Sparkling hocks and burgundies, Fragrant Moselles, champagnes of choicest brand and rarest bouquet, were to flow like water for the benefit of the country gentlemen who should come to do honour to Paul Marchmont's installation. Great cases of comestibles had been sent by rail from Fortnum and Mason's, and the science of the cook at the Towers had been taxed to the utmost, in the struggles which she made to prove herself equal to the occasion. 21 casks of ale, every cask containing 21 gallons, had been brewed long ago, at the birth of Arthur Marchmont, and had been laid in the cellar ever since, waiting for the majority of the young heir who was never to come of age. This very ale, with a certain sense of triumph, Paul Marchmont ordered to be brought forth for the refreshment of the commoners. Poor young Arthur, he thought, after he had given this order. I saw him once when he was a pretty boy with fair ringlets, dressed in a suit of black velvet. His father brought him to my studio one day, when he came to patronize me and buy a picture of me, out of sheer charity, of course, for he cared as much for pictures as I care for foxhounds. I was a poor relation then, and never thought to see the inside of Marchmont Towers. It was a lucky September morning that swept that bright-faced boy out of my pathway, and left only sickly John Marchmont and his daughter between me and fortune. Yes, Mr. Paul Marchmont's year of probation was past. He had asserted himself to Messrs. Paulette, and Mathewson, and before the face of all Lincolnshire, in the character of an honourable and high-minded man; slow to seize upon the fortune that had fallen to him, conscientious, punctilious, generous, and unselfish. He had done all this, and now the trial was over, and the day of triumph had come. There has been a race of villains of late years very popular with the novel writer and the dramatist, but not, I think, quite indigenous to this honest British soil; a race of pale-faced, dark-eyed, and all-accomplished scoundrels, whose chiefest attribute is imperturbability. The imperturbable villain has been guilty of every iniquity in the black catalogue of crimes, but he has never been guilty of an emotion. He wins a million of money at 30 et 40, to the terror and astonishment of all Homburg, and by not so much as one twinkle of his eye or one quiver of his lip does that imperturbable creature betray a sentiment of satisfaction. Ruin or glory, shame or triumph, defeat, disgrace, or death, all are alike to the callous ruffian of the Anglo-Gallic novel. He smiles, and murders while he smiles, and smiles while he murders. He kills his adversary, unfairly, in a duel, and wipes his sword on a cambric handkerchief; and withal he is so elegant, so fascinating, and so handsome, that the young hero of the novel has a very poor chance against him, and the reader can scarcely help being sorry when retribution comes with the last chapter, and some crushing catastrophe annihilates the well-bred scoundrel. Paul Marchmont was not this sort of man. He was a hypocrite when it was essential to his own safety to practise hypocrisy; but he did not accept life as a drama in which he was for ever to be acting a part. Life would scarcely be worth the having to any man upon such terms. It is all very well to wear heavy plate armour, and a casque that weighs 14 pounds or so, when we go into the thick of the fight; but to wear the armour always, to live in it, to sleep in it, to carry the ponderous protection about us for ever and ever, safety would be too dear if purchased by such a sacrifice of all personal ease. Paul Marchmont, therefore, being a selfish and self-indulgent man, only wore his armour of hypocrisy occasionally, and when it was vitally necessary for his preservation. He had imposed upon himself a penance, and acted a part in holding back for a year from the enjoyment of a splendid fortune; and he had made this one great sacrifice in order to give the lie to Edward Arundel's vague accusations, which might have had an awkward effect upon the minds of other people, had the artist grasped too eagerly at his missing cousin's wealth. Paul Marchmont had made this sacrifice, but he did not intend to act a part all his life. He meant to enjoy himself, and to get the fullest possible benefit out of his good fortune. He meant to do this, and upon the 17th of October he made no effort to restrain his spirits, but laughed and talked joyously with whoever came in his way, winning golden opinions from all sorts of men; for happiness is contagious, and everybody likes happy people. 40 years of poverty is a long apprenticeship to the very hardest of masters, an apprenticeship calculated to give the keenest possible zest to newly acquired wealth. Paul Marchmont rejoiced in his wealth with an almost delirious sense of delight. It was his at last. At last! He had waited, and waited patiently; and at last, while his powers of enjoyment were still in their zenith, it had come. How often he had dreamed of this! How often he had dreamed of that which was to take place to morrow! How often in his dreams he had seen the stone-built mansion, and heard the voices of the crowd doing him honour! He had felt all the pride and delight of possession, to awake suddenly in the midst of his triumph, and gnash his teeth at the remembrance of his poverty. And now the poverty was a thing to be dreamt about, and the wealth was his. He had always been a good son and a kind brother, and his mother and sister were to arrive upon the eve of his installation, and were to witness his triumph. The rooms that had been altered were those chosen by Paul for his mother and maiden sister, and the new furniture had been ordered for their comfort. It was one of his many pleasures upon this day to inspect these apartments, to see that all his directions had been faithfully carried out, and to speculate upon the effect which these spacious and luxurious chambers would have upon the minds of Mrs. Marchmont and her daughter, newly come from shabby lodgings in Charlotte Street. "My poor mother," thought the artist, as he looked round the pretty sitting room. This sitting room opened into a noble bedchamber, beyond which there was a dressing room. "My poor mother," he thought, "she has suffered a long time, and she has been patient. She has never ceased to believe in me, and she will see now that there was some reason for that belief. I told her long ago, when our fortunes were at the lowest ebb, when I was painting landscapes for the furniture brokers at £1 apiece, I told her I was meant for something better than a tradesman's hack, and I have proved it. I have proved it." He walked about the room, arranging the furniture with his own hands, walking a few paces backwards now and then to contemplate such and such an effect from an artistic point of view, flinging the rich stuff of the curtains into graceful folds, admiring and examining everything, always with a smile on his face. He seemed thoroughly happy. If he had done any wrong, if by any act of treachery he had hastened Mary Arundel's death, no recollection of that foul work arose in his breast to disturb the pleasant current of his thoughts. Selfish and self-indulgent, only attached to those who were necessary to his own happiness, his thoughts rarely wandered beyond the narrow circle of his own cares or his own pleasures. He was thoroughly selfish. He could have sat at a Lord Mayor's feast with a famine-stricken population clamouring at the door of the banquet chamber. He believed in himself as his mother and sister had believed, and he considered that he had a right to be happy and prosperous, whosoever suffered sorrow or adversity. Upon this 17th of October, Olivia Marchmont sat in the little study looking out upon the quadrangle, while the household was busied with the preparations for the festival of the following day. She was to remain at Marchmont Towers as a guest of the new master of the mansion. She would be protected from all scandal, Paul had said, by the presence of his mother and sister. She could retain the apartments she had been accustomed to occupy. She could pursue her old mode of life. He himself was not likely to be very much at the Towers. He was going to travel and to enjoy life now that he was a rich man. These were the arguments which Mr. Marchmont used when openly discussing the widow's presence in his house. But in a private conversation between Olivia and himself, he had only said a very few words upon the subject. "You must remain," he said, and Olivia submitted, obeying him with a sullen indifference that was almost like the mechanical submission of an irresponsible being. John Marchmont's widow seemed entirely under the dominion of the new master of the Towers. It was as if the stormy passions which had arisen out of a slighted love had worn out this woman's mind, and had left her helpless to stand against the force of Paul Marchmont's keen and vigorous intellect. A remarkable change had come over Olivia's character. A dull apathy had succeeded that fiery energy of soul which had enfeebled and well nigh worn out her body. There were no outbursts of passion now. She bore the miserable monotony of her life uncomplainingly. Day after day, week after week, month after month, idle and apathetic, she sat in her lonely room, or wandered slowly in the grounds about the Towers. She very rarely went beyond those grounds. She was seldom seen now in her old pew at Kemberling Church; and when her father went to her and remonstrated with her for her non-attendance, she told him sullenly that she was too ill to go. She was ill. George Weston attended her constantly; but he found it very difficult to administer to such a sickness as hers, and he could only shake his head despondently when he felt her feeble pulse, or listened to the slow beating of her heart. Sometimes she would shut herself up in her room for a month at a time, and see no one but her faithful servant Barbara, and Mr. Weston, whom in her utter indifference she seemed to regard as a kind of domestic animal, whose going or coming were alike unimportant. This stolid, silent Barbara waited upon her mistress with untiring patience. She bore with every change of Olivia's gloomy temper. She was a perpetual shield and protection to her. Even upon this day of preparation and disorder, Mrs. Simmons kept guard over the passage leading to the study, and took care that no one intruded upon her mistress. At about 4:00, all Marchmont's orders had been given, and the new master of the house dined for the first time by himself at the head of the long carved oak dining table, waited upon in solemn state by the old butler. His mother and sister were to arrive by a train that would reach Swampington at 10 o'clock, and one of the carriages from the Towers was to meet them at the station. The artist had leisure in the meantime for any other business he might have to transact. He ate his dinner slowly, thinking deeply all the time. He did not stop to drink any wine after dinner, but as soon as the cloth was removed, rose from the table and went straight to Olivia's room. "I am going down to the painting room," he said. "Will you come there presently? I want very much to say a few words to you." Olivia was sitting near the window, with her hands lying idle in her lap. She rarely opened a book now, rarely wrote a letter, or occupied herself in any manner. She scarcely raised her eyes as she answered him. "Yes," she said, "I will come." "Don't be long, then. It will be dark very soon. I am not going down there to paint. I am going to fetch a landscape that I want to hang in my mother's room, and to say a few words about—" He closed the door without stopping to finish the sentence, and went out into the quadrangle. 10 minutes afterwards Olivia Marchmont rose, and taking a heavy woollen shawl from a chair near her, wrapped it loosely about her head and shoulders. "I am his slave and his prisoner," she muttered to herself. "I must do as he bids me." A cold wind was blowing in the quadrangle, and the stone pavement was wet with a drizzling rain. The sun had just gone down, and the dull autumn sky was darkening. The fallen leaves in the wood were sodden with damp, and rotted slowly on the swampy ground. Olivia took her way mechanically along the narrow pathway leading to the river. Half way between Marchmont Towers and the boat house, she came suddenly upon the figure of a man walking towards her through the dusk. This man was Edward Arundel. The two cousins had not met since the March evening upon which Edward had gone to seek the widow in Paul Marchmont's painting room. Olivia's pale face grew whiter as she recognised the soldier. "I was coming to the house to speak to you, Mrs. Marchmont," Edward said sternly. "I am lucky in meeting you here, for I don't want any one to overhear what I've got to say." He had turned in the direction in which Olivia had been walking, but she made a dead stop and stood looking at him. "You were going to the boat house," he said. "I will go there with you." She looked at him for a moment, as if doubtful what to do, and then said, "Very well. You can say what you have to say to me, and then leave me. There is no sympathy between us. There is no regard between us. We are only antagonists." "I hope not, Olivia. I hope there is some spark of regard still, in spite of all. I separate you in my own mind from Paul Marchmont. I pity you, for I believe you to be his tool." "Is this what you have to say to me?" "No. I came here as your kinsman, to ask you what you mean to do, now that Paul Marchmont has taken possession of the Towers." "I mean to stay there." "In spite of the gossip that your remaining will give rise to amongst these country people?" "In spite of everything. Mr. Marchmont wishes me to stay. It suits me to stay. What does it matter what people say of me? What do I care for any one's opinion now?" "Olivia," cried the young man, "are you mad?" "Perhaps I am," she answered coldly. "Why is it that you shut yourself from the sympathy of those who have a right to care for you? What is the mystery of your life?" His cousin laughed bitterly. "Would you like to know, Edward Arundel?" she said. "You shall know, perhaps, some day. You have despised me all my life. You will despise me more then." They had reached Paul Marchmont's painting room by this time. Olivia opened the door and walked in, followed by Edward. Paul was not there. There was a picture covered with green baize upon the easel, and the artist's hat stood upon the table amidst the litter of brushes and palettes; but the room was empty. The door at the top of the stone steps leading to the pavilion was ajar. "Have you anything more to say to me?" Olivia asked, turning upon her cousin as if she would have demanded why he had followed her. "Only this. I want to know your determination; whether you will be advised by me, and by your father I saw my uncle Hubert this morning, and his opinion exactly coincides with mine; or whether you mean obstinately to take your own course in defiance of everybody." "I do," Olivia answered. "I shall take my own course. I defy everybody. I have not been gifted with the power of winning people's affection. Other women possess that power, and trifle with it, and turn it to bad account. I have prayed, Edward Arundel; yes, I have prayed upon my knees to the God who made me, that he would give me some poor measure of that gift which nature has lavished upon other women. But he would not hear me. He would not hear me. I was not made to be loved. Why then should I make myself a slave for the sake of winning people's esteem? If they have despised me, I can despise them." "Who has despised you, Olivia?" Edward asked, perplexed by his cousin's manner. "You have!" she cried, with flashing eyes. "You have! From first to last; from first to last." She turned away from him impatiently. "Go," she said. "Why should we keep up a mockery of friendliness and cousinship? We are nothing to each other." Edward walked towards the door, but he paused upon the threshold, with his hat in his hand, undecided as to what he ought to do. As he stood thus, perplexed and irresolute, a cry, the feeble cry of a child, sounded within the pavilion. The young man started, and looked at his cousin. Even in the dusk he could see that her face had suddenly grown livid. "There is a child in that place," he said, pointing to the door at the top of the steps. The cry was repeated as he spoke, the low, complaining wail of a child. There was no other voice to be heard. No mother's voice soothing a helpless little one. The cry of the child was followed by a dead silence. "There is a child in that pavilion," Edward Arundel repeated. "There is," Olivia answered. "Whose child?" "What does it matter to you?" "Whose child?" "I cannot tell you, Edward Arundel." The soldier strode towards the steps; but before he could reach them, Olivia flung herself across his pathway. "I will see whose child is hidden in that place," he said. "Scandalous things have been said of you, Olivia. I will know the reason of your visits to this place." She clung about his knees, and hindered him from moving. Half kneeling, half crouching on the lowest of the stone steps, she blocked his pathway, and prevented him from reaching the door of the pavilion. It had been ajar a few minutes ago. It was shut now. But Edward had not noticed this. "No, no, no!" shrieked Olivia. "You shall trample me to death before you enter that place. You shall walk over my corpse before you cross that threshold." The young man struggled with her for a few moments. Then he suddenly flung her from him, not violently, but with a contemptuous gesture. "You are a wicked woman, Olivia Marchmont," he said; "and it matters very little to me what you do, or what becomes of you. I know now the secret of the mystery between you and Paul Marchmont. I can guess your motive for perpetually haunting this place." He left the solitary building by the river, and walked slowly back through the wood. His mind, predisposed to think ill of Olivia by the dark rumours he had heard through his servant, and which had had a certain amount of influence upon him, as all scandals have, however baseless, could imagine only one solution to the mystery of a child's presence in the lonely building by the river. Outraged and indignant at the discovery he had made, he turned his back upon Marchmont Towers. "I will stay in this hateful place no longer," he thought, as he went back to his solitary home. "But before I leave Lincolnshire, the whole county shall know what I think of Paul Marchmont." End of Chapter 14, Volume 2. Volume 3, Chapter 1 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1. Captain Arundel's Revenge. Edward Arundel went back to his lonely home with a settled purpose in his mind. He would leave Lincolnshire, and immediately. He had no motive for remaining. It may be, indeed, that he had a strong motive for going away from the neighbourhood of Lawford Grange. There was a lurking danger in the close vicinage of that pleasant old-fashioned country mansion, and the bright band of blue-eyed damsels who inhabited there. "I will turn my back upon Lincolnshire for ever," Edward Arundel said to himself once more, upon his way homeward through the October twilight. "But before I go, the whole country shall know what I think of Paul Marchmont." He clenched his fists and ground his teeth involuntarily as he thought this. It was quite dark when he let himself in at the old-fashioned half-glass door that led into his humble sitting-room at Kemberling Retreat. He looked round the little chamber, which had been furnished 40 years before by the proprietor of the cottage, and had served for one tenant after another, until it seemed as if the spindle-legged chairs and tables had grown attenuated and shadowy by much service. He looked at the simple room, lighted by a bright fire and a pair of wax candles in antique silver candlesticks. The red firelight flickered and trembled upon the painted roses on the walls, on the obsolete engravings in clumsy frames of imitation ebony and tarnished gilt. A silver tea service and a Sèvres china cup and saucer, which Mrs. Arundel had sent to the cottage for her son's use, stood upon the small oval table, and a brown setter, a favourite of the young man's, lay upon the hearth-rug, with his chin upon his outstretched paws, blinking at the blaze. As Mr. Arundel lingered in the doorway, looking at these things, an image rose before him, as vivid and distinct as any apparition of Professor Pepper's manufacture, and he thought of what that commonplace cottage chamber might have been if his young wife had lived. He could fancy her bending over the low silver teapot, the sprawling inartistic teapot that stood upon quaint knobs like gouty feet, and had been long ago banished from the Dangerfield breakfast table as utterly rococo and ridiculous. He conjured up the dear dead face, with faint blushes flickering amidst its lily pallor, and soft hazel eyes looking up at him through the misty steam of the tea table, innocent and virginal as the eyes of that mythic nymph who was wont to appear to the old Roman king. How happy she would have been! How willing to give up fortune and station, and to have lived for ever and ever in that queer old cottage, ministering to him and loving him! Presently the face changed. The hazel brown hair was suddenly lit up with a glitter of barbaric gold. The hazel eyes grew blue and bright, and the cheeks blushed rosy red. The young man frowned at this new and brighter vision; but he contemplated it gravely for some moments, and then breathed a long sigh, which was somehow or other expressive of relief. "No," he said to himself, "I am not false to my poor lost girl. I do not forget her. Her image is dearer to me than any living creature. The mournful shadow of her face is more precious to me than the brightest reality." He sat down in one of the spindle legged armchairs, and poured out a cup of tea. He drank it slowly, brooding over the fire as he sipped the innocuous beverage, and did not deign to notice the caresses of the brown setter, who laid his cold wet nose in his master's hand, and performed a species of spirit rapping upon the carpet with his tail. After tea the young man rang the bell, which was answered by Mr. Morrison. "Have I any clothes that I can hunt in, Morrison?" Mr. Arundel asked. His factotum stared aghast at this question. "You ain't a going to hunt, are you, Mr. Edward?" he inquired anxiously. "Never mind that. I asked you a question about my clothes, and I want a straightforward answer." "But, Mr. Edward," remonstrated the old servant, "I don't mean no offence, and the 'orses is very tidy animals in their way; but if you're thinking of going across country, and a pretty stiffish country too, as I've heard, in the way of bullfinches and timber, neither of them 'orses has any more of a 'unter in him than I have." "I know that as well as you do," Edward Arundel answered coolly; "but I am going to the meet at Marchmont Towers to morrow morning, and I want you to look me out a decent suit of clothes. That's all. You can have Desperado saddled ready for me a little after 11 o'clock." Mr. Morrison looked even more astonished than before. He knew his master's savage enmity towards Paul Marchmont, and yet that very master now deliberately talked of joining in an assembly which was to gather together for the special purpose of doing the same Paul Marchmont honour. However, as he afterwards remarked to the two fellow servants, with whom he sometimes condescended to be familiar, it wasn't his place to interfere, or to ask any questions, and he had held his tongue accordingly. Perhaps this respectful reticence was rather the result of prudence than of inclination; for there was a dangerous light in Edward Arundel's eyes upon this particular evening, which Mr. Morrison never had observed before. The factotum said something about this later in the evening. "I do really think," he remarked, "that what with that young woman's death, and the solitude of this most dismal place, and the rainy weather, which those as says it always rains in Lincolnshire ain't far out, my poor young master is not the man he were." He tapped his forehead ominously, to give significance to his words, and sighed heavily over his supper beer. The sun shone upon Paul Marchmont on the morning of the 18th of October. The autumn sunshine streamed into his bedchamber, and awoke the new master of Marchmont Towers. He opened his eyes and looked about him. He raised himself amongst the down pillows, and contemplated the figures upon the tapestry in a drowsy reverie. He had been dreaming of his poverty, and had been disputing a poor rate summons with an impertinent tax collector in the dingy passage of the house in Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square. Ah, that horrible house had so long been the only scene of his life, that it had grown almost a part of his mind, and haunted him perpetually in his sleep like a nightmare of brick and mortar, now that he was rich, and had done with it for ever. Mr. Marchmont gave a faint shudder, and shook off the influence of the bad dream. Then, propped up by the pillows, he amused himself by admiring his new bedchamber. It was a handsome room, certainly; the very room for an artist and a sybarite. Mr. Marchmont had not chosen it without due consideration. It was situated in an angle of the house; and though its chief windows looked westward, being immediately above those of the western drawing room, there was another casement, a great oriel window facing the east, and admitting all the grandeur of the morning sun through painted glass, on which the Marchmont escutcheon was represented in gorgeous hues of sapphire and ruby, emerald and topaz, amethyst and aquamarine. Bright splashes of these colours flashed and sparkled on the polished oaken floor, and mixed themselves with the oriental gaudiness of a Persian carpet stretched beneath the low Arabian bed, which was hung with ruby-coloured draperies that trailed upon the ground. Paul Marchmont was fond of splendour, and meant to have as much of it as money could buy. There was a voluptuous pleasure in all this finery, which only a parvenu could feel. It was the sharpness of the contrast between the magnificence of the present and the shabby miseries of the past that gave a piquancy to the artist's enjoyment of his new habitation. All the furniture and draperies of the chamber had been made by Paul Marchmont's direction; but its chief beauty was the tapestry that covered the walls, which had been worked, 250 years before, by a patient chatelaine of the house of Marchmont. This tapestry lined the room on every side. The low door had been cut in it, so that a stranger going into that apartment at night, a little under the influence of the Marchmont cellars, and unable to register the topography of the chamber upon the tablet of his memory, might have been sorely puzzled to find an exit the next morning. Most tapestried chambers have a certain dismal grimness about them, which is more pleasant to the sight-seer than to the constant inhabitant. But in this tapestry the colours were almost as bright and glowing to day as when the fingers that had handled the variegated worsteds were still warm and flexible. The subjects, too, were of a more pleasant order than usual. No mailed ruffians or drapery-clad barbarians menaced the unoffending sleeper with uplifted clubs or horrible bolts in the very act of being launched from ponderous crossbows. No wicked-looking Saracens, with ferocious eyes and copper-coloured visages, brandished murderous scimitars above their turbaned heads. No, here all was pastoral gaiety and peaceful delight. Maidens, with flowing kirtles and crisped yellow hair, danced before great waggons loaded with golden wheat. Youths in red and purple jerkins frisked as they played the pipe and tabor. The Flemish horses dragging the heavy wain were hung with bells and garlands as for a rustic festival, and tossed their untrimmed manes into the air, and frisked and gambolled with their awkward legs, in ponderous imitation of the youths and maidens. Afar off, in the distance, wonderful villages, very queer as to perspective, but all abloom with gaudy flowers and quaint roofs of bright red tiles, stood boldly out against a bluer sky than the most enthusiastic pre-Raphaelite of to day would care to send to the Academy in Trafalgar Square. Paul Marchmont smiled at the youths and maidens, the laden waggons, the revellers, and the impossible village. He was in a humour to be pleased with everything to day. He looked at his dressing table, which stood opposite to him, in the deep oriel window. His valet he had a valet now had opened the great inlaid dressing case, and the silver gilt fittings reflected the crimson hues of the velvet lining, as if the gold had been flecked with blood. Glittering bottles of diamond cut glass, that presented 1,000 facets to the morning light, stood like crystal obelisks amid the litter of carved ivory brushes and Sèvres boxes of pomatum; and one rare hothouse flower, white and fragile, peeped out of a slender crystal vase, against a background of dark shining leaves. "It's better than Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square," said Mr. Marchmont, throwing himself back amongst the pillows, until such time as his valet should bring him a cup of strong tea to refresh and invigorate his nerves withal. "I remember the paper in my room, drab hexagons and yellow spots upon a brown ground. So pretty! And then the dressing table, deal, gracefully designed, with a shallow drawer, in which my razors used to rattle like castanets when I tried to pull it open. A most delicious table, exquisitely painted in stripes, olive green upon stone colour, picked out with the favourite brown. Oh, it was a most delightful life! But it's over, thank Providence, it's over." Mr. Paul Marchmont thanked Providence as devoutly as if he had been the most patient attendant upon the divine pleasure, and had never for one moment dreamed of intruding his own impious handiwork amid the mysterious designs of Omnipotence. The sun shone upon the new master of Marchmont Towers. This bright October morning was not the very best for hunting purposes, for there was a fresh breeze blowing from the north, and a blue unclouded sky; but it was most delightful weather for the breakfast, and the assembling on the lawn, and all the pleasant preliminaries of the day's sport. Mr. Paul Marchmont, who was a thoroughbred cockney, troubled himself very little about the hunt as he basked in that morning light. He only thought that the sun was shining upon him, and that he had come at last, no matter by what crooked ways, to the realisation of his great day dream, and that he was to be happy and prosperous for the rest of his life. He drank his tea, and then got up and dressed himself. He wore the conventional pink, the whitest buckskins, the most approved boots and tops, and he admired himself very much in the cheval glass when this toilet was complete. He had put on the dress for the gratification of his vanity, rather than from any serious intention of doing what he was about as incapable of doing as he was of becoming a modern Rubens or a new Raphael. He would receive his friends in this costume, and ride to cover, and follow the hounds, perhaps, a little way. At any rate, it was very delightful to him to play the country gentleman; and he had never felt so much a country gentleman as at this moment, when he contemplated himself from head to heel in his hunting costume. At 10 o'clock the guests began to assemble. The meet was not to take place until 12, so that there might be plenty of time for the breakfast. I don't think Paul Marchmont ever really knew what took place at that long table, at which he sat for the first time in the place of host and master. He was intoxicated from the first with the sense of triumph and delight in his new position, and he drank a great deal, for he drank unconsciously, emptying his glass every time it was filled, and never knowing who filled it, or what was put into it. By this means he took a very considerable quantity of various sparkling and effervescing wines; sometimes hock, sometimes Moselle, very often champagne, to say nothing of a steady undercurrent of unpronounceable German hocks or crusted Burgundies. But he was not drunk after the common fashion of mortals. He could not be upon this particular day. He was not stupid, or drowsy, or unsteady upon his legs. He was only preternaturally excited, looking at everything through a haze of dazzling light, as if all the gold of his newly acquired fortune had been melted into the atmosphere. He knew that the breakfast was a great success, that the long table was spread with every delicious comestible that the science of a first-rate cook, to say nothing of Fortnum and Mason, could devise; that the profusion of splendid silver, the costly china, the hothouse flowers, and the sunshine made a confused mass of restless glitter and glowing colour that dazzled his eyes as he looked at it. He knew that everybody courted and flattered him; and that he was almost stifled by the overpowering sense of his own grandeur. Perhaps he felt this most when a certain county magnate, a baronet, member of Parliament, and a great landowner, rose, primed with champagne, and rather thicker of utterance than a man should be who means to be in at the death by and by, and took the opportunity of expressing, in a few words, the very great pleasure which he yes, and he thought he might venture to remark everybody about him felt on this most interesting occasion, and said a great deal more, which took a very long time to say, but the gist of which was, that all these country gentlemen were so enraptured by the new addition to their circle, and so altogether delighted with Mr. Paul Marchmont, that they really were at a loss to understand how it was they had ever managed to endure existence without him. And then there was a good deal of rather unnecessary but very enthusiastic thumping of the table, whereat the costly glass shivered, and the hothouse blossoms trembled, amidst the musical chinking of silver forks; while the foxhunters declared in chorus that the new owner of Marchmont Towers was a jolly good fellow, which, i.e., the fact of his jollity, nobody could deny. It was not a very fine demonstration, but it was a very hearty one. Moreover, these noisy foxhunters were all men of some standing in the county; and it is a proof of the artist's inherent snobbery that to him the husky voices of these half-drunken men were more delicious than the sweet soprano tones of an equal number of Patties, penniless and obscure Patties, that is to say, sounding his praises. He was lifted at last out of that poor artist life, in which he had always been a groveller, not so much for lack of talent as by reason of the smallness of his own soul, into a new sphere, where everybody was rich and grand and prosperous, and where the pleasant pathways were upon the necks of prostrate slaves, in the shape of grooms and hirelings, respectful servants and reverential tradespeople. Yes, Paul Marchmont was more drunken than any of his guests, but his drunkenness was of a different kind to theirs. It was not the wine, but his own grandeur that intoxicated and besotted him. These foxhunters might get the better of their drunkenness in half an hour or so, but his intoxication was likely to last for a very long time, unless he should receive some sudden shock, powerful enough to sober him. Meanwhile the hounds were yelping and baying upon the lawn, and the huntsmen and whippers in were running backwards and forwards from the lawn to the servants' hall, devouring snacks of beef and ham, a pound and a quarter or so at one sitting, or crunching the bones of a frivolous young chicken (there were not half a dozen mouthfuls on such insignificant half-grown fowls), or excavating under the roof of a great game pie, or drinking a quart or so of strong ale, or half a tumbler of raw brandy, en passant, and doing a great deal more in the same way, merely to beguile the time until the gentlefolk should appear upon the broad stone terrace. It was 12:30, and Mr. Marchmont's guests were still drinking and speechifying. They had been on the point of making a move ever so many times, but it had happened every time that some gentleman, who had been very quiet until that moment, suddenly got upon his legs, and began to make swallowing and gasping noises, and to wipe his lips with a napkin, whereby it was understood that he was going to propose somebody's health. This had considerably lengthened the entertainment, and it seemed rather likely that the ostensible business of the day would be forgotten altogether. But at 12:30 the county magnate, who had bidden Paul Marchmont a stately welcome to Lincolnshire, remembered that there were 20 couple of impatient hounds scratching up the turf in front of the long windows of the banquet chamber, while as many eager young tenant farmers, stalwart yeomen, well-to-do butchers, and a herd of tag rag and bobtail were pining for the sport to begin. At last, I say, Sir Lionel Beauport remembered this, and led the way to the terrace, leaving the renegades to repose on the comfortable sofas lurking here and there in the spacious rooms. Then the grim stone front of the house was suddenly lighted up into splendour. The long terrace was one blaze of pink, relieved here and there by patches of sober black and forester's green. Amongst all these stalwart, florid-visaged country gentlemen, Paul Marchmont, very elegant, very picturesque, but extremely unsportsmanlike, the hero of the hour, walked slowly down the broad stone steps amidst the vociferous cheering of the crowd, the snapping and yelping of the impatient hounds, and the distant braying of a horn. It was the crowning moment of his life, the moment he had dreamed of again and again in the wretched days of poverty and obscurity. The scene was scarcely new to him, he had acted it so often in his imagination. He had heard the shouts and seen the respectful crowd. There was a little difference in detail, that was all. There was no disappointment, no shortcoming in the realisation, as there so often is when our brightest dreams are fulfilled, and the one great good, the all desired, is granted to us. No, the prize was his, and it was worth all that he had sacrificed to win it. He looked up, and saw his mother and his sisters in the great window over the porch. He could see the exultant pride in his mother's pale face, and the one redeeming sentiment of his nature, his love for the womankind who depended upon him, stirred faintly in his breast, amid the tumult of gratified ambition and selfish joy. This one drop of unselfish pleasure filled the cup to the brim. He took off his hat and waved it high up above his head in answer to the shouting of the crowd. He had stopped half-way down the flight of steps to bow his acknowledgment of the cheering. He waved his hat, and the huzzas grew still louder; and a band upon the other side of the lawn played that familiar and triumphant march which is supposed to apply to every living hero, from a Wellington just come home from Waterloo to the winner of a boat race, or a patent starch proprietor newly elected by an admiring constituency. There was nothing wanting. I think that in that supreme moment Paul Marchmont quite forgot the tortuous and perilous ways by which he had reached this all-glorious goal. I don't suppose the young princes smothered in the Tower were ever more palpably present in Tyrant Richard's memory than when the murderous usurper grovelled in Bosworth's miry clay, and knew that the great game of life was lost. It was only when Henry VIII took away the Great Seal that Wolsey was able to see the foolishness of man's ambition. In that moment, memory and conscience, never very wakeful in the breast of Paul Marchmont, were dead asleep, and only triumph and delight reigned in their stead. No, there was nothing wanting. This glory and grandeur paid him 1,000-fold for his patience and self-abnegation during the past year. He turned half round to look up at those eager watchers at the window. Good God! It was his sister Lavinia's face he saw, no longer full of triumph and pleasure, but ghastly pale, and staring at someone or something horrible in the crowd. Paul Marchmont turned to look for this horrible something, the sight of which had power to change his sister's face, and found himself confronted by a young man whose eyes flamed like coals of fire, whose cheeks were as white as a sheet of paper, and whose firm lips were locked as tightly as if they had been chiselled out of a block of granite. This man was Edward Arundel, the young widower, the handsome soldier, whom everybody remembered as the husband of poor lost Mary Marchmont. He had sprung out from amidst the crowd only one moment before, and had dashed up the steps of the terrace before anyone had time to think of hindering him or interfering with him. It seemed to Paul Marchmont as if his foe must have leapt out of the solid earth, so sudden and so unlooked for was his coming. He stood upon the step immediately below the artist; but as the terrace steps were shallow, and as he was taller by half a foot than Paul, the faces of the two men were level, and they confronted each other. The soldier held a heavy hunting whip in his hand, no foppish toy, with a golden trinket for its head, but a stout handle of staghorn, and a formidable leathern thong. He held this whip in his strong right hand, with the thong twisted round the handle, and throwing out his left arm, nervous and muscular as the limb of a young gladiator, he seized Paul Marchmont by the collar of that fashionably cut scarlet coat which the artist had so much admired in the cheval glass that morning. There was a shout of surprise and consternation from the gentlemen on the terrace, and the crowd upon the lawn, a shrill scream from the women; and in the next moment Paul Marchmont was writhing under a shower of blows from the hunting whip in Edward Arundel's hand. The artist was not physically brave, yet he was not such a cur as to submit unresistingly to this hideous disgrace. But the attack was so sudden and unexpected as to paralyse him; so rapid in its execution as to leave him no time for resistance. Before he had recovered his presence of mind, before he knew the meaning of Edward Arundel's appearance in that place, even before he could fully realise the mere fact of his being there, the thing was done. He was disgraced for ever. He had sunk in that one moment from the very height of his new grandeur to the lowest depths of social degradation. "Gentlemen," Edward Arundel cried in a loud voice, which was distinctly heard by every member of the gaping crowd, "when the law of the land suffers a scoundrel to prosper, honest men must take the law into their own hands. I wished you to know my opinion of the new master of Marchmont Towers, and I think I've expressed it pretty clearly. I know him to be a most consummate villain, and I give you fair warning that he is no fit associate for honourable men. Good morning." Edward Arundel lifted his hat, bowed to the assembly, and then ran down the steps. Paul Marchmont, livid and foaming at the mouth, rushed after him, brandishing his clenched fists, and gesticulating in impotent rage; but the young man's horse was waiting for him at a few paces from the terrace, in the care of a butcher's apprentice, and he was in the saddle before the artist could overtake him. "I shall not leave Kemberling for a week, Mr. Marchmont," he called out; and then he walked his horse away, holding himself erect as a dart, and staring defiance at the crowd. I am sorry to have to testify to the fickle nature of the British populace; but I am bound to own that a great many of the stalwart yeomen who had eaten game pies and drunk strong liquors at Paul Marchmont's expense not half an hour before, were base enough to feel an involuntary admiration for Edward Arundel, as he rode slowly away, with his head up and his eyes flaming. There is seldom very much genuine sympathy for a man who has been horsewhipped; And there is a pretty universal inclination to believe that the man who inflicts chastisement upon him must be right in the main. It is true that the tenant farmers, especially those whose leases were nearly run out, were very loud in their indignation against Mr. Arundel, and one adventurous spirit made a dash at the young man's bridle as he went by; but the general feeling was in favour of the conqueror, and there was a lack of heartiness even in the loudest expressions of sympathy. The crowd made a lane for Paul Marchmont as he went back to the house, white and helpless, and sick with shame. Several of the gentlemen upon the terrace came forward to shake hands with him, and to express their indignation, and to offer any friendly service that he might require of them by and by, such as standing by to see him shot, if he should choose an old-fashioned mode of retaliation, or bearing witness against Edward Arundel in a law court, if Mr. Marchmont preferred to take legal measures. But even these men recoiled when they felt the cold dampness of the artist's hands, and saw that he had been frightened. These sturdy, uproarious fox hunters, who braved the peril of sudden death every time they took a day's sport, entertained a sovereign contempt for a man who could be frightened of anybody or anything. They made no allowance for Paul Marchmont's cockney education; they were not in the dark secrets of his life, and knew nothing of his guilty conscience, and it was that which had made him more helpless than a child in the fierce grasp of Edward Arundel. So one by one, after this polite show of sympathy, the rich man's guests fell away from him, and the yelping hounds and the cantering horses left the lawn before Marchmont Towers. The sound of the brass band and the voices of the people died away in the distance, and the glory of the day was done. Paul Marchmont crawled slowly back to that luxurious bedchamber which he had left only a few hours before, and throwing himself at full length upon the bed, sobbed like a frightened child. He was panic stricken, not because of the horsewhipping, but because of a sentence that Edward Arundel had whispered close to his ear in the midst of the struggle. "I know everything," the young man had said. "I know the secrets you hide in the pavilion by the river." End of Chapter 1, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2. The Deserted Chambers. Edward Arundel kept his word. He waited for a week and upwards, but Paul Marchmont made no sign; and after having given him 3 days' grace over and above the promised time, the young man abandoned Kemberling Retreat for ever, as he thought, and went away from Lincolnshire. He had waited, hoping that Paul Marchmont would try to retaliate, and that some desperate struggle, physical or legal, he scarcely cared which, would occur between them. He would have courted any hazard which might have given him some chance of revenge; but nothing happened. He sent out Mr. Morrison to beat up information about the master of Marchmont Towers, and the factotum came back with the intelligence that Mr. Marchmont was ill, and would see no one, leastways excepting his mother and Mr. George Weston. Edward Arundel shrugged his shoulders when he heard these tidings. "What a contemptible cur the man is," he thought. "There was a time when I could have suspected him of any foul play against my lost girl. I know him better now, and know that he is not even capable of a great crime. He was only strong enough to stab his victim in the dark, with lying paragraphs in newspapers, and dastardly hints and innuendos." It would have been only perhaps an act of ordinary politeness had Edward Arundel paid a farewell visit to his friends at the Grange; but he did not go near the hospitable old house. He contented himself with writing a cordial letter to Major Lawford, thanking him for his hospitality and kindness, and referring, vaguely enough, to the hope of a future meeting. He despatched this letter by Mr. Morrison, who was in very high spirits at the prospect of leaving Kemberling, and who went about his work with almost boyish activity in the exuberance of his delight. The valet worked so briskly as to complete all necessary arrangements in a couple of days; and on the 29th of October, late in the afternoon, all was ready, and he had nothing to do but to superintend the departure of the 2 horses from the Kemberling railway station, under the guardianship of the lad who had served as Edward's groom. Throughout that last day Mr. Arundel wandered here and there about the house and garden that so soon were to be deserted. He was dreadfully at a loss what to do with himself; and, alas, it was not to day only that he felt the burden of his hopeless idleness. He felt it always, a horrible load, not to be cast away from him. His life had been broken off short, as it were, by the catastrophe which had left him a widower before his honeymoon was well over. The story of his existence was abruptly broken asunder. All the better part of his life was taken away from him, and he did not know what to do with the blank and useless remnant. The ravelled threads of a once harmonious web, suddenly wrenched in twain, presented a mass of inextricable confusion, and the young man's brain grew dizzy when he tried to draw them out, or to consider them separately. His life was most miserable, most hopeless, by reason of its emptiness. He had no duty to perform, no task to achieve; that nature must be utterly selfish, entirely given over to sybarite rest and self indulgence, which does not feel a lack of something wanting these, a duty or a purpose. Better to be Sisyphus toiling up the mountain side, than Sisyphus with the stone taken away from him, and no hope of ever reaching the top. I heard a man once, a bill sticker, and not by any means a sentimental or philosophical person, declare that he had never known real prosperity until he had 13 orphan grandchildren to support; and surely there was a universal moral in that bill sticker's confession. He had been a drunkard before, perhaps; he didn't say anything about that; and a reprobate, it may be; but those 13 small mouths clamouring for food made him sober and earnest, brave and true. He had a duty to do, and was happy in its performance. He was wanted in the world, and he was somebody. From Napoleon III, holding the destinies of civilized Europe in his hands, and debating whether he shall recreate Poland or build a new boulevard, to paterfamilias in a government office, working for the little ones at home, and from paterfamilias to the crossing sweeper, who craves his diurnal halfpenny from busy citizens tramping to their daily toil, every man has his separate labour and his different responsibility. For ever and for ever the busy wheel of life turns round; but duty and ambition are the motive powers that keep it going. Edward Arundel felt the barrenness of his life, now that he had taken the only revenge which was possible for him upon the man who had persecuted his wife. That had been a rapturous but brief enjoyment. It was over. He could do no more to the man. Since there was no lower depth of humiliation, in these later days when pillories and whipping posts and stocks are exploded from our market places, to which a degraded creature could descend. No, there was no more to be done. It was useless to stop in Lincolnshire. The sad suggestion of the little slipper found by the waterside was but too true. Paul Marchmont had not murdered his helpless cousin; he had only tortured her to death. He was quite safe from the law of the land, which, being of a positive and arbitrary nature, takes no cognizance of indefinable offences. This most infamous man was safe, and was free to enjoy his ill-gotten grandeur, if he could take much pleasure in it, after the scene upon the stone terrace. The only joy that had been left for Edward Arundel after his retirement from the East India Company's service was this fierce delight of vengeance. He had drained the intoxicating cup to the dregs, and had been drunken at first in the sense of his triumph. But he was sober now, and he paced up and down the neglected garden beneath a chill October sky, crunching the fallen leaves under his feet, with his arms folded and his head bent, thinking of the barren future. It was all bare, a blank stretch of desert land, with no city in the distance, no purple domes or airy minarets on the horizon. It was in the very nature of this young man to be a soldier, and he was nothing if not a soldier. He could never remember having had any other aspiration than that eager thirst for military glory. Before he knew the meaning of the word war, in his very infancy, the sound of a trumpet or the sight of a wavering banner, a glittering weapon, a sentinel's scarlet coat, had moved him to a kind of rapture. The unvarnished schoolroom records of Greek and Roman warfare had been as delightful to him as the finest passages of a Macaulay or a Froude, a Thiers or Lamartine. He was a soldier by the inspiration of heaven, as all great soldiers are. He had never known any other ambition, or dreamed any other dream. Other lads had talked of the bar, and the Senate, and their glories. Bah! How cold and tame they seemed! What was the glory of a parliamentary triumph, in which words were the only weapons wielded by the combatants, compared with a hand-to-hand struggle, ankle deep in the bloody mire of a crowded trench, or a cavalry charge, before which a phalanx of fierce Affghans fled like frightened sheep upon a moor? Edward Arundel was a soldier, like the Duke of Wellington or Sir Colin Campbell. One writes the old romantic name involuntarily, because one loves it best. Or Othello. The Moor's first lamentation when he believes that Desdemona is false, and his life is broken, is that sublime farewell to all the glories of the battlefield. It was almost the same with Edward Arundel. The loss of his wife and of his captaincy were blent and mingled in his mind, and he could only bewail the one great loss, which left life most desolate. He had never felt the full extent of his desolation until now; for heretofore he had been buoyed up by the hope of vengeance upon Paul Marchmont; and now that his solitary hope had been realised to the fullest possible extent, there was nothing left, nothing but to revoke the sacrifice he had made, and to regain his place in the Indian army at any cost. He tried not to think of the possibility of this. It seemed to him almost an infidelity towards his dead wife to dream of winning honours and distinction, now that she, who would have been so proud of any triumph won by him, was for ever lost. So under the grey October sky he paced up and down upon the grass-grown pathways, amidst the weeds and briars, the brambles and broken branches that crackled as he trod upon them, and late in the afternoon, when the day, which had been sunless and cold, was melting into dusky twilight, he opened the low wooden gateway and went out into the road. An impulse which he could not resist took him towards the river bank and the wood behind Marchmont Towers. Once more, for the last time in his life perhaps, he went down to that lonely shore. He went to look at the bleak, unlovely place which had been the scene of his betrothal. It was not that he had any thought of meeting Olivia Marchmont. He had dismissed her from his mind ever since his last visit to the lonely boat house. Whatever the mystery of her life might be, her secret lay at the bottom of a black depth which the impetuous soldier did not care to fathom. He did not want to discover that hideous secret. Tarnished honour, shame, falsehood, disgrace lurked in the obscurity in which John Marchmont's widow had chosen to enshroud her life. Let them rest. It was not for him to drag away the curtain that sheltered his kinswoman from the world. He had no thought, therefore, of prying into any secrets that might be hidden in the pavilion by the water. The fascination that lured him to the spot was the memory of the past. He could not go to Mary's grave, in as reverent a spirit as he would have gone thither, to the scene of his betrothal, to pay his farewell visit to the spot which had been for ever hallowed by the confession of her innocent love. It was nearly dark when he got to the river side. He went by a path which quite avoided the grounds about Marchmont Towers, a narrow footpath, which served as a towing path sometimes, when some black barge crawled by on its way out to the open sea. To night the river was hidden by a mist, a white fog, that obscured land and water, and it was only by the sound of the horses' hoofs that Edward Arundel had warning to step aside, as a string of them went by, dragging a chain that grated on the pebbles by the river side. "Why should they say my darling committed suicide?" thought Edward Arundel, as he groped his way along the narrow pathway. "It was on such an evening as this that she ran away from home. What more likely than that she lost the track, and wandered into the river? Oh, my own poor lost one, God grant it was so. God grant it was by His will, and not your own desperate act, that you were lost to me." Sorrowful as the thought of his wife's death was to him, it soothed him to believe that death might have been accidental. There was all the difference betwixt sorrow and despair in the alternative. Wandering ignorantly and helplessly through this autumnal fog, Edward Arundel found himself at the boat house before he was aware of its vicinity. There was a light gleaming from the broad north window of the painting room, and a slanting line of light streamed out of the half open door. In this lighted doorway Edward saw the figure of a girl, an unkempt, red-headed girl, with a flat freckled face, a girl who wore a lavender cotton pinafore and hobnailed boots, with a good deal of brass about the leathern fronts, and a redundancy of rusty leathern bootlace twisted round the ankles. The young man remembered having seen this girl once in the village of Kemberling. She had been in Mrs. Weston's service as a drudge, and was supposed to have received her education in the Swampington Union. This young lady was supporting herself against the half open door, with her arms akimbo and her hands planted upon her hips, in humble imitation of the matrons whom she had been wont to see lounging at their cottage doors in the High Street of Kemberling, when the labours of the day were done. Edward Arundel started at the sudden apparition of this damsel. "Who are you, girl?" he asked, "and what brings you to this place?" He trembled as he spoke. A sudden agitation had seized upon him, which he had no power to account for. It seemed as if Providence had brought him to this spot to night, and had placed this ignorant country girl in his way for some special purpose. Whatever the secrets of this place might be, he was to know them, it appeared, since he had been led here, not by the promptings of a curiosity, but only by a reverent love for a scene that was associated with his dead wife. "Who are you, girl?" he asked again. "I be Betsy Murrel, sir," the damsel answered. "Some of them calls me Wookus Bet, and I be come here to clean up a bit." "To clean up what?" "The paintin' room. There's a deal of muck about, and I'm to fiddle up and make all tidy again till Squire gets well." "Are you all alone here?" "All alone? Why, yes, sir." "Have you been here long?" The girl looked at Mr. Arundel with a cunning leer, which was one of her Wookus acquirements. "I've been here off and on ever since the Squire came," she said. "There's a deal of cleaning down here." Edward Arundel looked at her sternly, but there was nothing to be gathered from her stolid countenance after its agreeable leer had melted away. The young man might have scrutinised the figurehead of the black barge creeping slowly past upon the hidden river with quite as much chance of getting any information out of its play of feature. He walked past the girl into Paul Marchmont's painting room. Miss Betsy Murrel made no attempt to hinder him. She had spoken the truth as to the cleaning of the place, for the room smelt of soap suds, and a pail and scrubbing brush stood in the middle of the floor. The young man looked at the door behind which he had heard the crying of the child. It was ajar, and the stone steps leading up to it were wet, bearing testimony to Betsy Murrel's industry. Edward Arundel took the flaming tallow candle from the table in the painting room, and went up the steps into the pavilion. The girl followed, but she did not try to restrain him, or to interfere with him. She followed him with her mouth open, staring at him after the manner of her kind, and she looked the very image of rustic stupidity. With the flaring candle shaded by his left hand, Edward Arundel examined the two chambers in the pavilion. There was very little to reward his scrutiny. The two small rooms were bare and cheerless. The repairs that had been executed had only gone so far as to make them tolerably inhabitable, and secure from wind and weather. The furniture was the same that Edward remembered having seen on his last visit to the Towers; for Mary had been fond of sitting in one of the little rooms, looking out at the slow river and the trembling rushes on the shore. There was no trace of recent occupation in the empty rooms, no ashes in the grates. The girl grinned maliciously as Mr. Arundel raised the light above his head, and looked about him. He walked in and out of the two rooms. He stared at the obsolete chairs, the rickety tables, the dilapidated damask curtains, flapping every now and then in the wind that rushed in through the crannies of the doors and windows. He looked here and there, like a man bewildered, much to the amusement of Miss Betsy Murrel, who, with her arms crossed and her elbows in the palms of her moist hands, followed him backwards and forwards between the two small chambers. "There was some one living here a week ago," he said; "some one who had the care of a——" He stopped suddenly. If he had guessed rightly at the dark secret, it was better that it should remain for ever hidden. This girl was perhaps more ignorant than himself. It was not for him to enlighten her. "Do you know if anybody has lived here lately?" he asked. Betty Murrel shook her head. "Nobody's lived here, not that I knows of," she replied; "not to take their victuals and such like. Missus brings her work down sometimes, and sits in one of these here rooms, while Muster Paul does his picture painting. That's all I knows of." Edward went back to the painting room and set down his candle. The mystery of those empty chambers was no business of his. He began to think that his cousin Olivia was mad, and that her outbursts of terror and agitation had been only the raving of a madwoman after all. There had been a great deal in her manner during the last year that had seemed like insanity. The presence of the child might have been purely accidental, and his cousin's wild vehemence only a paroxysm of insanity. He sighed as he left Miss Murrel to her scouring. The world seemed out of joint, and he, whose energetic nature fitted him for the straightening of crooked things, had no knowledge of the means by which it might be set right. "Good-bye, lonely place," he said; "good-bye to the spot where my young wife first told me of her love." He walked back to the cottage, where the bustle of packing and preparation was all over, and where Mr. Morrison was entertaining a select party of friends in the kitchen. Early the next morning Mr. Arundel and his servant left Lincolnshire. The key of Kemberling Retreat was given up to the landlord, and a wooden board, flapping above the dilapidated trellis work of the porch, gave notice that the habitation was to be let. End of Chapter 2, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 3. Taking it quietly. All the county, or at least all that part of the county within a certain radius of Marchmont Towers, waited very anxiously for Mr. Paul Marchmont to make some move. The horsewhipping business had given quite a pleasant zest, a flavour of excitement, a dash of what it is the fashion nowadays to call "sensation," to the wind-up of the hunting breakfast. Poor Paul's thrashing had been more racy and appetising than the finest olives that ever grew, and his late guests looked forward to a great deal more excitement and "sensation" before the business was done with. Of course Paul Marchmont would do something. He must make a stir, and the sooner he made it the better. Matters would have to be explained. People expected to know the cause of Edward Arundel's enmity; and of course the new master of the Towers would see the propriety of setting himself right in the eyes of his influential acquaintance, his tenantry, and retainers; especially if he contemplated standing for Swampington at the next general election. This was what people said to each other. The scene at the hunting breakfast was a most fertile topic of conversation. It was almost as good as a popular murder, and furnished scandalous paragraphs ad infinitum for the provincial papers, most of them beginning, "It is understood," or "It has been whispered in our hearing that," or "Rochefoucauld has observed that." Everybody expected that Paul Marchmont would write to the papers, and that Edward Arundel would answer him in the papers, and that a brisk and stirring warfare would be carried on in printer's ink, at least. But no line written by either of the gentlemen appeared in any one of the county journals; and by slow degrees it dawned upon people that there was no further amusement to be got out of Paul's chastisement, and that the master of the Towers meant to take the thing quietly, and to swallow the horrible outrage, taking care to hide any wry faces he made during that operation. Yes, Paul Marchmont let the matter drop. The report was circulated that he was very ill, and had suffered from a touch of brain fever, which kept him a victim to incessant delirium until after Mr. Arundel had left the county. This rumour was set afloat by Mr. Weston, the surgeon, and as he was the only person admitted to his brother-in-law's apartment, it was impossible for any one to contradict his assertion. The fox-hunting squires shrugged their shoulders, and I am sorry to say that the epithets hound, cur, sneak, and mongrel were more often applied to Mr. Marchmont than was consistent with Christian feeling on the part of the gentleman who uttered them. But a man who can swallow a sound thrashing, administered upon his own doorstep, has to contend with the prejudices of society, and must take the consequences of being in advance of his age. So while his new neighbours talked about him, Paul Marchmont lay in his splendid chamber, with the frisking youths and maidens staring at him all day long, and simpering at him with their unchanging faces, until he grew sick at heart, and began to loathe all this new grandeur, which had so delighted him a little time ago. He no longer laughed at the recollection of shabby Charlotte Street. He dreamt one night that he was back again in the old bedroom, with the painted deal furniture, and the hideous paper on the walls, and that the Marchmont Towers magnificence had been only a feverish vision, and he was glad to be back in that familiar place, and was sorry on awakening to find that Marchmont Towers was a splendid reality. There was only one faint red streak upon his shoulders, for the thrashing had not been a brutal one. It was disgrace Edward Arundel had wanted to inflict, not physical pain, the commonplace punishment with which a man corrects his refractory horse. The lash of the hunting whip had done very little damage to the artist's flesh, but it had slashed away his manhood, as the sickle sweeps the flowers amidst the corn. He could never look up again. The thought of going out of this house for the first time, and the horror of confronting the altered faces of his neighbours, was as dreadful to him as the anticipation of that awful exit from the debtor's door, which is the last step but one into eternity, must be to the condemned criminal. "I shall go abroad," he said to his mother, when he made his appearance in the Western drawing-room, a week after Edward's departure. "I shall go on the Continent, mother. I have taken a dislike to this place, since that savage attacked me the other day." Mrs. Marchmont sighed. "It will seem hard to lose you, Paul, now that you are rich. You were so constant to us through all our poverty, and we might be so happy together now." The artist was walking up and down the room, with his hands in the pockets of his braided velvet coat. He knew that in the conventional costume of a well-bred gentleman he showed to a disadvantage amongst other men, and he affected a picturesque and artistic style of dress, whose brighter hues and looser outlines lighted up his pale face, and gave a grace to his spare figure. "You think it worth something, then, mother?" he said presently, half kneeling, half lounging in a deep cushioned easy chair near the table at which his mother sat. "You think our money is worth something to us? All these chairs and tables, this great rambling house, the servants who wait upon us, and the carriages we ride in, are worth something, are they not? They make us happier, I suppose. I know I always thought such things made up the sum of happiness when I was poor. I have seen a hearse going away from a rich man's door, carrying his cherished wife, or his only son perhaps, and I've thought, but he has 40,000 a year. You are happier here than you were in Charlotte Street, eh, mother?" Mrs. Marchmont was a Frenchwoman by birth, though she had lived so long in London as to become anglicised. She only retained a slight accent of her native tongue, and a good deal more vivacity of look and gesture than is common to Englishwomen. Her elder daughter was sitting on the other side of the broad fireplace. She was only a quieter and older likeness of Lavinia Weston. "Am I happier?" exclaimed Mrs. Marchmont. "Need you ask the question, Paul? But it is not so much for myself as for your sake that I value all this grandeur." She held out her long thin hand, which was covered with rings, some old-fashioned and comparatively valueless, others lately purchased by her devoted son, and very precious. The artist took the shrunken fingers in his own, and raised them to his lips. "I'm very glad that I've made you happy, mother," he said. "That's something gained, at any rate." He left the fireplace, and walked slowly up and down the room, stopping now and then to look out at the wintry sky, or the flat expanse of turf below it. But he was quite a different creature to that which he had been before his encounter with Edward Arundel. The chairs and tables palled upon him. The mossy velvet pile of the new carpets seemed to him like the swampy ground of a morass. The dark green draperies of Genoa velvet deepened into black with the growing twilight, and seemed as if they had been fashioned out of palls. What was it worth, this fine house, with the broad flat before it? Nothing, if he had lost the respect and consideration of his neighbours. He wanted to be a great man as well as a rich one. He wanted admiration and flattery, reverence and esteem. not from poor people, whose esteem and admiration were scarcely worth having, but from wealthy squires, his equals or his superiors by birth and fortune. He ground his teeth at the thought of his disgrace. He had drunk of the cup of triumph, and had tasted the very wine of life; and at the moment when that cup was fullest, it had been snatched away from him by the ruthless hand of his enemy. Christmas came, and gave Paul Marchmont a good opportunity of playing the country gentleman of the olden time. What was the cost of a couple of bullocks, a few hogsheads of ale, and a waggon load of coals, if by such a sacrifice the master of the Towers could secure for himself the admiration due to a public benefactor? Paul gave carte blanche to the old servants, and tents were erected on the lawn, and monstrous bonfires blazed briskly in the frosty air; while the populace, who would have accepted the bounties of a new Nero fresh from the burning of a modern Rome, drank to the health of their benefactor, and warmed themselves by the unlimited consumption of strong beer. Mrs. Marchmont and her invalid daughter assisted Paul in his attempt to regain the popularity he had lost upon the steps of the western terrace. The two women distributed square miles of flannel and blanketing amongst the greedy claimants. They gave scarlet cloaks and poke bonnets to old women. They gave an insipid feast, upon temperance principles, to the children of the national schools. And they had their reward; for people began to say that this Paul Marchmont was a very noble fellow after all, by Jove, sir, and that fellow Arundel must have been in the wrong, sir; and no doubt Marchmont had his own reasons for not resenting the outrage, sir, and a great deal more to the like effect. After this roasting of the two bullocks, the wind changed altogether. Mr. Marchmont gave a great dinner party upon New Year's Day. He sent out 30 invitations, and had only 2 refusals. So the long dining room was filled with all the notabilities of the district, and Paul held his head up once more, and rejoiced in his own grandeur. After all, one horsewhipping cannot annihilate a man with a fine estate and 11,000 a year, if he knows how to make a splash with his money. Olivia Marchmont shared in none of the festivals that were held. Her father was very ill this winter, and she spent a good deal of her time at Swampington Rectory, sitting in Hubert Arundel's room and reading to him. But her presence brought very little comfort to the sick man, for there was something in his daughter's manner that filled him with inexpressible terror, and he would lie for hours together watching her blank face, and wondering at its horrible rigidity. What was it? What was the dreadful secret which had transformed this woman? He tormented himself perpetually with this question, but he could imagine no answer to it. He did not know the power which a master passion has upon these strong-minded women, whose minds are strong because of their narrowness, and who are the bonden slaves of one idea. He did not know that in a breast which holds no pure affection, the master fiend passion rages like an all-devouring flame, perpetually consuming its victim. He did not know that, in these violent and concentrative natures, the line that separates reason from madness is so feeble a demarcation, that very few can perceive the hour in which it is passed. Olivia Marchmont had never been the most lively or delightful of companions. The tenderness which is the common attribute of a woman's nature had not been given to her. She ought to have been a great man. Nature makes these mistakes now and then, and the victim expiates the error. Hence comes imperfect histories as that of English Elizabeth and Swedish Christina. The fetters that had bound Olivia's narrow life had eaten into her very soul, and cankered there. If she could have been Edward Arundel's wife, she would have been the noblest and truest wife that ever merged her identity into that of another, and lived upon the refracted glory of her husband's triumphs. She would have been a Rachel Russell, a Mrs. Hutchinson, a Lady Nithisdale, a Madame de la Valette. She would have been great by reason of her power of self-abnegation, and there would have been a strange charm in the aspect of this fierce nature attuned to harmonise with its master's soul, all the barbaric discords melting into melody, all the harsh combinations softening into perfect music. Just as in Mr. Buckstone's most poetic drama we are bewitched by the wild huntress sitting at the feet of her lord, and admire her chiefly because we know that only that one man upon all the earth could have had power to tame her. To any one who had known Olivia's secret, there could have been no sadder spectacle than this of her decay. The mind and body decayed together, bound by a mysterious sympathy. All womanly roundness disappeared from the spare figure, and Mrs. Marchmont's black dresses hung about her in loose folds. Her long, dead, black hair was pushed away from her thin face, and twisted into a heavy knot at the back of her head. Every charm that she had ever possessed was gone. The oldest women generally retain some traits of their lost beauty, some faint reflection of the sun that has gone down, to light up the soft twilight of age, and even glimmer through the gloom of death. But this woman's face retained no token of the past. No empty hull, with shattered bulwarks crumbled by the fury of fierce seas, cast on a desert shore to rot and perish there, was ever more complete a wreck than she was. Upon her face and figure, in every look and gesture, in the tone of every word she spoke, there was an awful something, worse than the seal of death. Little by little the miserable truth dawned upon Hubert Arundel. His daughter was mad. He knew this, but he kept the dreadful knowledge hidden in his own breast. A hideous secret, whose weight oppressed him like an actual burden. He kept the secret, for it would have seemed to him the most cruel treason against his daughter to have confessed his discovery to any living creature, unless it should be absolutely necessary to do so. Meanwhile he set himself to watch Olivia, detaining her at the Rectory for a week together, in order that he might see her in all moods, under all phases. He found that there were no violent or outrageous evidences of this mental decay. The mind had given way under the perpetual pressure of one set of thoughts. Hubert Arundel, in his ignorance of his daughter's secrets, could not discover the cause of her decadence. But that cause was very simple. If the body is a wonderful and complex machine which must not be tampered with, surely that still more complex machine, the mind, must need careful treatment. If such and such a course of diet is fatal to the body's health, may not some thoughts be equally fatal to the health of the brain? May not a monotonous recurrence of the same ideas be above all injurious? If by reason of the peculiar nature of a man's labour he uses one limb or one muscle more than the rest, strange bosses rise up to testify to that ill usage, the idle limbs wither, and the harmonious perfection of nature gives place to deformity. So the brain, perpetually pressed upon, for ever strained to its utmost tension by the wearisome succession of thoughts, becomes crooked and one-sided, always leaning one way, continually tripping up the wretched thinker. John Marchmont's widow had only one set of ideas. On every subject but that one which involved Edward Arundel and his fortunes her memory had decayed. She asked her father the same questions, commonplace questions relating to his own comfort, or to simple household matters 20 times a day, always forgetting that he had answered her. She had that impatience as to the passage of time which is one of the most painful signs of madness. She looked at her watch 10 times an hour, and would wander out into the cheerless garden, indifferent to the bitter weather, in order to look at the clock in the church steeple, under the impression that her own watch, and her father's, and all the timekeepers in the house, were slow. She was sometimes restless, taking up one occupation after another, to throw all aside with equal impatience, and sometimes immobile for hours together. But as she was never violent, never in any way unreasonable, Hubert Arundel had not the heart to call science to his aid, and to betray her secret. The thought that his daughter's malady might be cured never entered his mind as within the range of possibility. There was nothing to cure, no delusions to be exorcised by medical treatment, no violent vagaries to be held in check by drugs and nostrums. The powerful intellect had decayed; its force and clearness were gone; no drugs that ever grew upon this earth could restore that which was lost. This was the conviction which kept the rector silent. It would have given him unutterable anguish to have told his daughter's secret to any living being; but he would have endured that misery if she could have been benefited thereby. He most firmly believed that she could not, and that her state was irremediable. "My poor girl," he thought to himself, "how proud I was of her 10 years ago! I can do nothing for her, nothing except to love and cherish her, and hide her humiliation from the world." But Hubert Arundel was not allowed to do even this much for the daughter he loved; for when Olivia had been with him a little more than a week, Paul Marchmont and his mother drove over to Swampington Rectory one morning, and carried her away with them. The rector then saw for the first time that his once strong-minded daughter was completely under the dominion of these two people, and that they knew the nature of her malady quite as well as he did. He resisted her return to the Towers, but his resistance was useless. She submitted herself willingly to her new friends, declaring that she was better in their house than anywhere else. So she went back to her old suite of apartments, and her old servant Barbara waited upon her; and she sat alone in dead John Marchmont's study, listening to the January winds shrieking in the quadrangle, the distant rooks calling to each other amongst the bare branches of the poplars, the banging of the doors in the corridor, and occasional gusts of laughter from the open door of the dining room, while Paul Marchmont and his guests gave a jovial welcome to the new year. While the master of the Towers reasserted his grandeur, and made stupendous efforts to regain the ground he had lost, Edward Arundel wandered far away in the depths of Brittany, travelling on foot, and making himself familiar with the simple peasants, who were ignorant of his troubles. He had sent Mr. Morrison down to Dangerfield with the greater part of his luggage; but he had not the heart to go back himself, yet awhile. He was afraid of his mother's sympathy, and he went away into the lonely Breton villages, to try and cure himself of his great grief, before he began life again as a soldier. It was useless for him to strive against his vocation. Nature had made him a soldier, and nothing else; and wherever there was a good cause to be fought for, his place was on the battlefield. Chapter 3, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 4 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. Miss Lawford speaks her mind. Major Lawford and his blue-eyed daughters were not amongst those guests who accepted Paul Marchmont's princely hospitalities. Belinda Lawford had never heard the story of Edward's lost bride as he himself could have told it, but she had heard an imperfect version of the sorrowful history from Letitia, and that young lady had informed her friend of Edward's animus against the new master of the Towers. "The poor dear foolish boy will insist upon thinking that Mr. Marchmont was at the bottom of it all," she had said in a confidential chat with Belinda, "somehow or other; but whether he was or whether he wasn't, I'm sure I can't say. But if one attempts to take Mr. Marchmont's part with Edward, he does get so violent and go on so, that one's obliged to say all sorts of dreadful things about Mary's cousin for the sake of peace. But really, when I saw him one day in Kemberling, with a black velvet shooting coat, and his beautiful smooth white hair and auburn moustache, I thought him most interesting; and so would you, Belinda, if you weren't so wrapped up in that doleful brother of mine." Whereupon, of course, Miss Lawford had been compelled to declare that she was not "wrapped up" in Edward, whatever state of feeling that obscure phrase might signify, and to express, by the vehemence of her denial, that if anything she rather detested Miss Arundel's brother. By the by, did you ever know a young lady who could understand the admiration aroused in the breast of other young ladies for that most uninteresting object, a brother? Or a gentleman who could enter with any warmth of sympathy into his friend's feelings respecting the auburn tresses or the Grecian nose of a sister? Belinda Lawford, I say, knew something of the story of Mary Arundel's death, and she implored her father to reject all hospitalities offered by Paul Marchmont. "You won't go to the Towers, papa dear," she said, with her hands clasped upon her father's arm, her cheeks kindling, and her eyes filling with tears as she spoke to him. "You won't go and sit at Paul Marchmont's table, and drink his wine, and shake hands with him. I know that he had something to do with Mary Arundel's death. He had indeed, papa. I don't mean anything that the world calls crime. I don't mean any act of open violence. But he was cruel to her, papa. He was cruel to her. He tortured her and tormented her until she—" The girl paused for a moment, and her voice faltered a little. "Oh, how I wish that I had known her, papa," she cried presently, "that I might have stood by her, and comforted her all through that sad time." The Major looked down at his daughter with a tender smile, a smile that was a little significant perhaps, but full of love and admiration. "You would have stood by Arundel's poor little wife, my dear," he said. "You would stand by her now, if she were alive and needed your friendship." "I would indeed, papa," Miss Lawford answered resolutely. "I believe it, my dear. I believe it with all my heart. You are a good girl, my Linda. You are a noble girl. You are as good as a son to me, my dear." Major Lawford was silent for a few moments, holding his daughter in his arms, and pressing his lips upon her broad forehead. "You are fit to be a soldier's daughter, my darling," he said, or a soldier's wife." He kissed her once more, and then left her, sighing thoughtfully as he went away. This is how it was that neither Major Lawford nor any of his family were present at those splendid entertainments which Paul Marchmont gave to his new friends. Mr. Marchmont knew almost as well as the Lawfords themselves why they did not come, and the absence of them at his glittering board made his bread bitter to him and his wine tasteless. He wanted these people as much as the others, more than the others perhaps, for they had been Edward Arundel's friends, and he wanted them to turn their backs upon the young man, and join in the general outcry against his violence and brutality. The absence of Major Lawford at the lighted banquet table tormented this modern rich man, as the presence of Mordecai at the gate tormented Haman. It was not enough that all the others should come if these stayed away, and by their absence tacitly testified to their contempt for the master of the Towers. He met Belinda sometimes on horseback, with the old grey-headed groom behind her, a fearless young Amazon, breasting the January winds, with her blue eyes sparkling, and her auburn hair blowing away from her candid face. He met her, and looked out at her from the luxurious barouche in which it was his pleasure to loll by his mother's side, half buried amongst the soft furry rugs and sleek leopard skins, making the chilly atmosphere through which he rode odorous with the scent of perfumed hair, and smiling over cruelly delicious criticisms in newly cut reviews. He looked out at this fearless girl whose friends so obstinately stood by Edward Arundel, and the cold contempt upon Miss Lawford's face cut him more keenly than the sharpest wind of that bitter January. Then he took his counsel with his womankind, not telling them his thoughts, fears, doubts, or wishes, it was not his habit to do that, but taking their ideas, and only telling them so much as it was necessary for them to know, in order that they might be useful to him. Paul Marchmont's life was regulated by a few rules, so simple that a child might have learned them. Indeed, I regret to say that some children are very apt pupils in that school of philosophy to which the master of Marchmont Towers belonged, and cause astonishment to their elders by the precocity of their intelligence. Mr. Marchmont might have inscribed upon a very small scrap of parchment the moral maxims by which he regulated his dealings with mankind. "Always conciliate," said this philosopher; "never tell an unnecessary lie. Be agreeable and generous to those who serve you. Note, no good carpenter would allow his tools to get rusty. Make yourself master of the opinions of others, but hold your own tongue. Seek to obtain the maximum of enjoyment with the minimum of risk." Such golden saws as these did Mr. Marchmont make for his own especial guidance; and he hoped to pass smoothly onwards upon the railway of life, riding in a first-class carriage, on the greased wheels of a very easy conscience. As for any unfortunate fellow travellers pitched out of the carriage window in the course of the journey, or left lonely and helpless at desolate stations on the way, Providence, and not Mr. Marchmont, was responsible for their welfare. Paul had a high appreciation of Providence, and was fond of talking, very piously as some people said, very impiously as others secretly thought, about the inestimable wisdom which governed all the affairs of this lower world. Nowhere, according to the artist, had the hand of Providence been more clearly visible than in this matter about Paul's poor little cousin Mary. If Providence had intended John Marchmont's daughter to be a happy bride, a happy wife, the prosperous mistress of that stately habitation, why all that sad business of old Mr. Arundel's sudden illness, Edward's hurried journey, the railway accident, and all the complications that had thereupon arisen? Nothing would have been easier than for Providence to have prevented all this, and then he, Paul, would have been still in Charlotte Street, Fitzroy Square, patiently waiting for a friendly lift upon the high road of life. Nobody could say that he had ever been otherwise than patient. Nobody could say that he had ever intruded himself upon his rich cousins at the Towers, or had been heard to speculate upon his possible inheritance of the estate, or that he had, in short, done anything but that which the best, truest, most conscientious and disinterested of mankind should do. In the course of that bleak, frosty January, Mr. Marchmont sent his mother and his sister Lavinia to make a call at the Grange. The Grange people had never called upon Mrs. Marchmont, but Paul did not allow any flimsy ceremonial law to stand in his way when he had a purpose to achieve. So the ladies went to the Grange, and were politely received; for Miss Lawford and her mother were a great deal too innocent and noble-minded to imagine that these pale-faced, delicate-looking women could have had any part, either directly or indirectly, in that cruel treatment which had driven Edward's young wife from her home. Mrs. Marchmont and Mrs. Weston were kindly received, therefore; and in a little conversation with Belinda about birds and dahlias and worsted work, and the most innocent subjects imaginable, the wily Lavinia contrived to lead up to Miss Letitia Arundel, and thence, by the easiest conversational short cut, to Edward and his lost wife. Mrs. Weston was obliged to bring her cambric handkerchief out of her muff when she talked about her cousin Mary. But she was a clever woman, and she had taken to heart Paul's pet maxim about the folly of unnecessary lies; and she was so candid as to entirely disarm Miss Lawford, who had a schoolgirlish notion that every kind of hypocrisy and falsehood was outwardly visible in a servile and slavish manner. She was not upon her guard against those practised adepts in the art of deception, who have learned to make that subtle admixture of truth and falsehood which defies detection, like some fabrics in whose woof silk and cotton are so cunningly blended that only a practised eye can discover the inferior material. So when Lavinia dried her eyes and put her handkerchief back in her muff, and said, betwixt laughing and crying, "Now, you know, my dear Miss Lawford, you mustn't think that I would for a moment pretend to be sorry that my brother has come into this fortune. Of course, any such pretence as that would be ridiculous, and quite useless into the bargain, as it isn't likely anybody would believe me. Paul is a dear kind creature, the best of brothers, the most affectionate of sons, and deserves any good fortune that could fall to his lot. But I am truly sorry for that poor little girl. I am truly sorry, believe me, Miss Lawford; and I only regret that Mr. Weston and I did not come to Kemberling sooner, so that I might have been a friend to the poor little thing. For then, you know, I might have prevented that foolish runaway match, out of which almost all the poor child's troubles arose. Yes, Miss Lawford, I wish I had been able to befriend that unhappy child, although by my so doing Paul would have been kept out of the fortune he now enjoys, for some time at any rate. I say for some time, because I do not believe that Mary Marchmont would have lived to be old, under the happiest circumstances. Her mother died very young, and her father and her father's father were consumptive." Then Mrs. Weston took occasion, incidentally of course, to allude to her brother's goodness; but even then she was on her guard, and took care not to say too much. The worst actors are those who overact their parts. That was another of Paul Marchmont's golden maxims. "I don't know what my brother may be to the rest of the world," Lavinia said, "but I know how good he is to those who belong to him. I should be ashamed to tell you all he has done for Mr. Weston and me. He gave me this cashmere shawl at the beginning of the winter, and a set of sables fit for a duchess, though I told him they were not at all the thing for a village surgeon's wife, who keeps only one servant and dusts her own best parlour." And Mrs. Marchmont talked of her son, with no loud enthusiasm, but with a tone of quiet conviction that was worth any money to Paul. To have an innocent person, some one not in the secret, to play a small part in the comedy of his life, was a desideratum with the artist. His mother had always been this person, this unconscious performer, instinctively falling into the action of the play, and shedding real tears, and smiling actual smiles, the most useful assistant to a great schemer. But during the whole of the visit nothing was said as to Paul's conduct towards his unhappy cousin. Nothing was said either to praise or to exculpate; and when Mrs. Marchmont and her daughter drove away, in one of the new equipages which Paul had selected for his mother, they left only a vague impression in Belinda's breast. She didn't quite know what to think. These people were so frank and candid; they had spoken of Paul with such real affection, that it was almost impossible to doubt them. Paul Marchmont might be a bad man, but his mother and sister loved him, and surely they were ignorant of his wickedness. Mrs. Marchmont troubled herself very little about this unexpected morning call. She was an excellent, warm-hearted domestic creature, and thought a great deal more about the grand question as to whether she should have new damask curtains for the drawing-room, or send the old ones to be dyed; or whether she should withdraw her custom from the Kemberling grocer, whose best black at 4 6 was really now so very inferior; or whether Belinda's summer silk dress could be cut down into a frock for Isabella to wear in the winter evenings; then about the rights or wrongs of that story of the horsewhipping which had been administered to Mr. Marchmont. "I'm sure those Marchmont Towers people seem very nice, my dear," the lady said to Belinda; "and I really wish your papa would go and dine there. You know I like him to dine out a good deal in the winter, Linda. Not that I want to save the housekeeping money, only it is so difficult to vary the side dishes for a man who has been accustomed to mess dinners, and a French cook." But Belinda stuck fast to her colours. She was a soldier's daughter, as her father said, and she was almost as good as a son. The Major meant this latter remark for very high praise, for the great grief of his life had been the want of a boy's brave face at his fireside. She was as good as a son; that is to say, she was braver and more outspoken than most women, although she was feminine and gentle withal, and by no means strong-minded. She would have fainted perhaps at the first sight of blood upon a battlefield; but she would have bled to death with the calm heroism of a martyr, rather than have been false to a noble cause. "I think papa is quite right not to go to Marchmont Towers, mamma," she said. The artful minx omitted to state that it was by reason of her entreaties her father had stayed away. "I think he is quite right. Mrs. Marchmont and Mrs. Weston may be very nice, and of course it isn't likely they would be cruel to poor young Mrs. Arundel; but I know that Mr. Marchmont must have been unkind to that poor girl, or Mr. Arundel would never have done what he did." It is in the nature of good and brave men to lay down their masculine rights when they leave their hats in the hall, and to submit themselves meekly to feminine government. It is only the whipper snapper, the sneak, the coward out of doors who is a tyrant at home. See how meekly the conqueror of Italy went home to his charming Creole wife. See how pleasantly the liberator of Italy lolls in the carriage of his golden-haired empress, when the young trees in that fair wood beyond the triumphal arch are green in the bright spring weather, and all the hired vehicles in Paris are making towards the cascade. Major Lawford's wife was too gentle, and too busy with her storeroom and her domestic cares, to tyrannize over her lord and master; but the Major was duly henpecked by his blue-eyed daughters, and went here and there as they dictated. So he stayed away from Marchmont Towers to please Belinda, and only said, "Ah, yes, 'pon my honour now, bless my soul," when his friends told him of the magnificence of Paul's dinners. But although the Major and his eldest daughter did not encounter Mr. Marchmont in his own house, they met him sometimes on the neutral ground of other people's dining rooms, and upon one especial evening at a pleasant little dinner party given by the rector of the parish in which the Grange was situated. Paul made himself particularly agreeable upon this occasion; but in the brief interval before dinner he was absorbed in a conversation with Mr. Davenant, the rector, upon the subject of ecclesiastical architecture. He knew everything and could talk about everything, this dear Paul, and made no attempt to approach Miss Lawford. He only looked at her now and then, with a furtive, oblique glance out of his almond-shaped pale grey eyes, and a glance that was wisely hidden by the light auburn lashes, for it had an unpleasant resemblance to the leer of an evil-natured sprite. Mr. Marchmont contented himself with keeping this furtive watch upon Belinda, while she talked gaily with the Rector's two daughters in a pleasant corner near the piano; and as the artist took Mrs. Davenant down to the dining room, and sat next to her at dinner, he had no opportunity of fraternising with Belinda during that meal; for the young lady was divided from him by the whole length of the table, and, moreover, very much occupied by the exclusive attentions of two callow looking officers from the nearest garrison town, who were afflicted with extreme youth, and were painfully conscious of their degraded state, but tried, notwithstanding, to carry it off with a high hand, and affected the opinions of used up 50. Mr. Marchmont had none of his womankind with him at this dinner; for his mother and invalid sister had neither of them felt strong enough to come, and Mr. and Mrs. Weston had not been invited. The artist's special object in coming to this dinner was the conquest of Miss Belinda Lawford. She sided with Edward Arundel against him. She must be made to believe Edward wrong, and himself right; or she might go about spreading her opinions, and doing him mischief. Beyond that, he had another idea about Belinda, and he looked to this dinner as likely to afford him an opportunity of laying the foundation of a very diplomatic scheme, in which Miss Lawford should unconsciously become his tool. He was vexed at being placed apart from her at the dinner table; but he concealed his vexation, and he was aggravated by the Rector's old fashioned hospitality, which detained the gentlemen over their wine for some time after the ladies left the dining room. But the opportunity that he wanted came nevertheless, and in a manner that he had not anticipated. The two callow defenders of their country had sneaked out of the dining room and rejoined the ladies in the cosy countrified drawing rooms. They had stolen away, these two young men, for they were oppressed by the weight of a fearful secret. They couldn't drink claret. No, they had tried to like it. They had smacked their lips and winked their eyes, both at once, for even winking with one eye is an accomplishment scarcely compatible with extreme youth, over vintages that had seemed to them like a happy admixture of red ink and green gooseberry juice. They had perjured their boyish souls with hideous falsehoods as to their appreciation of pale tawny port, light dry wines, 42 ports, 45 ports, Copp qui Rores, Thompson and Crofts, and Sandemans, when in the secret recesses of their minds they affected sweet and slab compounds, sold by publicans, and facetiously called our prime old port at 4 and 6 pence. They were very young, these beardless soldiers. They liked strawberry ices, and were on the verge of insolvency from a predilection for clammy bath buns, jam tarts, and cherry brandy. They liked gorgeous waistcoats, and varnished boots in a state of virgin brilliancy, and little bouquets in their buttonholes, and a deluge of millefleurs upon their flimsy handkerchiefs. They were very young. The men they met at dinner parties to day had tipped them at Eton or Woolwich only yesterday, as it seemed, and remembered it and despised them. It was only a few months since they had been snubbed for calling the Douro a mountain in Switzerland, and the Himalayas a cluster of islands in the Pacific, at horrible examinations, in which the cold perspiration had bedewed their pallid young cheeks. They were delighted to get away from these elderly creatures in the Rector's dining room to the snug little back drawing room, where Belinda Lawford and the two Misses Davenant were murmuring softly in the firelight, like young turtles in a sheltered dovecote, while the matrons in the larger apartment sipped their coffee, and conversed in low awful voices about the iniquities of housemaids, and the insubordination of gardeners and grooms. Belinda and her two companions were very polite to the helpless young wanderers from the dining room, and they talked pleasantly enough of all manner of things, until somehow or other the conversation came round to the Marchmont Towers scandal, and Edward's treatment of his lost wife's kinsman. One of the young men had been present at the hunting breakfast on that bright October morning, and he was not a little proud of his superior acquaintance with the whole business. "I was there, Miss Lawford," he said. "I was on the terrace after breakfast, and a very excellent breakfast it was, I assure you. The still Moselle was really admirable, and Marchmont has some Madeira that immeasurably surpasses anything I can induce my wine merchant to send me. I was on the terrace, and I saw Arundel coming up the steps, awful pale, and grasping his whip; and I was a witness of all the rest that occurred; and if I had been Marchmont, I should have shot Arundel before he left the park, if I'd had to swing for it, Miss Lawford; for I should have felt, by Jove, that my own sense of honour demanded the sacrifice. However, Marchmont seems a very good fellow, so I suppose it's all right as far as he goes; but it was a brutal business altogether, and that fellow Arundel must be a scoundrel." Belinda could not bear this. She had borne a great deal already. She had been obliged to sit by very often, and hear Edward Arundel's conduct discussed by Thomas, Richard, and Henry, or anybody else who chose to talk about it; and she had been patient, and had held her peace, with her heart bumping indignantly in her breast, and passionate crimson blushes burning her cheeks. But she could not submit to hear a beardless, pale faced, and rather weak eyed young ensign, who had never done any greater service for his queen and country than to cry "Shudrup" to a detachment of raw recruits in a barrack yard, in the early bleakness of a winter's morning, take upon himself to blame Edward Arundel, the brave soldier, the noble Indian hero, the devoted lover and husband, the valiant avenger of his dead wife's wrongs. "I don't think you know anything of the real story, Mr. Palliser," Belinda said boldly to the half fledged ensign. "If you did, I'm sure you would admire Mr. Arundel's conduct instead of blaming it. Mr. Marchmont fully deserved the disgrace which Mr. Arundel inflicted upon him." The words were still upon her lips when Paul Marchmont himself came softly through the flickering firelight to the low chair upon which Belinda sat. He came behind her, and laying his hand lightly upon the scroll work at the back of her chair, bent over her and said, in a low confidential voice, "You are a noble girl, Miss Lawford. I am sorry that you should think ill of me, but I like you for having spoken so frankly. You are a most noble girl. You are worthy to be your father's daughter." This was said with a tone of suppressed emotion, but it was quite a random shot. Paul didn't know anything about the Major, except that he had a comfortable income, drove a neat dog cart, and was often seen riding on the flat Lincolnshire roads with his eldest daughter. For all Paul knew to the contrary, Major Lawford might have been the veriest bully and coward who ever made those about him miserable; but Mr. Marchmont's tone as good as expressed that he was intimately acquainted with the old soldier's career, and had long admired and loved him. It was one of Paul's happy inspirations, this allusion to Belinda's father; one of those bright touches of colour laid on with skilful recklessness, and giving sudden brightness to the whole picture; a little spot of vermilion dabbed upon the canvas with the point of the palette knife, and lighting up all the landscape with sunshine. "You know my father?" said Belinda, surprised. "Who does not know him?" cried the artist. "Do you think, Miss Lawford, that it is necessary to sit at a man's dinner table before you know what he is? I know your father to be a good man and a brave soldier, as well as I know that the Duke of Wellington is a great general, though I never dined at Apsley House. I respect your father, Miss Lawford, and I have been very much distressed by his evident avoidance of me and mine." This was coming to the point at once. Mr. Marchmont's manner was candour itself. Belinda looked at him with widely opened, wondering eyes. She was looking for the evidence of his wickedness in his face. I think she half expected that Mr. Marchmont would have corked eyebrows, and a slouched hat, like a stage ruffian. She was so innocent, this simple young Belinda, that she imagined wicked people must necessarily look wicked. Paul Marchmont saw the wavering of her mind in that half puzzled expression, and he went on boldly. "I like your father, Miss Lawford," he said. "I like him, and I respect him, and I want to know him. Other people may misunderstand me if they please. I can't help their opinions. The truth is generally strongest in the end, and I can afford to wait. But I cannot afford to forfeit the friendship of a man I esteem. I cannot afford to be misunderstood by your father, Miss Lawford. And I have been very much pained, yes, very much pained, by the manner in which the Major has repelled my little attempts at friendliness." Belinda's heart smote her. She knew that it was her influence that had kept her father away from Marchmont Towers. This young lady was very conscientious. She was a Christian too, and a certain sentence touching wrongful judgments rose up against her while Mr. Marchmont was speaking. If she had wronged this man, if Edward Arundel had been misled by his passionate grief for Mary, if she had been deluded by Edward's error, how very badly Mr. Marchmont had been treated between them. She didn't say anything, but sat looking thoughtfully at the fire, and Paul saw that she was more and more perplexed. This was just what the artist wanted. To talk his antagonist into a state of intellectual fog was almost always his manner of commencing an argument. Belinda was silent, and Paul seated himself in a chair close to hers. The callow ensigns had gone into the lamp-lit front drawing-room, and were busy turning over the leaves, and never turning them over at the right moment, of a thundering duet which the Misses Davenant were performing for the edification of their papa's visitors. Miss Lawford and Mr. Marchmont were alone, therefore, in that cosy inner chamber, and a very pretty picture they made: the rosy-cheeked girl and the pale, sentimental-looking artist sitting side by side in the glow of the low fire, with a background of crimson curtains and gleaming picture frames, winter flowers piled in grim Indian jars, the fitful light flickering now and then upon one sharp angle of the high carved mantelpiece, with all its litter of antique china, and the rest of the room in sombre shadow. Paul had the field all to himself, and felt that victory would be easy. He began to talk about Edward Arundel. If he had said one word against the young soldier, I think this impetuous girl, who had not yet learned to count the cost of what she did, would have been passionately eloquent in defence of her friend's brother, for no other reason than that he was the brother of her friend, of course. What other reason should she have for defending Mr. Arundel? But Paul Marchmont did not give her any occasion for indignation. On the contrary, he spoke in praise of the hot-headed young soldier who had assaulted him, making all manner of excuses for the young man's violence, and using that tone of calm superiority with which a man of the world might naturally talk about a foolish boy. "He has been very unreasonable, Miss Lawford," Paul said by and by. "He has been very unreasonable, and has most grossly insulted me. But, in spite of all, I believe him to be a very noble young fellow, and I cannot find it in my heart to be really angry with him. What his particular grievance against me may be, I really do not know." The furtive glance from the long narrow grey eyes kept close watch upon Belinda's face as Paul said this. Mr. Marchmont wanted to ascertain exactly how much Belinda knew of that grievance of Edward's, but he could see only perplexity in her face. She knew nothing definite, therefore. She had only heard Edward talk vaguely of his wrongs. Paul Marchmont was convinced of this, and he went on boldly now, for he felt that the ground was all clear before him. "This foolish young soldier chooses to be angry with me because of a calamity which I was as powerless to avert as to prevent that accident upon the South Western Railway by which Mr. Arundel so nearly lost his life. I cannot tell you how sincerely I regret the misconception that has arisen in his mind. Because I have profited by the death of John Marchmont's daughter, this impetuous young husband imagines what? I cannot answer that question; nor can he himself, it seems, since he has made no definite statement of his wrongs to any living being." The artist looked more sharply than ever at Belinda's listening face. There was no change in its expression. The same wondering look, the same perplexity, that was all. "When I say that I regret the young man's folly, Miss Lawford," Paul continued, "believe me, it is chiefly on his account rather than my own. Any insult which he can inflict upon me can only rebound upon himself, since everybody in Lincolnshire knows that I am in the right, and he in the wrong." Mr. Marchmont was going on very smoothly; but at this point Miss Lawford, who had by no means deserted her colours, interrupted his easy progress. "It remains to be proved who is right and who wrong, Mr. Marchmont," she said. "Mr. Arundel is the brother of my friend. I cannot easily believe him to have done wrong." Paul looked at her with a smile that brought hot blushes to her face. But she returned his look without flinching. The brave girl looked full into the narrow grey eyes sheltered under pale auburn lashes, and her steadfast gaze did not waver. "Ah, Miss Lawford," said the artist, still smiling, "when a young man is handsome, chivalrous, and generous hearted, it is very difficult to convince a woman that he can do wrong. Edward Arundel has done wrong. His ultra quixotism has made him blind to the folly of his own acts. I can afford to forgive him; but I repeat that I regret his infatuation about this poor lost girl far more upon his account than on my own; for I know, at least I venture to think, that a way lies open to him of a happier and a better life than he could ever have known with my poor childish cousin, Mary Marchmont. I have reason to know that he has formed another attachment, and that it is only a chivalrous delusion about that poor girl, whom he was never really in love with, and whom he only married because of some romantic notion inspired by my cousin John, that withholds him from that other and brighter prospect." He was silent for a few moments, and then he said hastily, "Pardon me, Miss Lawford. I have been betrayed into saying much that I had better have left unsaid, more especially to you. He hesitated a little, as if embarrassed, and then rose and looked into the next room, where the duet had been followed by a solo. One of the Rector's daughters came towards the inner drawing room, followed by a callow ensign. "We want Belinda to sing," exclaimed Miss Davenant. "We want you to sing, you tiresome Belinda, instead of hiding yourself in that dark room all the evening." Belinda came out of the darkness, with her cheeks flushed and her eyelids drooping. Her heart was beating so fast as to make it quite impossible to speak just yet, or to sing either. But she sat down before the piano, and with hands that trembled in spite of herself, began to play one of her pet sonatas. Unhappily, Beethoven requires precision of touch in the pianist who is bold enough to seek to interpret him; and upon this occasion I am compelled to admit that Miss Lawford's fingering was eccentric, not to say ridiculous. In common parlance, she made a mess of it; and just as she was going to break down, friendly Clara Davenant cried out, "That won't do, Belinda. We want you to sing, not to play. You are trying to cheat us. We would rather have one of Moore's melodies than all Beethoven's sonatas." So Miss Lawford, still blushing, played Sir John Stevenson's Simple Symphony, and in a fresh swelling voice that filled the room with melody began, "Oh, the days are gone when beauty bright My heart's chain wove. When my dream of life, from morn till night, was love, still love." And Paul Marchmont, sitting at the other end of the room turning over Miss Davenant's scrap book, looked up through his auburn lashes, and smiled at the beaming face of the singer. He felt that he had improved the occasion. "I am not afraid of Miss Lawford now," he thought to himself. This candid, fervent girl was only another piece in the schemer's game of chess; and he saw a way of making her useful in the attainment of that great end which, in the strange simplicity of cunning, he believed to be the one purpose of every man's life, self-aggrandisement. It never for a moment entered into his mind that Edward Arundel was any more real than he was himself. There can be no perfect comprehension where there is no sympathy. Paul believed that Edward had tried to become master of Mary Marchmont's heritage, and had failed, and was angry because of his failure. He believed this passionate young man to be a schemer like himself, only a little more impetuous and blundering in his manner of going to work. End of Chapter 4, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 5 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5. The Return of the Wanderer. The March winds were blowing amongst the oaks in Dangerfield Park, when Edward Arundel went back to the house which had never been his home since his boyhood. He went back because he had grown weary of lonely wanderings in that strange Breton country. He had grown weary of himself and of his own thoughts. He was worn out by the eager desire that devoured him by day and by night, the passionate yearning to be far away, beyond that low eastern horizon line, away amid the carnage and riot of an Indian battlefield. So he went back at last to his mother, who had written to him again and again, imploring him to return to her, and to rest, and to be happy in the familiar household where he was beloved. He left his luggage at the little inn where the coach that had brought him from Exeter stopped, and then he walked quietly homewards in the gloaming. The early spring evening was bleak and chill. The blacksmith's fire roared at him as he went by the smithy. All the lights in the queer latticed windows twinkled and blinked at him, as if in friendly welcome to the wanderer. He remembered them all, the quaint misshapen lopsided roofs, the tumble-down chimneys, the low doorways that had sunk down below the level of the village street, until all the front parlours became cellars, and strange pedestrians butted their heads against the flower-pots in the bedroom windows. The withered iron frame and pitiful oil lamp hung out at the corner of the street, and making a faint spot of feeble light upon the rugged pavement. Mysterious little shops in diamond-paned parlour windows, where Dutch dolls and stationery, stale gingerbread and pickled cabbage, were mixed up with wooden peg-tops, squares of yellow soap, rickety paper kites, green apples, and string. They were all familiar to him. It had been a fine thing once to come into this village with Letitia, and buy stale gingerbread and rickety kites of a snuffy old pensioner of his mother's. The kites had always stuck in the upper branches of the oaks, and the gingerbread had invariably choked him. But with the memory of the kites and gingerbread came back all the freshness of his youth, and he looked with a pensive tenderness at the homely little shops, the merchandise flickering in the red firelight, that filled each quaint interior with a genial glow of warmth and colour. He passed unquestioned by a wicket at the side of the great gates. The firelight was rosy in the windows of the lodge, and he heard a woman's voice singing a monotonous song to a sleepy child. Everywhere in this pleasant England there seemed to be the glow of cottage fires, and friendliness, and love, and home. The young man sighed as he remembered that great stone mansion far away in dismal Lincolnshire, and thought how happy he might have been in this bleak spring twilight, if he could have sat by Mary Marchmont's side in the western drawing-room, watching the firelight and the shadows trembling on her fair young face. It never had been, and it never was to be. The happiness of a home, the sweet sense of ownership, the delight of dispensing pleasure to others, all the simple domestic joys which make life beautiful, had never been known to John Marchmont's daughter since that early time in which she shared her father's lodging in Oakley Street, and went out in the cold December morning to buy rolls for Edward Arundel's breakfast. From the bay window of his mother's favourite sitting-room, the same red light that he had seen in every lattice in the village streamed out upon the growing darkness of the lawn. There was a half-glass door leading into a little lobby near this sitting-room. Edward Arundel opened it and went in, very quietly. He expected to find his mother and his sister in the room with the bay window. The door of this familiar apartment was ajar. He pushed it open and went in. It was a very pretty room, and all the womanly litter of open books and music, needlework and drawing materials, made it homelike. The firelight flickered upon everything, on the pictures and picture frames, the black oak panelling, the open piano, a cluster of snowdrops in a tall glass on the table, the scattered worsteds by the embroidery frame, the sleepy dogs upon the hearth rug. A young lady stood in the bay window with her back to the fire. Edward Arundel crept softly up to her, and put his arm round her waist. "Letty!" It was not Letitia, but a young lady with very blue eyes, who blushed scarlet, and turned upon the young man rather fiercely; and then, recognising him, dropped into the nearest chair and began to tremble and grow pale. "I am sorry I startled you, Miss Lawford," Edward said gently. "I really thought you were my sister. I did not even know that you were here." "No, of course not. You didn't startle me much, Mr. Arundel; only you were not expected home. I thought you were far away in Brittany. I had no idea that there was any chance of your returning. I thought you meant to be away all the summer. Mrs. Arundel told me so." Belinda Lawford said all this in that fresh girlish voice which was familiar to Mr. Arundel; but she was still very pale, and she still trembled a little, and there was something almost apologetic in the way in which she assured Edward that she had believed he would be abroad throughout the summer. It seemed almost as if she had said, "I did not come here because I thought I should see you. I had no thought or hope of meeting you." But Edward Arundel was not a coxcomb, and he was very slow to understand any such signs as these. He saw that he had startled the young lady, and that she had turned pale and trembled as she recognised him; and he looked at her with a half wondering, half pensive expression in his face. She blushed as he looked at her. She went to the table, and began to gather together the silks and worsteds, as if the arrangement of her work basket were a matter of vital importance, to be achieved at any sacrifice of politeness. Then, suddenly remembering that she ought to say something to Mr. Arundel, she gave evidence of the originality of her intellect by the following remark: "How surprised Mrs. Arundel and Letitia will be to see you!" Even as she said this, her eyes were still bent upon the skeins of worsted in her hand. "Yes, I think they will be surprised. I did not mean to come home until the autumn; but I got so tired of wandering about a strange country alone. Where are they, my mother and Letitia?" "They have gone down to the village to the school. They will be back to tea. Your brother is away, and we dine at 3 o'clock, and drink tea at 8. It is so much pleasanter than dining late." This was quite an effort of genius, and Miss Lawford went on sorting the skeins of worsted in the firelight. Edward Arundel had been standing all this time with his hat in his hand, almost as if he had been a visitor making a late morning call upon Belinda; but he put his hat down now, and seated himself near the table by which the young lady stood, busy with the arrangement of her work basket. Her heart was beating very fast, and she was straining her arithmetical powers to the utmost, in the endeavour to make a very abstruse calculation as to the time in which Mrs. Arundel and Letitia could walk to the village schoolhouse and back to Dangerfield, and the delay that might arise by reason of sundry interruptions from obsequious gaffers and respectful goodies, eager for a word of friendly salutation from their patroness. The arrangement of the work basket could not last for ever. It had become the most pitiful pretence by the time Miss Lawford shut down the wicker lid, and seated herself primly in a low chair by the fireplace. She sat looking down at the fire, and twisting a slender gold chain in and out between her smooth white fingers. She looked very pretty in that fitful firelight, with her waving brown hair pushed off her forehead, and her white eyelids hiding the tender blue eyes. She sat twisting the chain in her fingers, and dared not lift her eyes to Mr. Arundel's face; and if there had been a whole flock of geese in the room, she could not have said boo to one of them. And yet she was not a stupid girl. Her father could have indignantly refuted any such slander as that against the azure eyed Hebe who made his home pleasant to him. To the Major's mind, Belinda was all that man could desire in the woman of his choice, whether as daughter or wife. She was the bright genius of the old man's home, and he loved her with that chivalrous devotion which is common to brave soldiers, who are the simplest and gentlest of men when you chain them to their firesides, and keep them away from the din of the camp and the confusion of the transport ship. Belinda Lawford was clever, but only just clever enough to be charming. I don't think she could have got through Paradise Lost, or Gibbon's Decline and Fall, or a volume by Adam Smith or McCulloch, though you had promised her a diamond necklace when she came conscientiously to Finis. But she could read Shakespeare for the hour together, and did read him aloud to her father in a fresh clear voice, that was like music on the water. And she read Macaulay's History of England with eyes that kindled with indignation against cowardly, obstinate James, or melted with pity for poor, weak, foolish Monmouth, as the case may be. She could play Mendelssohn and Beethoven, plaintive sonatas, tender songs that had no need of words to expound the mystic meaning of the music. She could sing old ballads and Irish melodies, that thrilled the souls of those who heard her, and made hard men pitiful to brazen Hibernian beggars in the London streets for the memory of that pensive music. She could read the leaders in the Times, with no false quantities in the Latin quotations, and knew what she was reading about; and had her favourites at St. Stephen's, and adored Lord Palmerston, and was liberal to the core of her tender young heart. She was as brave as a true Englishwoman should be, and would have gone to the wars with her old father, and served him as his page, or would have followed him into captivity and tended him in prison, if she had lived in the days when there was such work for a high-spirited girl to do. But she sat opposite Mr. Edward Arundel, and twisted her chain round her fingers, and listened for the footsteps of the returning mistress of the house. She was like a bashful schoolgirl who has danced with an officer at her first ball. And yet, amidst her shy confusion, her fears that she should seem agitated and embarrassed, her struggles to appear at her ease, there was a sort of pleasure in being seated there by the low fire with Edward Arundel opposite to her. There was a strange pleasure, an almost painful pleasure, mingled with her feelings in those quiet moments. She was acutely conscious of every sound that broke the stillness: the sighing of the wind in the wide chimney, the falling of the cinders on the hearth, the occasional snort of one of the sleeping dogs, and the beating of her own restless heart. And though she dared not lift her eyelids to the young soldier's face, that handsome, earnest countenance, with the chestnut hair lit up with gleams of gold, the firm lips shaded by a brown moustache, the pensive smile, the broad white forehead, the dark blue handkerchief tied loosely under a white collar, the careless grey travelling dress, even the attitude of the hand and arm, the bent head drooping a little over the fire, were as present to her inner sight as if her eyes had kept watch all this time, and had never wavered in their steady gaze. There is a second sight that is not recognised by grave professors of magic, a second sight which common people call love. But by and by Edward began to talk, and then Miss Lawford found courage, and took heart to question him about his wanderings in Brittany. She had only been a few weeks in Devonshire, she said. Her thoughts went back to the dreary autumn in Lincolnshire as she spoke, and she remembered the dull October day upon which her father had come into the girl's morning room at the Grange, with Edward's farewell letter in his hand. She remembered this, and all the talk that there had been about the horsewhipping of Mr. Paul Marchmont upon his own threshold. She remembered all the warm discussions, the speculations, the ignorant conjectures, the praise, the blame; and how it had been her business to sit by and listen and hold her peace, except upon that one never to be forgotten night at the Rectory, when Paul Marchmont had hinted at something, whose perfect meaning she had never dared to imagine, but which had somehow or other mingled vaguely with all her daydreams ever since. Was there any truth in that which Paul Marchmont had said to her? Was it true that Edward Arundel had never really loved his young bride? Letitia had said as much, not once, but 20 times. "It's quite ridiculous to suppose that he could ever have been in love with the poor dear sickly thing," Miss Arundel had exclaimed. "It was only the absurd romance of the business that captivated him; for Edward is really ridiculously romantic, and her father having been a supernumer it's no use, I don't think anybody ever did know how many syllables there are in that word; and having lived in Oakley Street, and having written a pitiful letter to Edward, about this motherless daughter and all that sort of thing, just like one of those tiresome old novels with a baby left at a cottage door, and all the S's looking like F's, and the last word of one page repeated at the top of the next page, and printed upon thick yellow looking ribbed paper, you know. That was why my brother married Miss Marchmont, you may depend upon it, Linda; and all I hope is, that he'll be sensible enough to marry again, soon, and to have a Christian-like wedding, with carriages, and a breakfast, and 2 clergymen; and I should wear white glacé silk, with tulle puffings, and a tulle bonnet I suppose I must wear a bonnet, being only a bridesmaid all showered over with clematis, as if I'd stood under a clematis bush when the wind was blowing, you know, Linda." With such discourse as this Miss Arundel had frequently entertained her friend; and she had indulged in numerous innuendos of an embarrassing nature, as to the propriety of old friends and schoolfellows being united by the endearing tie of sister-in-lawhood, and other observations to the like effect. Belinda knew that if Edward ever came to love her, whenever she did venture to speculate upon such a chance, she never dared to come at all near it, but thought of it as a thing that might come to pass in half a century or so. If he should choose her for his second wife, she knew that she would be gladly and tenderly welcomed at Dangerfield. Mrs. Arundel had hinted as much as this. Belinda knew how anxiously that loving mother hoped that her son might, by and by, form new ties, and cease to lead a purposeless life, wasting his brightest years in lamentations for his lost bride. She knew all this, and sitting opposite to the young man in the firelight, there was a dull pain at her heart; for there was something in the soldier's sombre face that told her he had not yet ceased to lament that irrevocable past. But Mrs. Arundel and Letitia came in presently, and gave utterance to loud rejoicings, and preparations were made for the physical comfort of the wanderer. Bells were rung, lighted wax candles and a glittering tea service were brought in, a cloth was laid, and cold meats and other comestibles spread forth, with that profusion which has made the West country as proverbial as the North for its hospitality. I think Miss Lawford would have sat opposite the traveller for a week without asking any such commonplace question as to whether Mr. Arundel required refreshment. She had read in her Hort's Pantheon that the gods sometimes ate and drank like ordinary mortals. Yet it had never entered into her mind that Edward could be hungry; but she now had the satisfaction of seeing Mr. Arundel eat a very good dinner, while she herself poured out the tea, to oblige Letitia, who was in the middle of the third volume of a new novel, and went on reading it as coolly as if there had been no such person as that handsome young soldier in the world. "The books must go back to the club to morrow morning, you know, mamma dear, or I wouldn't read at tea time," the young lady remarked apologetically. "I want to know whether he'll marry Theodora, or that nasty Miss St. Ledger. Linda thinks he'll marry Miss St. Ledger, and be miserable, and Theodora will die. I think Linda likes love stories to end unhappily. I don't. I hope if he does marry Miss St. Ledger, and he'll be a wicked wretch if he does, after the things he has said to Theodora, I hope if he does she'll die, catch cold at a déjeuner at Twickenham, or something of that kind, you know; and then he'll marry Theodora afterwards, and all will end happily. Do you know, Linda, I always fancy that you're like Theodora, and that Edward's like him." After which speech Miss Arundel went back to her book, and Edward helped himself to a slice of tongue rather awkwardly, and Belinda Lawford, who had her hand upon the urn, suffered the teapot to overflow amongst the cups and saucers. Chapter V, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 6 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. A Widower's Proposal. For some time after his return, Edward Arundel was very restless and gloomy, roaming about the country by himself, under the influence of a pretended passion for pedestrianism, reading hard for the first time in his life, shutting himself in his dead father's library, and sitting hour after hour in a great easy chair, reading the histories of all the wars that have ever ravaged this earth, from the days in which the elephants of a Carthaginian ruler trampled upon the soldiery of Rome, to the era of that Corsican barrister's wonderful son, who came out of his simple island home to conquer the civilised half of a world. Edward Arundel showed himself a very indifferent brother; for do what she would, Letitia could not induce him to join in any of her pursuits. She caused a butt to be set up upon the lawn; but all she could say about Belinda's best gold could not bring the young man out upon the grass to watch the two girls shooting. He looked at them by stealth sometimes through the window of the library, and sighed as he thought of the blight upon his manhood, and of all the things that might have been. Might not these things even yet come to pass? Had he not done his duty to the dead, and was he not free now to begin a fresh life? His mother was perpetually hinting at some bright prospect that lay smiling before him, if he chose to take the blossom bestrewn path that led to that fair country. His sister told him still more plainly of a prize that was within his reach, if he were but brave enough to stretch out his hand and claim the precious treasure for his own. But when he thought of all this, when he pondered whether it would not be wise to drop the dense curtain of forgetfulness over that sad picture of the past, whether it would not be well to let the dead bury their dead, and to accept that other blessing which the same Providence that had blighted his first hope seemed to offer to him now, the shadowy phantom of John Marchmont arose out of the mystic realms of the dead, and a ghostly voice cried to him, "I charged you with my daughter's safe keeping. I trusted you with her innocent love. I gave you the custody of her helplessness. What have you done to show yourself worthy of my faith in you?" These thoughts tormented the young widower perpetually, and deprived him of all pleasure in the congenial society of his sister and Belinda Lawford; or infused so sharp a flavour of remorse into his cup of enjoyment, that pleasure was akin to pain. So I don't know how it was that, in the dusky twilight of a bright day in early May, nearly 2 months after his return to Dangerfield, Edward Arundel, coming by chance upon Miss Lawford as she sat alone in the deep bay window where he had found her on his first coming, confessed to her the terrible struggle of feeling that had made the great trouble of his life, and asked her if she was willing to accept a love which, in its warmest fervour, was not quite unclouded by the shadows of the sorrowful past. "I love you dearly, Linda," he said. "I love, I esteem, I admire you; and I know that it is in your power to give me the happiest future that ever a man imagined in his youngest, brightest dreams. But if you do accept my love, dear, you must take my memory with it. I cannot forget, Linda. I have tried to forget. I have prayed that God, in His mercy, might give me forgetfulness of that irrevocable past. But the prayer has never been granted. The boon has never been bestowed. I think that love for the living and remorse for the dead must for ever reign side by side in my heart. It is no falsehood to you that makes me remember her. It is no forgetfulness of her that makes me love you. I offer my brighter and happier self to you, Belinda. I consecrate my sorrow and my tears to her. I love you with all my heart, Belinda; but even for the sake of your love, I will not pretend that I can forget her. If John Marchmont's daughter had died with her head upon my breast, and a prayer on her lips, I might have regretted her as other men regret their wives. and I might have learned by and by to look back upon my grief with only a tender and natural regret, that would have left my future life unclouded. But it can never be so. The poison of remorse is blended with that sorrowful memory. If I had done otherwise, if I had been wiser and more thoughtful, my darling need never have suffered, my darling need never have sinned. It is the thought that her death may have been a sinful one that is most cruel to me, Belinda. I have seen her pray, with her pale earnest face uplifted, and the light of faith shining in her gentle eyes. I have seen the inspiration of God upon her face, and I cannot bear to think that, in the darkness that came down upon her young life, that holy light was quenched. I cannot bear to think that Heaven was ever deaf to the pitiful cry of my innocent lamb." And here Mr. Arundel paused, and sat silently, looking out at the long shadows of the trees upon the darkening lawn; and I fear that, for the time being, he forgot that he had just made Miss Lawford an offer of his hand, and so much of his heart as a widower may be supposed to have at his disposal. Ah me, we can only live and die once. There are some things, and those the most beautiful of all things, that can never be renewed. The bloom on a butterfly's wing, the morning dew upon a newly blown rose, our first view of the ocean, our first pantomime, when all the fairies were fairies for ever, and when the imprudent consumption of the contents of a pewter quart measure in sight of the stage box could not disenchant us with that elfin creature, Harlequin the graceful, faithful betrothed of Columbine the fair. The firstlings of life are most precious. When the black wing of the angel of death swept over agonized Egypt, and the children were smitten, offended Heaven, eager for a sacrifice, took the firstborn. The young mothers would have other children, perhaps; but between those others and the mother's love there would be the pale shadow of that lost darling whose tiny hands first drew undreamed of melodies from the sleeping chords, first evoked the slumbering spirit of maternal love. Among the later lines, the most passionate, the most sorrowful, that George Gordon Noel Byron wrote, are some brief verses that breathed a lament for the lost freshness, the never to be recovered youth. "Oh, could I feel as I have felt, or be what I have been, or weep as I could have once wept," cried the poet, when he complained of that mortal coldness of the soul, which is like death itself. It is a pity, certainly, that so great a man should die in the prime of life; but if Byron had survived to old age after writing these lines, he would have been a living anticlimax. When a man writes that sort of poetry, he pledges himself to die young. Edward Arundel had grown to love Belinda Lawford unconsciously, and in spite of himself; but the first love of his heart, the first fruit of his youth, had perished. He could not feel quite the same devotion, the same boyish chivalry, that he had felt for the innocent bride who had wandered beside him in the sheltered meadows near Winchester. He might begin a new life, but he could not live the old life over again. He must wear his rue with a difference this time; but he loved Belinda very dearly, nevertheless, and he told her so, and by and by won from her a tearful avowal of affection. Alas, she had no power to question the manner of his wooing. He loved her, he had said as much; and all the good she had desired in this universe became hers from the moment of Edward Arundel's utterance of those words. He loved her, that was enough. That he should cherish a remorseful sorrow for that lost wife made him only the truer, nobler, and dearer in Belinda's sight. She was not vain, or exacting, or selfish. It was not in her nature to begrudge poor dead Mary the tender thoughts of her husband. She was generous, impulsive, believing; and she had no more inclination to doubt Edward's love for her after he had once avowed such a sentiment, than to disbelieve in the light of heaven when she saw the sun shining. Unquestioning and unutterably happy, she received her lover's betrothal kiss, and went with him to his mother, blushing and trembling, to receive that lady's blessing. "Ah, if you knew how I have prayed for this, Linda!" Mrs. Arundel exclaimed, as she folded the girl's slight figure in her arms. "And I shall wear white glacé with pink flounces, instead of tulle puffings, you sly Linda," cried Letitia. "And I'll give Ted the home farm, and the white house to live in, if he likes to try his hand at the new system of farming," said Reginald Arundel, who had come home from the Continent, and had amused himself for the last week by strolling about his estate and staring at his timber, and almost wishing that there was a necessity for cutting down all the oaks in the avenue, so that he might have something to occupy him until the 12th of August. Never was promised bride more welcome to a household than bright Belinda Lawford; and as for the young lady herself, I must confess that she was almost childishly happy, and that it was all that she could do to prevent her light step from falling into a dance, as she floated hither and thither through the house at Dangerfield, a fresh young Hebe in crisp muslin robes, a gentle goddess, with smiles upon her face and happiness in her heart. "I loved you from the first, Edward," she whispered one day to her lover. "I knew that you were good, and brave, and noble, and I loved you because of that." and a little for the golden glimmer in his clustering curls, and a little for his handsome profile, his flashing eyes, and that distinguished air peculiar to the defenders of their country; more especially peculiar, perhaps, to those who ride on horseback when they sally forth to defend her. Once a soldier, forever a soldier, I think. You may rob the noble warrior of his uniform if you will, but the je ne sais quoi, the nameless air of the long sword, saddle, bridle, will hang round him still. Mrs. Arundel and Letitia took matters quite out of the hands of the two lovers. The elderly lady fixed the wedding day, by agreement with Major Lawford, and sketched out the route for the wedding tour. The younger lady chose the fabrics for the dresses of the bride and her attendants; and all was done before Edward and Belinda well knew what their friends were about. I think that Mrs. Arundel feared her son might change his mind if matters were not brought swiftly to a climax, and that she hurried on the irrevocable day in order that he might have no breathing time until the vows had been spoken and Belinda Lawford was his wedded wife. It had been arranged that Edward should escort Belinda back to Lincolnshire, and that his mother and Letitia, who was to be chief bridesmaid, should go with them. The marriage was to be solemnised at Hillingsworth Church, which was within 1.5 miles of the Grange. The 1st of July was the day appointed by agreement between Major and Mrs. Lawford and Mrs. Arundel; and on the 18th of June Edward was to accompany his mother, Letitia, and Belinda to London. They were to break the journey by stopping in town for a few days, in order to make a great many purchases necessary for Miss Lawford's wedding paraphernalia, for which the Major had sent a bouncing cheque to his favourite daughter. And all this time the only person at all unsettled, the only person whose mind was ill at ease, was Edward Arundel, the young widower who was about to take to himself a second wife. His mother, who watched him with a maternal comprehension of every change in his face, saw this, and trembled for her son's happiness. "And yet he cannot be otherwise than happy with Belinda Lawford," Mrs. Arundel thought to herself. But upon the eve of that journey to London, Edward sat alone with his mother in the drawing room at Dangerfield, after the two younger ladies had retired for the night. They slept in adjoining apartments, these two young ladies, and I regret to say that a great deal of their conversation was about Valenciennes lace, and flounces cut upon the cross, moiré antique, mull muslin, glacé silk, and the last "sweet thing" in bonnets. It was only when loquacious Letitia was shut out that Miss Lawford knelt alone in the still moonlight, and prayed that she might be a good wife to the man who had chosen her. I don't think she ever prayed that she might be faithful and true and pure, for it never entered into her mind that any creature bearing the sacred name of wife could be otherwise. She only prayed for the mysterious power to preserve her husband's affection, and make his life happy. Mrs. Arundel, sitting tête à tête with her younger son in the lamp-lit drawing-room, was startled by hearing the young man breathe a deep sigh. She looked up from her work to see a sadder expression in his face than perhaps ever clouded the countenance of an expectant bridegroom. "Edward!" she exclaimed. "What, mother?" "How heavily you sighed just now." "Did I?" said Mr. Arundel abstractedly. Then, after a brief pause, he said, in a different tone, "It is no use trying to hide these things from you, mother. The truth is, I am not happy." "Not happy, Edward!" cried Mrs. Arundel. "But surely you—" "I know what you are going to say, mother. Yes, mother, I love this dear girl Linda with all my heart. I love her most sincerely, and I could look forward to a life of unalloyed happiness with her if there was not some inexplicable dread, some vague and most miserable feeling, always coming between me and my hopes. I have tried to look forward to the future, mother. I have tried to think of what my life may be with Belinda; but I cannot. I cannot look forward. All is dark to me. I try to build up a bright palace, and an unknown hand shatters it. I try to turn away from the memory of my old sorrows, but the same hand plucks me back and chains me to the past. If I could retract what I have done, if I could, with any show of honour, draw back, even now, and not go upon this journey to Lincolnshire; if I could break my faith to this poor girl who loves me, and whom I love, as God knows, with all truth and earnestness, I would do so. I would do so." "Edward!" "Yes, mother, I would do it. It is not in me to forget. My dead wife haunts me by night and day. I hear her voice crying to me, 'False, false, false; cruel and false; heartless and forgetful.' There is never a night that I do not dream of that dark sluggish river down in Lincolnshire. There is never a dream that I have, however purposeless, however inconsistent in all its other details, in which I do not see her dead face looking up at me through the murky waters. Even when I am talking to Linda, when words of love for her are on my lips, my mind wanders away, back, always back, to the sunset by the boat house, when my little wife gave me her hand; to the trout stream in the meadow, where we sat side by side and talked about the future." For a few minutes Mrs. Arundel was quite silent. She abandoned herself for that brief interval to complete despair. It was all over. The bridegroom would cry off. Insulted Major Lawford would come post haste to Dangerfield to annihilate this dismal widower, who did not know his own mind. All the shimmering fabrics, the gauzes and laces and silks and velvets that were in course of preparation in the upper chambers would become so much useless finery, to be hidden in out-of-the-way cupboards, and devoured by misanthropical moths, insect iconoclasts, who take a delight in destroying the decorations of the human temple. Poor Mrs. Arundel took a mental photograph of all the complicated horrors of the situation. An offended father, a gentle, loving girl crushed like some broken lily, gossip, slander, misery of all kinds. And then the lady plucked up courage, and gave her recreant son a sound lecture, to the effect that this conduct was atrociously wicked, and that if this trusting young bride, this fair young second wife, were to be taken away from him as the first had been, such a calamity would only be a fitting judgment upon him for his folly. But Edward told his mother very quietly that he had no intention of being false to his newly plighted troth. "I love Belinda," he said, "and I will be true to her, mother; but I cannot forget the past. It hangs about me like a bad dream." End of Chapter 6, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 7 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7. How the Tidings were received in Lincolnshire. The young widower made no further lamentation, but did his duty to his betrothed bride with a cheerful visage. Ah, what a pleasant journey it was to Belinda, that progress through London on the way to Lincolnshire! It was like that triumphant journey of last March, when the royal bridegroom led his northern bride through a surging sea of eager, smiling faces, to the musical jangling of 1,000 bells. If there were neither populace nor joy bells on this occasion, I scarcely think Miss Lawford knew that those elements of a triumphal progress were missing. To her ears, all the universe was musical with the sound of mystic joy bells; all the earth was glad with the brightness of happy faces. The railway carriage, the commonplace vehicle, fruzy with the odour of wool and morocco, was a fairy chariot, more wonderful than Queen Mab's. The white chalk cutting in the hill was a shining cleft in a mountain of silver. The wandering streams were melted diamonds, the stations were enchanted castles. The pale sherry, carried in a pocket flask, and sipped out of a little silver tumbler (there is apt to be a warm flatness about sherry taken out of pocket flasks that is scarcely agreeable to the connoisseur), was like nectar newly brewed for the gods. Even the anchovies in the sandwiches were like the enchanted fish in the Arabian story. A magical philtre had been infused into the atmosphere. The flavour of first love was in every sight and sound. Was ever bridegroom more indulgent, more devoted than Edward Arundel? He sat at the counters of silk mercers for the hour together, while Mrs. Arundel and the two girls deliberated over crisp fabrics, unfolded for their inspection. He was always ready to be consulted, and gave his opinion upon the conflicting merits of peach colour and pink, apple green and maize, with unwearying attention. But sometimes, even while Belinda was smiling at him, with the rippling silken stuff held up in her white hands, and making a lustrous cascade upon the counter, the mystic hand plucked him back, and his mind wandered away to that childish bride who had chosen no splendid garments for her wedding, but had gone with him to the altar as trustfully as a baby goes in its mother's arms to the cradle. If he had been left alone with Belinda, with tender, sympathetic Belinda, who loved him well enough to understand him, and was always ready to take her cue from his face, and to be joyous or thoughtful according to his mood, it might have been better for him. But his mother and Letitia reigned paramount during this ante-nuptial week, and Mr. Arundel was scarcely suffered to take breath. He was hustled hither and thither in the hot summer noontide. He was taken to choose a dressing-case for his bride, and he was made to look at glittering objects until his eyes ached. He was taken to a great emporium in Bond Street to select perfumery, and made to sniff at divers essences until his nostrils were unnaturally distended, and his olfactory nerves afflicted with temporary paralysis. There was jewellery of his mother and of Belinda's mother to be reset, and the hymeneal victim was compelled to sit for an hour or so, blinking at fiery crested serpents that were destined to coil up his wife's arms, and emerald padlocks that were to lie upon her breast. And then, when his soul was weary of glaring splendours and glittering confusions, they took him round the park, in a whirlpool of diaphanous bonnets, and smiling faces, and brazen harness, and emblazoned hammercloths, on the margin of a river whose waters were like molten gold under the blazing sun. And then they gave him a seat in an opera box, and the crash of a monster orchestra, blended with the hum of 1,000 voices, to soothe his nerves withal. But the more wearied this young man became with glitter and dazzle and sunshine and silk mercer's wear, the more surely his mind wandered back to the still meadows, and the limpid trout stream, the sheltering hills, the solemn shadows of the cathedral, the distant voices of the rooks high up in the waving elms. The bustle of preparation was over at last, and the bridal party went down to Lincolnshire. Pleasant chambers had been prepared at the Grange for Mr. Arundel and his mother and sister; and the bridegroom was received with enthusiasm by Belinda's blue-eyed younger sisters, who were enchanted to find that there was going to be a wedding, and that they were to have new frocks. So Edward would have been a churl indeed, had he seemed otherwise than happy, had he been anything but devoted to the bright-eyed girl who loved him. Tidings of the coming wedding flew like wildfire through Lincolnshire. Edward Arundel's romantic story had elevated him into a hero. All manner of reports had been circulated about his devotion to his lost young wife. He had sworn never to mingle in society again, people said. He had sworn never to have a new suit of clothes, or to have his hair cut, or to shave, or to eat a hot dinner; and Lincolnshire by no means approved of the defection implied by his approaching union with Belinda. He was only a commonplace widower, after all, it seemed, ready to be consoled as soon as the ceremonious interval of decent grief was over. People had expected something better of him. They had expected to see him in a year or two with long grey hair, dressed in shabby raiment, and with his beard upon his chest, prowling about the village of Kemberling, baited by little children. Lincolnshire was very much disappointed by the turn that affairs had taken. Shakespearean aphorisms were current among the gossips at comfortable tea-tables, and people talked about funeral baked meats, and the propriety of building churches if you have any ambitious desire that your memory should outlast your life, and indulged in other bitter observations familiar to all admirers of the great dramatist. But there were some people in Lincolnshire to whom the news of Edward Arundel's intended marriage was more welcome than the early Mayflowers to rustic children eager for a festival. Paul Marchmont heard the report, and rubbed his hands stealthily, and smiled to himself as he sat reading in the sunny western drawing-room. The good seed that he had sown that night at the Rectory had borne this welcome fruit. Edward Arundel with a young wife would be very much less formidable than Edward Arundel single and discontented, prowling about the neighbourhood of Marchmont Towers, and perpetually threatening vengeance upon Mary's cousin. It was busy little Lavinia Weston who first brought her brother the tidings. He took both her hands in his, and kissed them in his enthusiasm. "My best of sisters," he said, "you shall have a pair of diamond earrings for this." "For only bringing you the news, Paul?" "For only bringing me the news. When a messenger carries the tidings of a great victory to his king, the king makes him a knight upon the spot. This marriage is a victory to me, Lavinia. From to-day I shall breathe freely." "But they are not married yet. Something may happen, perhaps, to prevent—" "What should happen?" asked Paul, rather sharply. "By the by, it will be as well to keep this from Mrs. John," he added thoughtfully; "though really now I fancy it matters very little what she hears." He tapped his forehead lightly with his two slim fingers, and there was a horrible significance in the action. "She is not likely to hear anything," Mrs. Weston said. "She sees no one but Barbara Simmons." "Then I should be glad if you would give Simmons a hint to hold her tongue. This news about the wedding would disturb her mistress." "Yes, I'll tell her so. Barbara is a very excellent person. I can always manage Barbara. But, oh, Paul, I don't know what I'm to do with that poor weak-witted husband of mine." "How do you mean?" "Oh, Paul, I have had such a scene with him to-day, such a scene! You remember the way he went on that day down in the boat-house, when Edward Arundel came in upon us unexpectedly? Well, he's been going on as badly as that to-day, Paul, or worse, I really think." Mr. Marchmont frowned, and flung aside his newspaper, with a gesture expressive of considerable vexation. "Now, really, Lavinia, this is too bad," he said. "If your husband is a fool, I am not going to be bored about his folly. You have managed him for 15 years. Surely you can go on managing him now without annoying me about him. If Mr. George Weston doesn't know when he's well off, he's an ungrateful cur, and you may tell him so, with my compliments." He picked up his newspaper again, and began to read. But Lavinia Weston, looking anxiously at her brother's face, saw that his pale auburn brows were contracted in a thoughtful frown, and that, if he read at all, the words upon which his eyes rested could convey very little meaning to his brain. She was right, for presently he spoke to her, still looking at the page before him, and with an attempt at carelessness. "Do you think that fellow would go to Australia, Lavinia?" "Alone?" asked his sister. "Yes, alone, of course," said Mr. Marchmont, putting down his paper, and looking at Mrs. Weston rather dubiously. "I don't want you to go to the Antipodes, but if the fellow refused to go without you, I'd make it well worth your while to go out there, Lavinia. You shouldn't have any reason to regret obliging me, my dear girl." The dear girl looked rather sharply at her affectionate brother. "It's like your selfishness, Paul, to propose such a thing," she said, "after all I've done. I have not been illiberal to you, Lavinia." "No, you've been generous enough to me, I know, in the matter of gifts. But you're rich, Paul, and you can afford to give. I don't like the idea that you're so willing to pack me out of the way now that I can be no longer useful to you." Mr. Marchmont shrugged his shoulders. "For heaven's sake, Lavinia, don't be sentimental. If there's one thing I despise more than another, it is this kind of mawkish sentimentality. You've been a very good sister to me, and I've been a very decent brother to you. If you have served me, I have made it answer your purpose to do so. I don't want you to go away. You may bring all your goods and chattels to this house to morrow, if you like, and live at free quarters here for the rest of your existence. But if George Weston is a pig-headed brute, who can't understand upon which side his bread is buttered, he must be got out of the way somehow. I don't care what it costs me, but he must be got out of the way. I'm not going to live the life of a modern Damocles, with a blundering sword always dangling over my head, in the person of Mr. George Weston. And if the man objects to leave the country without you, why, I think your going with him would be only a sisterly act towards me. I hate selfishness, Lavinia, almost as much as I detest sentimentality." Mrs. Weston was silent for some minutes, absorbed in reflection. Paul got up, kicked aside a footstool, and walked up and down the room with his hands in his pockets. "Perhaps I might get George to leave England, if I promised to join him as soon as he was comfortably settled in the colonies," Mrs. Weston said at last. "Yes," cried Paul, "nothing could be more easy. I'll act very liberally towards him, Lavinia. I'll treat him well; but he shall not stay in England. No, Lavinia, after what you have told me to day, I feel that he must be got out of the country." Mr. Marchmont went to the door and looked out, to see if by chance any one had been listening to him. The coast was quite clear. The stone-paved hall looked as desolate as some undiscovered chamber in an Egyptian temple. The artist went back to Lavinia, and seated himself by her side. For some time the brother and sister talked together earnestly. They settled everything for poor henpecked George Weston. He was to sail for Sydney immediately. Nothing could be more easy than for Lavinia to declare that her brother had accidentally heard of some grand opening for a medical practitioner in the metropolis of the Antipodes. The surgeon was to have a very handsome sum given him, and Lavinia would of course join him as soon as he was settled. Paul Marchmont even looked through the Shipping Gazette in search of an Australian vessel which should speedily convey his brother-in-law to a distant shore. Lavinia Weston went home armed with all necessary credentials. She was to promise almost anything to her husband, provided that he gave his consent to an early departure. End of Chapter 7, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 8 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8. Mr. Weston refuses to be trampled upon. Upon the 31st of June, the eve of Edward Arundel's wedding day, Olivia Marchmont sat in her own room, the room that she had chiefly occupied ever since her husband's death, the study looking out into the quadrangle. She sat alone in that dismal chamber, dimly lighted by a pair of wax candles, in tall tarnished silver candlesticks. There could be no greater contrast than that between this desolate woman and the master of the house. All about him was bright and fresh, and glittering and splendid. Around her there was only ruin and decay, thickening dust and gathering cobwebs, outward evidences of an inner wreck. John Marchmont's widow was of no importance in that household. The servants did not care to trouble themselves about her whims or wishes, nor to put her rooms in order. They no longer curtsied to her when they met her, wandering, with a purposeless step and listless feet that dragged along the ground, up and down the corridor, or out in the dreary quadrangle. What was to be gained by any show of respect to her, whose brain was too weak to hold the memory of their conduct for 5 minutes together? Barbara Simmons only was faithful to her mistress with an unvarying fidelity. She made no boast of her devotion. She expected neither fee nor reward for her self-abnegation. That rigid religion of discipline which had not been strong enough to preserve Olivia's stormy soul from danger and ruin was at least all sufficient for this lower type of woman. Barbara Simmons had been taught to do her duty, and she did it without question or complaint. As she went through rain, snow, hail, or sunshine twice every Sunday to Kemberling Church, as she sat upon a cushionless seat in an uncomfortable angle of the servants' pew, with the sharp edges of the woodwork cutting her thin shoulders, to listen patiently to dull rambling sermons upon the hardest texts of St. Paul, so she attended upon her mistress, submitting to every caprice, putting up with every hardship, because it was her duty so to do. The only relief she allowed herself was an hour's gossip now and then in the housekeeper's room; but she never alluded to her mistress's infirmities, nor would it have been safe for any other servant to have spoken lightly of Mrs. John Marchmont in stern Barbara's presence. Upon this summer evening, when happy people were still lingering amongst the wildflowers in shady lanes, or in the dusky pathways by the quiet river, Olivia sat alone, staring at the candles. Was there anything in her mind, or was she only a human automaton, slowly decaying into dust? There was no speculation in those large lustreless eyes, fixed upon the dim light of the candles. But for all that, the mind was not a blank. The pictures of the past, for ever changing like the scenes in some magic panorama, revolved before her. She had no memory of that which had happened a quarter of an hour ago; but she could remember every word that Edward Arundel had said to her in the Rectory garden at Swampington, every intonation of the voice in which those words had been spoken. There was a tea service on the table, an attenuated little silver teapot, a lopsided cream jug, with two worn edges and one dumpy little foot missing, and an antique dragon china cup and saucer with the gilding washed off. That meal, which is generally called social, has but a dismal aspect when it is only prepared for one. The solitary teacup, half filled with cold stagnant tea, with a leaf or two floating upon the top, like weeds on the surface of a tideless pond, the teaspoon thrown askew across a little pool of spilt milk in the tea tray, looked as dreary as the ruins of a deserted city. In the western drawing room Paul was strolling backwards and forwards, talking to his mother and sisters, and admiring his pictures. He had spent a great deal of money upon art since taking possession of the Towers, and the western drawing room was quite a different place to what it had been in John Marchmont's lifetime. Etty's divinities smiled through hazy draperies, more transparent than the summer vapours that float before the moon. Pearly complexioned nymphs, with faces archly peeping round the corner of soft rosy shoulders, frolicked amidst the silver spray of classic fountains. Turner's Grecian temples glimmered through sultry summer mists, while glimpses of ocean sparkled here and there, and were as beautiful as if the artist's brush had been dipped in melted opals. Stanfield's breezy beaches made cool spots of freshness on the wall, and sturdy sailor boys, with their hands up to their mouths and their loose hair blowing in the wind, shouted to their comrades upon the decks of brown-sailed fishing smacks. Panting deer upon dizzy crags, amid the misty highlands, testified to the hand of Landseer. Low down, in the corners of the room, there lurked quaint cottage scenes by Fayed and Nicol. Wards patched and powdered beaux and beauties, a Rochester in a light periwig, a Nell Gwynn showing her white teeth across a basket of oranges, a group of incroyables with bunches of ribbons hanging from their low top boots, and two sets of dangling seals at their waists, made a blaze of colour upon the walls; and amongst all these glories of to-day there were prim Madonnas and stiff-necked angels by Raphael and Tintoretto, a brown-faced grinning boy by Murillo (no collection ever was complete without that inevitable brown-faced boy), an obese Venus by the great Peter Paul, and a pale Charles I, with martyrdom foreshadowed in his pensive face, by Van Dyck. Paul Marchmont contemplated his treasures complacently, as he strolled about the room, with his coffee cup in his hand, while his mother watched him admiringly from her comfortable cushion nested at one end of a luxurious sofa. "Well, mother," Mr. Marchmont said presently, "let people say what they may of me, they can never say that I have used my money badly. When I am dead and gone, these pictures will remain to speak for me. Posterity will say, 'At any rate, the fellow was a man of taste.' Now what, in heaven's name, could that miserable little Mary have done with 11,000 a year, if she had lived to enjoy it?" The minute hand of the little clock in Mrs. John Marchmont's study was creeping slowly towards the quarter before 11, when Olivia was aroused suddenly from that long reverie, in which the images of the past had shone upon her across the dull stagnation of the present like the domes and minarets in a phantasm city gleaming athwart the barren desert sands. She was aroused by a cautious tap upon the outside of her window. She got up, opened the window, and looked out. The night was dark and starless, and there was a faint whisper of wind among the trees. "Don't be frightened," whispered a timid voice. "It's only me, George Weston. I want to talk to you, Mrs. John. I've got something particular to tell you, awful particular; but they mustn't hear it. They mustn't know I'm here. I came round this way on purpose. You can let me in at the little door in the lobby, can't you, Mrs. John? I must tell you what I've got to tell you," cried Mr. Weston, indifferent to tautology in his excitement. "Do let me in, there's a dear good soul. The little door in the lobby, you know. It's locked, you know, but I daresay the key's there." "The door in the lobby?" repeated Olivia in a dreamy voice. "Yes, you know. Do let me in now, that's a good creature. It's awful particular, I tell you. It's about Edward Arundel." Edward Arundel! The sound of that name seemed to act upon the woman's shattered nerves like a stroke of electricity. The drooping head reared itself erect. The eyes, so lustreless before, flashed fire from their sombre depths. Comprehension, animation, energy returned, as suddenly as if the wand of an enchanter had summoned the dead back to life. "Edward Arundel!" she cried in a clear voice, which was utterly unlike the dull deadness of her usual tones. "Hush!" whispered Mr. Weston. "Don't speak loud, for goodness gracious sake. I daresay there's all manner of spies about. Let me in, and I'll tell you everything." "Yes, yes, I'll let you in. The door by the lobby. I understand. Come, come." Olivia disappeared from the window. The lobby of which the surgeon had spoken was close to her own apartment. She found the key in the lock of the door. The place was dark. She opened the door almost noiselessly, and Mr. Weston crept in on tiptoe. He followed Olivia into the study, closed the door behind him, and drew a long breath. "I've got in," he said, "and now I am in, wild horses shouldn't hold me from speaking my mind, much less Paul Marchmont." He turned the key in the door as he spoke, and even as he did so glanced rather suspiciously towards the window. To his mind, the very atmosphere of that house was pervaded by the presence of his brother-in-law. "Oh, Mrs. John," exclaimed the surgeon, in piteous accents, "the way that I've been trampled upon! You've been trampled upon, Mrs. John, but you don't seem to mind it; and perhaps it's better to bring oneself to that, if one can. But I can't. I've tried to bring myself to it. I've even taken to drinking, Mrs. John, much as it goes against me; and I've tried to drown my feelings as a man in rum and water. But the more spirits I consume, Mrs. John, the more of a man I feel." Mr. Weston struck the top of his hat with his clenched fist, and stared fiercely at Olivia, breathing very hard, and breathing rum and water with a faint odour of lemon peel. "Edward Arundel! What about Edward Arundel?" said Olivia, in a low, eager voice. "I'm coming to that, Mrs. John, in due course," returned Mr. Weston, with an air of dignity that was superior even to hiccough. "What I say, Mrs. John," he added, in a confidential and argumentative tone, "is this: I won't be trampled upon." Here his voice sank to an awful whisper. "Of course it's pleasant enough to have one's rent provided for, and not to be kept awake by poor's rates, Mrs. John; but, good gracious me, I'd rather have the Queen's taxes and the poor rates following me up day and night, and a man in possession to provide for at every meal, and you don't know how contemptuous a man in possession can look at you if you offer him salt butter, or your table in a general way don't meet his views, than the conscience I've had since Paul Marchmont came into Lincolnshire. I feel, Mrs. John, as if I'd committed oceans of murders. It's a miracle to me that my hair hasn't turned white before this; and it would have done, Mrs. J., if it wasn't of that stubborn nature which is too wiry to give expression to a man's sufferings. Oh, Mrs. John, when I think how my pangs of conscience have been made game of; when I remember the insulting names I have been called, because my heart didn't happen to be made of adamant, my blood boils. It boils, Mrs. John, to that degree that I feel the time has come for action. I have been put upon until the spirit of manliness within me blazes up like a fiery furnace. I have been trodden upon, Mrs. John, but I'm not the worm they took me for. To day they've put the finisher upon it." The surgeon paused to take breath. His mild and rather sheep-like countenance was flushed. His fluffy eyebrows twitched convulsively in his endeavours to give expression to the violence of his feelings. "To day they've put the finisher upon it," he repeated. "I'm to go to Australia, am I? Ha, ha! We'll see about that. There's a nice opening in the medical line, is there? And dear Paul will provide the funds to start me. Ha, ha! Two can play at that game. It's all brotherly kindness, of course, and friendly interest in my welfare. That's what it's called, Mrs. J. Shall I tell you what it is? I'm to be got rid of at any price, for fear my conscience should get the better of me, and I should speak. I've been made a tool of, and I've been trampled upon; but they've been obliged to trust me. I've got a conscience, and I don't suit their views. If I hadn't got a conscience, I might stop here and have my rent and taxes provided for, and riot in rum and water to the end of my days. But I've a conscience that all the pineapple rum in Jamaica wouldn't drown, and they're frightened of me." Olivia listened to all this with an impatient frown upon her face. I doubt if she knew the meaning of Mr. Weston's complaints. She had been listening only for the one name that had power to transform her from a breathing automaton into a living, thinking, reasoning woman. She grasped the surgeon's wrist fiercely. "You told me you came here to speak about Edward Arundel," she said. "Have you been only trying to make a fool of me?" "No, Mrs. John, I have come to speak about him, and I come to you because I think you're not so bad as Paul Marchmont. I think that you've been a tool like myself, and they've led you on, step by step, from bad to worse, pretty much as they have led me. You're Edward Arundel's blood relation, and it's your business to look to any wrong that's done him, more than it is mine. But if you don't speak, Mrs. John, I will. Edward Arundel is going to be married."
Going to be married!"
The words burst from Olivia's lips in a kind of shriek, and she stood glaring hideously at the surgeon, with her lips apart, and her eyes dilated. Mr. Weston was fascinated by the horror of that gaze, and stared at her in silence for some moments. "You are a madman!" she exclaimed, after a pause. "You are a madman! Why do you come here with your idiotic fancies? Surely my life is miserable enough without this." "I ain't mad, Mrs. John, any more than—" Mr. Weston was going to say, "than you are," but it struck him that, under existing circumstances, the comparison might be ill advised. "I ain't any madder than other people," he said, presently. "Edward Arundel is going to be married. I have seen the young lady in Kemberling with her pa, and she's a very sweet young woman to look at, and her name is Belinda Lawford, and the wedding is to be at 11 o'clock to morrow morning at Hillingsworth Church." Olivia slowly lifted her hands to her head, and swept the loose hair away from her brow. All the mists that had obscured her brain melted slowly away, and showed her the past as it had really been in all its naked horror. Yes, step by step the cruel hand had urged her on from bad to worse, until it had driven her here. It was for this that she had sold her soul to the powers of hell. It was for this that she had helped to torture that innocent girl, whom a dying father had given into her pitiless hand. For this, to find at last that all her iniquity had been wasted, and that Edward Arundel had chosen another bride, fairer perhaps than the first. The mad, unholy jealousy of her nature awoke from the obscurity of mental decay a fierce ungovernable spirit. But another spirit arose in the next moment. Conscience, which so long had slumbered, awoke and cried to her, in an awful voice, "Sinner, whose sin has been wasted, repent, restore, it is not yet too late." The stern precepts of her religion came back to her. She had rebelled against those rigid laws; she had cast off those iron fetters, only to fall into a worse bondage, only to submit to a stronger tyranny. She had been a servant of the God of sacrifice, and had rebelled when an offering was demanded of her. She had cast off the yoke of her master, and had yielded herself up the slave of sin. And now, when she discovered whither her chains had dragged her, she was seized with a sudden panic, and wanted to go back to her old master. She stood for some minutes with her open palms pressed upon her forehead, and her chest heaving as if a stormy sea had raged in her bosom. "This marriage must not take place," she cried at last. "Of course it mustn't," answered Mr. Weston. "Didn't I say so just now? And if you don't speak to Paul and prevent it, I will. I'd rather you spoke to him, though," added the surgeon thoughtfully, "because, you see, it would come better from you, wouldn't it now?" Olivia Marchmont did not answer. Her hands had dropped from her head, and she was standing looking at the floor. "There shall be no marriage," she muttered, with a wild laugh. "There's another heart to be broken, that's all. Stand aside, man," she cried; "stand aside, and let me go to him. Let me go to him." She pushed the terrified surgeon out of her pathway, and locked the door, hurried along the passage and across the hall. She opened the door of the western drawing room, and went in. Mr. Weston stood in the corridor looking after her. He waited for a few minutes, listening for any sound that might come from the western drawing room. But the wide stone hall was between him and that apartment; and however loudly the voices might have been uplifted, no breath of them could have reached the surgeon's ear. He waited for about 5 minutes, and then crept into the lobby and let himself out into the quadrangle. "At any rate, nobody can say that I'm a coward," he thought complacently, as he went under a stone archway that led into the park. "But what a whirlwind that woman is! Oh, my gracious, what a perfect whirlwind she is!" End of Chapter 8, Volume 3. Volume 3, Chapter 9 of John Marchmont's Legacy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. John Marchmont's Legacy, by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. Going to be married. Paul Marchmont was still strolling hither and thither about the room, admiring his pictures, and smiling to himself at the recollection of the easy manner in which he had obtained George Weston's consent to the Australian arrangement; for in his sober moments the surgeon was ready to submit to anything his wife and brother-in-law imposed upon him. It was only under the influence of pineapple rum that his manhood asserted itself. Paul was still contemplating his pictures when Olivia burst into the room. But Mrs. Marchmont and her invalid daughter had retired for the night, and the artist was alone with his own thoughts, which were rather of a triumphal and agreeable character just now; for Edward's marriage and Mr. Weston's departure were equally pleasant to him. He was startled a little by Olivia's abrupt entrance, for it was not her habit to intrude upon him or any member of that household. On the contrary, she had shown an obstinate determination to shut herself up in her own room, and to avoid every living creature except her servant, Barbara Simmons. Paul turned and confronted her very deliberately, and with the smile that was almost habitual to him upon his thin pale lips. Her sudden appearance had blanched his face a little, but beyond this he betrayed no sign of agitation. "My dear Mrs. Marchmont, you quite startle me. It is so very unusual to see you here, and at this hour especially." It did not seem as if she had heard his voice. She went sternly up to him, with her thin listless arms hanging at her side, and her haggard eyes fixed upon his face. "Is this true?" she asked. He started a little in spite of himself, for he understood in a moment what she meant. Some one, it scarcely mattered who, had told her of the coming marriage. "Is what true, my dear Mrs. John?" he said carelessly. "Is this true that George Weston tells me?" she cried, laying her thin hand upon his shoulder. Her wasted fingers closed involuntarily upon the collar of his coat, her lips contracted into a ghastly smile, and a sudden fire kindled in her eyes. A strange sensation awoke in the tips of those tightening fingers, and thrilled through every vein of the woman's body, such a horrible thrill as vibrates along the nerves of a monomaniac, when the sight of a dreadful terror in his victim's face first arouses the murderous impulse in his breast. Paul's face whitened as he felt the thin finger points tightening upon his neck. He was afraid of Olivia. "My dear Mrs. John, what is it you want of me?" he said hastily. "Pray do not be violent." "I am not violent." She dropped her hand from his breast. It was true, she was not violent. Her voice was low, her hand fell loosely by her side. But Paul was frightened of her nevertheless; for he saw that if she was not violent, she was something worse. She was dangerous. "Did George Weston tell me the truth just now?" she said. Paul bit his nether lip savagely. George Weston had tricked him then, after all, and had communicated with this woman. But what of that? She would scarcely be likely to trouble herself about this business of Edward Arundel's marriage. She must be past any such folly as that. She would not dare to interfere in the matter. She could not. "Is it true?" she said. "Is it? Is it true that Edward Arundel is going to be married to morrow?" She waited, looking with fixed, widely opened eyes at Paul's face. "My dear Mrs. John, you take me so completely by surprise that you have not got a lying answer ready for me," said Olivia, interrupting him. "You need not trouble yourself to invent one. I see that George Weston told me the truth. There was reality in his words; there is nothing but falsehood in yours." Paul stood looking at her, but not listening to her. Let her abuse and upbraid him to her heart's content. It gave him leisure to reflect, and plan his course of action; and perhaps these bitter words might exhaust the fire within her, and leave her malleable to his skilful hands once more. He had time to think of this, and to settle his own line of conduct while Olivia was speaking to him. It was useless to deny the marriage. She had heard of it from George Weston, and she might hear of it from any one else whom she chose to interrogate. It was useless to try to stifle this fact. "Yes, Mrs. John," he said, "it is quite true. Your cousin, Mr. Arundel, is going to marry Belinda Lawford. A very lucky thing for us, believe me, as it will put an end to all questioning, and watching, and suspicion, and place us beyond all danger." Olivia looked at him, with her bosom heaving, her breath growing shorter and louder with every word he spoke. "You mean to let this be, then?" she said, when he had finished speaking. "To let what be?" "This marriage. You will let it take place?" "Most certainly. Why should I prevent it?" "Why should you prevent it?" she cried fiercely; and then, in an altered voice, in tones of anguish that were like a wail of despair, she exclaimed, "Oh, my God! My God, what a dupe I have been! What a miserable tool in this man's hands! Oh, my offended God! Why didst thou so abandon me, when I turned away from thee, and made Edward Arundel the idol of my wicked heart?" Paul sank into the nearest chair, with a faint sigh of relief. "She will wear herself out," he thought, "and then I shall be able to do what I like with her." But Olivia turned to him again while he was thinking this. "Do you imagine that I will let this marriage take place?" she asked. "I do not think that you will be so mad as to prevent it. That little mystery which you and I have arranged between us is not exactly child's play, Mrs. John. We can neither of us afford to betray the other. Let Edward Arundel marry, and work for his wife, and be happy. Nothing could be better for us than his marriage. Indeed, we have every reason to be thankful to Providence for the turn that affairs have taken," Mr. Marchmont concluded piously. "Indeed!" said Olivia. And Edward Arundel is to have another bride. He is to be happy with another wife. And I am to hear of their happiness, to see him some day, perhaps, sitting by her side and smiling at her, as I have seen him smile at Mary Marchmont. He is to be happy, and I am to know of his happiness. Another baby-faced girl is to glory in the knowledge of his love. And I am to be quiet. I am to be quiet. Is it for this that I have sold my soul to you, Paul Marchmont? Is it for this I have shared your guilty secrets? Is it for this I have heard her feeble wailing sounding in my wretched feverish slumbers, as I have heard it every night since the day she left this house? Do you remember what you said to me? Do you remember how you tempted me? Do you remember how you played upon my misery, and traded on the tortures of my jealous heart? He has despised your love, you said. Will you consent to see him happy with another woman? That was your argument, Paul Marchmont. You allied yourself with the devil that held possession of my breast, and together you were too strong for me. I was set apart to be damned, and you were the chosen instrument of my damnation. You bought my soul, Paul Marchmont. You shall not cheat me of the price for which I sold it. You shall hinder this marriage. You are a madwoman, Mrs. John Marchmont, or you would not propose any such thing. Go, she said, pointing to the door. Go to Edward Arundel, and do something, no matter what, to prevent this marriage. I shall do nothing of the kind. He had heard that a monomaniac was always to be subdued by indomitable resolution, and he looked at Olivia, thinking to tame her by his unfaltering glance. He might as well have tried to look the raging sea into calmness. "I am not a fool, Mrs. John Marchmont," he said, "and I shall do nothing of the kind." He had risen, and stood by the lamp-lit table, trifling rather nervously with its elegant litter of delicately bound books, jewel-handled paper-knives, newly cut periodicals, and pretty fantastical toys collected by the women of the household. The faces of the two were nearly upon a level as they stood opposite to each other, with only the table between them. "Then I will prevent it," Olivia cried, turning towards the door. Paul Marchmont saw the resolution stamped upon her face. She would do what she threatened. He ran to the door, and had his hand upon the lock before she could reach it. "No, Mrs. John," he said, standing at the door, with his back turned to Olivia, and his fingers busy with the bolts and key. In spite of himself, this woman had made him a little nervous, and it was as much as he could do to find the handle of the key. "No, no, my dear Mrs. John, you shall not leave this house, nor this room, in your present state of mind. If you choose to be violent and unmanageable, we will give you the full benefit of your violence, and we will give you a better sphere of action. A padded room will be more suitable to your present temper, my dear madam. If you favour us with this sort of conduct, we will find people more fitted to restrain you." He said all this in a sneering tone that had a trifling tremulousness in it, while he locked the door and assured himself that it was safely secured. Then he turned, prepared to fight out the battle somehow or other. At the very moment of his turning, there was a sudden crash, a shiver of broken glass, and the cold night wind blew into the room. One of the long French windows was wide open, and Olivia Marchmont was gone. He was out upon the terrace in the next moment; but even then he was too late, for he could not see her, right or left of him, upon the long stone platform. There were 3 separate flights of steps, 3 different paths, widely diverging across the broad grassy flat before Marchmont Towers. How could he tell which of these ways Olivia might have chosen? There was the great porch, and there were all manner of stone abutments along the grim façade of the house. She might have concealed herself behind any one of them. The night was hopelessly dark. A pair of ponderous bronze lamps, which Paul had placed before the principal doorway, only made 2 spots of light in the gloom. He ran along the terrace, looking into every nook and corner which might have served as a hiding place, but he did not find Olivia. She had left the house with the avowed intention of doing something to prevent the marriage. What would she do? What course would this desperate woman take in her jealous rage? Would she go straight to Edward Arundel and tell him? Yes, this was most likely, for how else could she hope to prevent the marriage? Paul stood quite still upon the terrace for a few minutes, thinking. There was only one course for him. To try and find Olivia would be next to hopeless. There were 6 outlets from the park. There were ever so many different pathways through the woody labyrinth at the back of the Towers. This woman might have taken any one of them. To waste the night in searching for her would be worse than useless. There was only one thing to be done. He must counter-check this desperate creature's movements. He went back to the drawing-room, shut the window, and then rang the bell. There were not many of the old servants who had waited upon John Marchmont at the Towers now. The man who answered the bell was a person whom Paul had brought down from London. "Get the chestnut saddled for me, Peterson," said Mr. Marchmont. "My poor cousin's widow has left the house, and I am going after her. She has given me very great alarm to night by her conduct. I tell you this in confidence; but you can say as much to Mrs. Simmons, who knows more about her mistress than I do. See that there's no time lost in saddling the chestnut. I want to overtake this unhappy woman if I can. Go and give the order, and then bring me my hat." The man went away to obey his master. Paul walked to the chimney piece and looked at the clock. "They'll be gone to bed at the Grange," he thought to himself. "Will she go there and knock them up, I wonder? Does she know that Edward's there? I doubt that, and yet Weston may have told her. At any rate, I can be there before her. It would take her a long time to get there on foot. I think I did the right thing in saying what I said to Patterson. I must have the report of her madness spread everywhere. I must face it out. But how? But how? So long as she was quiet I could manage everything; but with her against me, and George Weston. Oh, the cur, the white-hearted villain, after all that I've done for him and Lavinia! But what could a man expect when he's obliged to put his trust in a fool?" He went to the window, and stood there looking out until he saw the groom coming along the gravel roadway below the terrace, leading a horse by the bridle. Then he put on the hat that the servant had brought him, ran down the steps, and got into the saddle. "All right, Jeffreys," he said; "tell them not to expect me back till to morrow morning. Let Mrs. Simmons sit up for her mistress. Mrs. John may return at any hour in the night." He galloped away along the smooth carriage drive. At the lodge he stopped to inquire if any one had been through that way. No, the woman said; she had opened the gates for no one. Paul had expected no other answer. There was a footpath that led to a little wicket gate opening on the high road, and of course Olivia had chosen that way, which was a good deal shorter than the carriage drive. Chapter 10.